Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 7L. 383 Fortunately, his speed was extremely fast just now. 383 Fortunately, his speed was extremely fast just now. He jumped and stabbed an officer in the waist. Pooh. The dagger in Lee Mu's hand pierced directly into the officer's flesh, and blood gushed out, staining the officer red. What? The officer let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground clutching his wound. Lee Mu backed away again, and a drop of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. 5-7. Fortunately, his speed was extremely fast just now, otherwise, he would definitely be shot. Damn it, you be ********** dared to sneak up on Lousy, you're looking for death. The other two soldiers fired at Lee Mu after hearing the screams, but because they were all focused on Lee Mu, they didn't see Lee Mu hiding in the bushes. Lee Mu took this opportunity and ran quickly. Want to run, dream. Go to hell. The two soldiers shouted and raised their guns to shoot at Lee Mu, but Lee Mu dodged them. But those two soldiers were not ordinary soldiers, their marksmanship was superb. After a round of salvo, Lee Mu was hit in the leg, the pain made him grin his teeth. HMPH, I can't believe you didn't come out. One of the soldiers snorted coldly, continued to pull the trigger, and shot at Lee Mu, but there was no sound again. At this time, the other two soldiers also started firing. Lee Mu knew that if these three people were not dealt with quickly, even if he was not shot, he might be shot into a sieve. As a last resort, he could only bite the bullet and come out again. Puff. 2 bullets hit his back, leaving 2 blood holes the size of bowls, and blood flowed out instantly. Lee Mu snorted, and rushed up again. Bang bang. At this time, 2 other soldiers also fired, and they hit Lee Mu on the back with their rifle butts. Lee Mu snorted, staggered and almost fell, but he grabbed a sniper rifle with both hands and pointed the muzzle at the heads of the 2 soldiers. His eyes were red like a beast. He knew that if he didn't get rid of these 2 soldiers as soon as possible, then he would be exhausted to death here. The 2 soldiers didn't expect Lee Mu to use a sniper rifle, so they couldn't help being startled, and took 2 steps back. Lee Mu snorted coldly and pointed the sniper rifle at the head of one of the soldiers. The soldier looked at Lee Mu's sniper rifle and couldn't help shaking. Don't shoot, don't shoot. I surrender. Boom. Lee Mu pulled the trigger without any hesitation, and a bullet flew out from the muzzle of the sniper rifle, and then shot into the soldier's forehead with incomparable precision, killing him, spattering his brains. Boom. The second soldier reacted quickly and also fired at Lee Mu. Lee Mu dodged the bullets calmly. In this narrow environment, the two engaged in a hand-to-hand combat, but his situation became more and more dangerous. Those 2 soldiers are indeed the most powerful special forces in the army. Their strength should not be underestimated. Da. The 2.3 people kept pulling the trigger, and Lee Mu could only dodge with his agility. His speed was so fast that the 2 soldiers couldn't catch him at all. However, Lee Mu was hit by a bullet in his left shoulder. The bloody gunshot wound made him frown involuntarily. He glanced at the 2 soldiers, then turned around and ran forward quickly. Just then, he heard a gunshot. 384A Black Shadow is coming quickly from a distance. 384A Black Shadow is coming quickly from a distance. Lee Mu was taken aback, then turned around, only to see a black figure swiftly approaching from a distance. Lee Mu's heart skipped a beat. He saw the appearance of the visitor clearly. It was the guy who fought with him just now. Why did he appear here again? What is he doing here? Lee Mu couldn't help thinking. At this moment, the man in black suddenly accelerated and came towards him. Lee Mu retreated again and again, while shooting at the opponent. Unfortunately, his speed is still much slower. The man in black quickly chased after Lee Mu, then raised his right foot and kicked out. Boom. This kick directly landed on Lee Mu's abdomen, knocking him to the ground. Lee Mu lay on the ground, clutching his stomach, his face pale. At this time, the man in black mended a few more feet. Lee Mu lay on the ground and struggled constantly, but his physical fitness was limited after all, and he couldn't stop the attack of the man in black at all. After just a moment, Lee Mu felt severe pain all over his body, as if his bones were broken. At this time, Lee Mu finally understood the opponent's goal. The target of the opponent is some weapons that he carries on his body. Bang bang bang. The man in black shot at Lee Mu again, each shot hitting his back, and Lee Mu's body was bowed like a shrimp again. But he gritted his teeth, struggled desperately, and rushed towards the man in black. Lee Mu roared, and hugged the leg of the man in black with both hands. Click. The kneecap of Lee Mu's right leg was severely crushed. However, Lee Mu still used all the strength in his body to pull the man in black over, and at the same time snatched the thing from his hand. The man in black's expression changed suddenly, but he did not give up, and continued to shoot at Lee Mu. Poof. When the man in black saw Lee Mu running away, he immediately chased after him, tracking Lee Mu while running. Click. Who is Lee Mu? His face became even more bleak, and then he pushed the man in black away, and then fled towards the rear. He rushed over and punched Lee Mu on the temple. Although this knife was not fatal, it caused the man in black to be seriously injured, but this was the best opportunity for him. The soldier was killed, and he still used his body to withstand the opponent's attack, which is unbelievable and unbelievable. At this time, a ball of flame appeared on the body of the 720 soldier and then disappeared. Lee Mu gritted his teeth. he was not as fast as the opponent, so he simply threw the gun in his hand, then took out a saber and stabbed the opponent's heart fiercely. Li Mu's head was smashed instantly. Seeing the scene in front of them, the surrounding soldiers were all dumbfounded, and all of them stared at Li Mu's body with wide eyes. That is the miracle doctor of Huasha Kingdom, his medical skills are so superb that it is shocking. Li Mu's body floated in the air for a few seconds before finally falling to the ground with a loud bang and exploding into pieces. Blood and internal organs spilled all over the floor, and Li Mu's body crashed to the ground. Li Mu was shot in the left arm, and the whole arm was blown off, dripping with blood. It all happened so fast, they didn't even realize it. It turned out that Li Mu bit his wrist just before he died. At this time, the soldier's wrist suddenly felt numb, and then a piercing pain spread all over his body. 385 He was actually blown to the head by the opponent's move. 385 He was actually blown to the head by the opponent's move. But now, when he was facing a special soldier, his head was blown off by the opponent's blow. For them, this scene was simply too incredible. At this moment, an agent suddenly shouted, "Retreat quickly! Retreat quickly!" Many soldiers came back to their senses and left in a hurry. "Who are you?" At this time, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. They turned around and saw a man in black and sunglasses standing there, looking around. "Who are you?" the leading soldier asked in a deep voice. "You don't need to know." The man in black sneered. "If so, don't blame us for being rude." The soldier shouted loudly, then waved the gun in his hand and shot at the man in black. The man in black snorted coldly, his body swayed slightly, and then he slapped his palm, and the soldier flew out and fell heavily on the ground. Seeing that he was so powerful, the remaining soldiers were frightened and took out their weapons one by one to resist. However, the resistance of these people did not pose any threat to the man in black at all. He is like a demon king, easily destroying the martial arts in their hands. After a while, all the soldiers fell to the ground. There was a blood hole in their necks, and their throats had obviously been cut. When they died, they couldn't believe it. They died in the hands of a stranger like this. The man in black glanced at the surrounding corpses, then fled towards another road. Soon, only Li Mu and those corpses remained in the forest. Li Mu struggled to get up from the ground, and limped towards the direction where the man in black jumped. But he just climbed a short distance, and fell to the ground again, and then a burst of dizziness hit him. He could no longer move half a minute, he could only lie on the ground panting. "I must kill you." Li Mu clenched her teeth, her eyes were full of resentment, and she spoke word by word. Whoosh! A bullet cut through the night and entered Li Mu's head. Bright red blood splashed out. The bullet directly pierced Li Mu's head, and blood gushed out. Li Mu opened his eyes wide, and then died with regret. A cold voice sounded in the darkness. Don't kill me. If you kill me, you won't be able to come here again." Li Mu slowly opened his eyes, and he saw a familiar face. "I don't like talking to disobedient people. How are you? How could it be you?" A bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, Chin Houshan squeezed the trigger with his finger. Li Mu's pupils shrank, and then Chin Houshan's voice sounded again. "You should be lucky, your choice is right. Do you really think you have a choice?" Seeing this face, Li Mu was stunned. He never thought that he would naturally see Chin Houshan at the last moment of his death. "What, is it a surprise?" Chin Houshan smiled coldly. "I don't mind giving you a ride." Hearing what Li Mu said, Chin Houshan couldn't help but smile. Li Mu slowly closed his eyes. Just when he was about to end his life, he felt his body being lifted suddenly, and then, the cold muzzle of the gun was pressed against his forehead. "Li Good Kings," Mu said tremblingly, I can help you." 386 The corpses here have been cleaned up. 386 The corpses here have been cleaned up. Before he died, he didn't even know who Chin Houshan was. However, these are irrelevant. Li Mu's life is over, his death is nothing to Chin Houshan. Chin Houshan snorted coldly, then turned and left the forest. After Chin Houshan left, the corpses here were cleaned up. Early the next morning, Li Mu was awakened by a loud knock on the door. He sat up in confusion, rubbed his forehead, and then got out of bed to open the door. The moment the door opened, a dagger stabbed in. Li Mu hastily blocked the dagger with his hand, then twisted forcefully. The dagger was broken, and Li Mu quickly pulled the dagger back. "What?" Li Mu's body trembled. 657, with a pained expression on his face. Just now, he was almost pierced through the heart by a dagger. Li Mu turned her head and saw a girl looking at her with fear. This girl is none other than Lin Xiaoyang. The moment Li Mu saw Lin Xiaoyang, Li Mu felt her heart beat several times faster. Before Shanks came back to his senses, Li Mu had already rushed forward and waved his fist. Conquerors lingering. For a moment, the entire arena was filled with a layer of golden conquerors lingering, and Shanks was surrounded by this domineering conquerors lingering. "You cannot." Li Mu took a step forward, and his body hit Shanks' chest like a cannonball. Shanks' body flew upside down like a kite with broken strings, and hit the wall fiercely. Boom! The smoke and dust flew up, and the whole arena shook a bit. For a while, Shanks' face became extremely ugly. Although his body is extremely strong, facing such an attack, he still has no hope of victory, and he can't even resist. Conquerors lingering. However, the words of these people only attracted everyone to laugh. It is a subsidiary of Tianyu Group. What do you know? Because they know, this Li Mu is not bragging. At this moment, the people on the stage were all stunned. Shanks was indeed defeated by him, and he lost completely. What? He turned out to be the president of Sky Entertainment Group. Shanks is just his pseudonym in Daxia. His real name is Lee Mew, the CEO of Lee Group, currently the president of Tianyu Media Company, Tianyu Entertainment Media Company. Shanks defeated so neatly, it was hard for everyone to believe it. Especially those who questioned Shanks before. ABDB shut up at this time. Because he not only has a powerful armament hockey, but also can control Conqueror's hockey, and even integrate Conqueror's hockey into his own armament hockey. This is impossible. Poof. Lee Mew took another step, followed by another 2 punches, causing Shanks to fall directly from the ring and hit the floor outside the ring. Among the spectators outside the arena, someone couldn't help shouting, "Shanks' body is as strong as Iron Man, such an attack is simply not something ordinary people can resist." Do you know his real identity? At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Shanks is not only a hero, but also a mysterious existence. 387 He even forgot who he is. 387 He even forgot who he is. If he wanted to kill someone, everyone present would probably die. Shanks lost. He lost completely. He even forgot who he was. Who am I? Who am I? Shanks held his head, trying hard to remember who he really was, but after thinking about it, he couldn't remember at all. Like a baby just learning to walk. He couldn't remember at all where he was studying, in which era, or, he had never been in this world. Everything is blank. It's like a blank sheet of paper. The figure of Shanks also gradually dissipated. At the same time, the situation in the ring finally stopped, and Shanks completely disappeared from the ring. Lee Mew withdrew his fist. Is this your Conqueror's lingering? Shanks' figure had disappeared, but his voice clearly entered Lee Mew's ears. You are very strong, and I am convinced that I lost. Hearing Shanks' words, Lee Mew laughed. Don't be too happy. We will continue. I will fight until you admit defeat, will not stop. After Shanks finished speaking, his body disappeared from the ring. I am waiting for your challenge. Lee Mew smiled lightly. Then, he turned around and left the ring. As I said, you will lose. Our game is not over yet. After Lee Mew finished speaking, she didn't care about those people on the ring, and walked off the ring. Lee Mew's appearance also attracted everyone's attention, especially those female fans, who were extremely excited. And Shanks is nowhere to be found. They didn't go to Shanks, though, because this time Shanks' challenge failed. In the next period of time, Shanks will not have the opportunity to challenge Lee Mew again, and Lee Mew will naturally not waste time and stay in the ring. He also wanted to take advantage of this time to practice Asura Blood Demon art and complete the 5th level of Blood Prison. It takes a lot of time to cultivate the 5th stage. At this time, Lee K didn't want to delay his affairs. At the same time, Shanks off the ring. At this time, he has returned to the arena. His gaze scanned the surroundings coldly. Under the ring, 0, 0. The group of men who questioned Shanks' skills all shut up and bowed their heads. At this moment, they also knew that they had misunderstood Shanks just now. Because, even if it were them, they would definitely not be able to reach the level of Lee Mew. But Shanks did it, and did it so neatly. How can such a person use common sense to speculate? I don't know who I really am. 0, 0. Shanks said. But, I know, I have to find my identity. While speaking, Shanks slowly stretched out his right hand. On his right palm, a metal halo condensed. This scene also caused everyone to exclaim. Is this a legendary weapon? Oh my god, what the hell is this guy? Isn't he Shanks? Isn't he a normal human? How can he have such a powerful armament hockey? Who the hell is this guy? Why have I never met him? I don't know, he must have a great background, otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a tyrannical armament hockey. So what is he going to do now? Could it be that he wants to win the Ring Master? 389 I will also provide you with the best teaching materials. 389 I will also provide you with the best teaching materials. Capture the ringleader. Hearing the discussions around him, Shanks snorted coldly. If you think you can get the first place, then just try it. But if you dare not, then obediently get out, don't stay here to embarrass yourself. Hearing these words, those people couldn't help but fell silent. Shanks, it can be said that in the Huxia martial arts world, he is a very powerful figure of 630. Not only his force value is amazing, but also his identity makes everyone fearful. Therefore, even those in the martial arts do not dare to provoke Shanks. You bunch of rubbish. Seeing that those people didn't speak, Shanks became even more arrogant. If you don't accept it, I can ask you to discuss it at any time. Compete. Hearing Shanks' words, the faces of the people around the ring became weird. None of them wanted to compete with this kind of person, and Shanks is a powerful guy, who can guarantee that he will not be killed in seconds. At this time, everyone in the arena was silent. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, you don't have to worry, you can all participate in this year's Freshman League competition. I will arrange a position for you, and I won't let you get rewards for nothing, and I will also provide you with the best teaching materials to teach you how to improve strength, how to break through the realm. These words made the surrounding area of the originally silent ring liven up again. Really, are you really willing to participate in the Freshman League, and also provide us with the best teaching materials and training methods? Certainly. After Shanks finished speaking, he turned around and walked off the ring. His departure naturally caused a commotion. After all, Shanks held too high a position in the hearts of these people, and they didn't trust Shanks, nor did they trust Li Mu. Therefore, they all hoped to defeat Li Mu in the freshman league, let him lose face, and let Li Mu know that Shanks is the best. Not only that, Shanks will also provide them with various training resources, allowing them to quickly improve their strength. No one can resist such a temptation. Meanwhile, at the door of Li Mu's room. Master, are you back? Well, I'm going back first, you go to work. After Li Mu finished speaking, she pushed open the door of her room, then went straight back into the room, sat by the bed, and began to study the third layer of Blood Hell exercises. The second level of skills in Blood Prison is about to reach its limit, and the third level is also what Li Mu has been looking forward to for a long time. Therefore, Li Mu can't wait to cultivate successfully. And Li Mu also believes that as long as he can successfully cultivate the third level, he can truly reach the peak of a warrior, and he may even reach the level of a SS level warrior, and may even reach the level of an SS level martial emperor. What an exciting thing that would be. Li Mu was full of anticipation. In another room, Su Xiaoyu, Chen Qian'er and Wang Sha were all in the room. And Li Mu was 4.8 people sitting by the window, looking out quietly. Young master, you performed really well today, Su Xiaoyu flattered and said. Look at those people below the ring, they are all shocked. Hee. Little girl film, did you just buy you off? Li Mu shook his head. Then he said, I just want to test my current strength, to what extent I have reached. Now it seems that my strength is enough to crush Shanks. 340, yes. I think I'm now. 340, yes. I think I am now. Really? Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened. That's right, I think now, I should almost be able to fight against ordinary SSS level warriors. Li Mu said, that's really great, Su Xiaoyu said excitedly. After hearing Li Mu's words, the other girls also showed joyful expressions. Although they also knew that Li Mu was very powerful, they were still shocked and delighted when they heard Li Mu say that his strength had reached the SSS level. After all, such a thing could never have been imagined by O1 before. Then, what should we do next? Su Xiaoyu asked. Hearing this, Li Mu said with a smile, since this Shanks dares to provoke me in public, then I will naturally make him pay the price. Master, you mean, you're going to have a fight with Shanks? Su Xiaoyu asked repeatedly. That's right. Since he dared to provoke me so openly, then I won't be relentless, so this battle is imperative for me. As he spoke, a gleam of coldness flashed on Li Mu's face. Seeing the cold light flashing in Li Mu's eyes, Wang Sha and Chen Qian'er were startled, and their bodies trembled slightly. Master, young master, don't be impulsive. Chen Qian'er and Wang Sha immediately persuaded her. However, Li Mu said with a smile, it's all right, don't worry. Then I will go with you. It is good. Soon, Ji Kiki arrived at his residence. As soon as he returned to the room, he immediately lay down on his big bed. Laozi is so exhausted. Boss, that person is so strong, I can't beat him. If you can't beat it, you still have to fight. Meanwhile, somewhere in school, there are many girls wearing standard waiter clothes working here, they are sitting or standing, chatting, or working, and the whole school looks orderly. However, such a scene has attracted the attention of many male students. They speculated one after another, could it be that there is some beautiful woman hidden in this school? Otherwise, how could there be so many beautiful girls? Not only that, they even wondered, is this a club run by a wealthy family? Otherwise, why are there so many beauties gathered here? Forget it, leave him alone. We don't know each other either. Hearing these comments from 740, Li Mu couldn't help laughing bitterly. But at this moment, Shanks suddenly said, I heard that I had a match with my brother. Hearing the boy's words, several girls shook their heads one after another, but their eyes kept staring at each other, obviously paying attention. A boy pointed to an extremely beautiful girl and said, Li Mu, what about that person? Is he also a top student? And among the boys' discussions, Li Mu also heard it. Yes, Banhua, and she looks like a top student. Hearing Shanks shouting, Li Mu couldn't help but stop, turned his head to look, saw the other party, couldn't help but smiled and nodded. And just as he walked to the middle of the playground, Shanks stopped him. Hey, you see, that girl seems to belong to our class, and she is also a class flower. After a sleepless night, the next morning, Li Mu got up early and came to the playground, ready to have a match with Shanks. Don't know, the boy continued to ask. Thinking of this, Li Mu also ignored those people, but focused on practicing Hunyuan sword code. Since he came to the capital, he has been pursued by many people of the opposite S*X, but unfortunately, he doesn't like any of them. 341 repeated again. 341 repeated again. Yes, Li Mu nodded. Did you win? Shanks asked again. Hearing this, Li Mu laughed. He said, lost. What did you say? Shanks was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Li Mu in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. I lost. Li Mu repeated it again. No, it's impossible. Shanks shook his head with an expression of absolute disbelief. And Li Mu said, if I am not convinced, how can I agree to your challenge? Hearing Li Mu's words, Shanks couldn't help but fell silent. Yes, if you are not convinced, how can you agree to his challenge? However, he still didn't want to believe it. After all, he had been with Li Mu for a long time, and he knew very well what kind of character Li Mu was. He is a very proud man. Moreover, His character is also very arrogant. In his impression, it is absolutely impossible for Li Mu to admit that he lost to a freshman. However, the facts are right in front of us. He couldn't argue. What, do you think I'm lying to you? Li Mu asked with a smile. No, I believe in you, but I just don't want to believe it. This is my biggest failure. Shanks shook his head, then said, but, I am not reconciled, I still want to challenge you. After finishing speaking, Shanks immediately turned around and ran towards his car. He wanted to have another duel with Li Mu. Li Mu looked at the back of the other party leaving, but a sneer was drawn at the corner of his mouth. However, he didn't say anything, just waiting for the opponent's duel. At this time, Shanks on the other side has already started to gather people. Immediately investigate for me, what happened last night, and the name Li Mu, also need to be investigated, the more detailed the better. Soon, the news here was passed back to Shanks. Li Mu, hearing the name, Shanks couldn't help frowning. This kid is not easy. However, I will not admit defeat. Until today, I will let you fully understand that I am the real strong man. However, the most important thing now is to win back our bet this time. Only by winning back the money can I have a chance to take revenge. Shanks whispered. Opening square bracket. 010901301 number 174,303,091. However, he didn't want to make things big. Seeing the car, Li Mu couldn't help frowning. Li Mu asked with a smile. Hearing what Shanks said, Li Mu couldn't help but smiled wryly, and immediately said, Mr. Shanks, how about this? Let's change the game. I don't need you to give me 3 moves, I just need you to give me 5 moves, how about it? Shanks said with a smile. Who is the best in the competition? 5 strokes. However, before Li Mu made any response, Shanks had already led the group of men to him. Li Mu, we are going to compete. What to learn? Li Mu is not afraid of them. What, are you scared? Li Mu waited here for a while. Shanks frowned when he heard Li Mu's words. Shanks smiled and bowed. Li Mu looked at Shanks with a playful smile on his face. Therefore, I had no choice but to choose to endure. Soon, a car drove over. Because the driver of the car is Shanks, and beside him are a group of men in black suits. 342, Shanks looks serious. 342, Shanks looks serious. HMPH. Since this is the case, let's change the competition method, but I hope you can show a little sincerity, otherwise, you will lose miserably. Shanks looked at Li Mu seriously and said. Li Mu shrugged and said, it doesn't matter, I can guarantee that as long as you can win 5 tricks from me, you will win, and there are only 2 conditions for me. One is that your brother can't come to me again within this week trouble, the second is, you can no longer harass my girlfriend. Li Mu finished his condition in one breath. After hearing Li Mu's words, Shanks frowned slightly. This condition is too harsh. You know, although his younger brother is ineffective, his strength is still very good, and he will not give up any chance. Your condition is a little too much. Shanks said. I know. Li Mu smiled and nodded. Then you are still a man, to even agree to such a condition. Shanks said. Hearing Shanks' words, Li Mu couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. You are wrong, this condition is enough for me. Then, Li Mu said, in this case, let's start. After the words fell, Li Mu rushed directly to Shanks, and Shanks immediately went up to meet him. Boom. The two collided instantly. A powerful energy exploded out, and the surrounding students immediately avoided it far away, not daring to approach it. And at the moment when the two collided, the surrounding audience felt a burst of suffocation, and they all felt it was difficult to breathe. As expected of Li Mu, he was able to draw with Shanks. Is he really a freshman? I don't think so. His realm, I'm afraid he has reached the 8th rank of martial artist. I feel it too frightening. For a moment, everyone was discussing and looking at Li Mu with admiration and awe. Both Li Mu and Shanks are young people with super talents, so their strength is naturally extraordinary. This guy is really strong, it seems that this time I must go all out. That's right, this time, I can't lose. However, don't worry too much, if I lose, I won't renege on it, as long as you can help me win back my face, I will give you an extra 10 million every month as a reward, how about it? Hearing Shanks' conditions, Li Mu couldn't help laughing. The conditions are quite tempting, but you think beautifully. Not only do I want to win you, but you kill. If you want to kill me, you have to pay the price. Let's see who you want to send to. After the voice fell, Shanks took the lead in attacking, and his speed was so fast that he came in front of Li Mu almost in the blink of an eye, and punched Li Mu's head. Seeing this, Li Mu immediately raised her hand to resist. When fist and palm intersect, both of them felt each other's strength, and both were shocked back a few steps. This guy, his strength seems to have increased quite a lot. Li Mu thought to herself, and in his heart, a strong fighting spirit rose up. It seems that if you don't use all your skills, it will be impossible. Li Mu muttered to himself. Okay, let's move on. After Li Mu finished speaking, she rushed towards Shanks. Boom. Snapped. 343. The strength of the two is comparable. 343. The strength of the two is comparable. The speed of the two was very fast, and soon, the two confronted each other again. However, Shanks clearly had the upper hand, and he was able to consistently use his strengths on defense. Li Mu couldn't do anything to him for a while. Seeing this scene, the surrounding audience couldn't help being excited. They are both die-hard fans of Li Mu, and they are naturally very happy to see Li Mu and Shanks fighting each other. No, this kind of battle is really too boring. That's right, so boring. Li Mu and Shanks are on the same level in strength, and it is impossible to see their moves clearly. Li Mu, don't force me to use my real skills, otherwise your stomach will surely die here. Shanks shouted. Li Mu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, really? As he spoke, he directly stretched out his hands, the index fingers and thumbs of both hands, and ejected 2 stones at the same time. Whoosh, the stone flew out, and in the blink of an eye, it had already shot into Shanks' chest. Shanks' face couldn't help but change. He hurriedly worked hard, trying to stop the stone. However, the stone seemed to have eyes, and it kept shuttling through his body at an extremely fast speed, and soon pierced through Shanks' heart. Coo! Shanks spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body staggered a few steps, almost falling to the ground. How about it, Mr. Shanks, do you want to continue? Li Mu asked with a smile. When Shanks heard the words, he gritted his teeth and said, no, I won't play anymore. Li Mu, I admit now that your strength is indeed very powerful, but you are not my opponent yet, so I advise you to surrender voluntarily. After all, I don't want to hurt you. Hearing this, many students showed a look of sudden realization. Oh, it turns out that Mr. Shanks hasn't done his best yet. That's right, his slap just now was just to test Li Mu's reality. Li Mu won this game again. That's great. Hearing the discussions around him, Shanks couldn't help but smile wryly. He knew in his heart that this time, he lost to Li Mu. He lost, moreover, lost completely. And he is not reconciled, because his personality is similar to Li Mu's, and he has been a proud existence since childhood. Therefore, he will never admit this fact. 0. No, it's impossible. I'm the strongest of Wuwang Zhouzhong, how could I lose? Shanks kept comforting himself in his heart. He didn't want to believe the result. However, when he was deceiving himself, Li Mu suddenly sneered and said, Shanks, it seems that you are still not convinced, but if you lose, you lose. No matter how unwilling you are to admit it, the facts are already on your shoulders in front of my eyes. 0. If you lose, follow the rules. However, if I lose, I will follow what I said before and send you 10 million every month. Of course, the premise is that you can get out of here alive. Li Mu said. Shanks was furious. He didn't expect Li Mu to propose such a condition. However, after he thought about it, this seemed to be a solution. Good, I promise you, you can't lose. Shanks said. Hope so. Hearing this, Li Mu smiled slightly, but a strange look appeared on his face. Shanks didn't know that just now, a drop of blood essence had been injected into Li Mu's body. 344 Whitebeards blocking. The blood essence is integrated into the body to serve Li Mu, and once in danger, the blood essence will be released to protect Li Mu. And now, the blood essence was prepared for Li Mu. You are doomed, Li Mu said lightly, and after finishing speaking, he directly clenched his fist, and then slammed it hard on Shanks' forehead. Boom! A muffled sound came out, and Li Mu felt Shanks' body tremble in a 960 motion, and he was immediately sent flying. Boom! Bang bang! With 3 loud bangs in a row, Shanks broke several trees and finally fell on the ring. Wow, Li Mu is so strong, he beat Shanks in one move. It's so handsome. Shanks' strength is already very strong, but in front of Li Mu, he still has no power to fight back. Yeah, Shanks lost all face this time. Looking at Shanks lying on the ground, Li Mu walked up slowly. Shanks, you lost, kowtow to me and apologize now. Hearing this, Shanks was furious and said through gritted teeth, I will not apologize to you. That's okay, you just need to roll around in the ring a few times and let other students see your jokes. What, make me roll around? It's impossible, Shanks said. Li Mu curled her lips in disdain when she heard this, and then said with a smile, don't get lost. Then continue. As he spoke, he slammed his fist into Shanks' stomach. Boom! Shanks suddenly screamed, spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. I said, I will not apologize. Shanks said. Then go ahead. Li Mu snorted coldly, and after finishing speaking, he punched Shanks in the stomach again. Shanks spat out another mouthful of blood, and his face became more embarrassing. However, at this moment, he suddenly discovered that Li Mu actually stopped. At this moment, Shanks noticed out of the corner of his eye that the spectators around the ring were staring at him in astonishment. I rub it. He didn't attack me on purpose, did he? Shanks could not help but curse secretly. But what he didn't know was that the surroundings of the arena had already been surrounded by countless people. Damn, I'm not dazzled. Is it true that Li Mu is fighting Tex? Nima, am I not mistaken? Li Mu is really betting with Shanks. And, Li Mu actually won. This is the world crazy. Shanks, but a strong fighter of the ninefold martial king. Although Li Mu is very strong, how could he possibly defeat the strong man of Wuwang Zhouzhong? This is simply a miracle. I think so too, but Li Mu's performance is really too strong. That's right, Shanks didn't have any ability to resist at all in front of him, he could only be beaten continuously, but he always had the upper hand. The audience around were talking, and their eyes 5.2 fell on Li Mu. At this moment, their eyes were completely attracted by Li Mu. It is indeed very rare for Li Mu to be able to do this at such a young age. But in the ring, Shanks was completely beaten at this time. He was used to being domineering and domineering before, but now seeing countless audiences gathered around the ring, Shanks suddenly felt deeply terrified. 345 guy is back. He knew very well that if this matter got out, his fame would be ruined. At that time, even if he is the strongest of Wuwang Zhejiang, he will not dare to do anything. After all, his cultivation is still too low. This point, he is very clear. I don't accept it, I still want to fight. Shanks roared, his eyes filled with intense anger. Hearing this, Li Mu couldn't help grinning and said, since you want to die, I'll help you. After Li Mu finished speaking, he rushed directly towards Shanks, waving his fist and hitting 01. Boom, boom. With a punch, Shanks only felt severe pain all over his body, as if he had been hit by a hammer. The next moment, he passed out directly. Seeing this scene, Li Mu sneered suddenly. Hee, Shanks, did you pass out so quickly? I'm really looking forward to the moment you wake up. As he spoke, he kicked Shanks into the air and kicked him off the ring. Wow, after Shanks landed, the surrounding audience was boiling, and for a while, there were endless cheers. Li Mu is amazing. We will always remember him. Li Mu, I love you. Hearing the shouts all around, Li Mu couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that his popularity was bound to explode. Next, it's my turn. After speaking, Li Mu walked towards the teacher slowly. You want to challenge me? The teacher asked. That's right, Li Mu said. Haha, I already knew you would choose me, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time, come on. Said the teacher. Then asked the teacher for advice. Li Mu said. After speaking, the two walked into the ring together. Boom. The teacher raised his leg directly and kicked Shanks out. But Li Mu stood where he was, without moving a muscle. At this time, the teacher was also dumbfounded. He thought he could win easily, but he didn't expect Li Mu to be much stronger than he imagined. His strength is about the same as that of Shanks. Moreover, Shanks is the strongest of the 9th level of martial arts king, and Li Mu is only the 2nd level of martial artist, but he can't even block Li Mu's move, which is a bit exaggerated. However, this kind of thing can't be blamed on other people. Who made Shanks be careless and wanted to fight with Li Mu? In this case, the teacher will naturally not give up this opportunity. Li Mu, come on, let me experience your brilliant tricks. After finishing speaking, the teacher rushed up directly. Li Mu smiled slightly, bent his legs, kicked the ground suddenly, and shot straight up. He jumped up and went directly to the teacher. Seeing Li Mu pounced on him, the teacher didn't dare to hesitate, and hurriedly dodged away. However, no matter how fast he was, it couldn't be faster than Li Mu's footsteps. Boom. In the next second, Li Mu struck out with a palm, directly knocking the teacher into the air. Cough cough cough. After landing, Tu immediately coughed. His face turned red, it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Aren't you going to challenge me? Li Mu said. Li Mu, you win, I surrender. Said the teacher. I don't have a B yet. After speaking, Li Mu punched the teacher on the shoulder. Pooh. Immediately, blood spurted wildly. Li Mu used 7 or 8% of his strength for this punch, which is enough to shatter a person's bones. And teachers are no exception. At this moment, Li Mu's complexion became extremely gloomy, and killing intent surged in his eyes. Well, you're a tough guy, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about the humiliation I've suffered today. After finishing speaking, he left directly. 346A look of despair. 346A look of despair. The teacher sat paralyzed on the ring, looking devastated. He knew that from now on, his cultivation would be abolished. Moreover, there will be many people who will ridicule him, making him unable to stand up forever. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling a burst of anger and humiliation. However, these are not important, the most important thing is that his father will be implicated. And all of this is thanks to Li Mu. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** The teacher gritted his teeth, and a strong hatred burst out of his eyes. At the same time, the hatred for Li Mu in his heart became even stronger. WWW. After Li Mu returned to the dormitory, she immediately closed the door. And his mobile phone was turned off directly, because he was afraid that Shanks would send someone to harass him again. And Li Mu sat down cross-legged in the room, running the Tianmo gong, and adjusting his breath. His injury has not yet healed, so he must seize every minute and every second to improve his cultivation. With the passage of time, in the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. During this time, the students in the academy were all talking about Li Mu. Especially the freshman they called Li Mu became a hot topic. Have you heard? When Li Mu first entered school, he defeated a martial artist at the 5th level of the Martial King, and that martial artist at the 5th level of the Martial King was not his opponent, and he couldn't even stop him with a single move. What? King Wuzhong, in his hands, can't hold on to even one move. Yeah, this is too scary. I also feel the same way. It's only been a few days since I entered school, and it's actually so good. If it takes a few more days, won't he? For a moment, Li Mu's name was widely heard in the school. This Li Mu is too evil, to be so powerful. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shook her head and cursed secretly. The tutor in our academy, but I have never seen this person before. Where did he come from? Horror, horror. So what? There is a saying in Daxia that dragons have reverse scales, and they die when touched. I am looking forward to it. What kind of lion majesty he is. Could it be that Li Mu's strength has reached the level of a martial emperor? Eat. Correct. This made her feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Yufei's face was full of doubts. Hearing the group of people's discussion, Lin Yufei also frowned. However, in addition to his name, Li Mu also has another more resounding title, called Evildoer. Who the hell is he? I've never heard of such a character in the academy. These are not important. The important thing is that this person will definitely be a man of influence in our academy in the future, and it will not be easy for us to inquire about him. Although she didn't know Li Mu's background, but from the conversation of that group of people, she could tell that Li Mu's background was extraordinary. Because, she hoped that Li Mu's background would be more ordinary. At the beginning, Lin Yufei had made an agreement with Li Mu for 3 chapters. Good money is good. If she knew Li Mu's true strength, she would definitely expel Li Mu from the academy, and she would never allow Li Mu to mess around with men and women in the academy. Yes, I have heard of this Li Mu too. I heard that this kid's background is terrifying. Looking at it now, Li Mu is really not simple. Even a strong man in the realm of Wuwang was defeated by him with one move, which is simply unimaginable. 347 go straight to Shanks. 347 go straight to Shanks. With a roar, the blue dragon grabbed out its claws and went straight to Shanks. The power of Kandlong has completely surpassed Li Mu himself. It can be said that he is now infinitely close to the existence of God. Even in the sea, he can overwhelm the river. But even so, it is not enough to be compared with Kandlong. A claw of the blue dragon landed on Shanks' body, enveloping him completely. With one kick, Li Mu kicked Shanks flying, spraying out a mouthful of blood. He didn't catch up, because at this moment, many small cracks appeared on his body, as if it would break at any moment. Kandlong's attack power is not only powerful but also fierce. 300 makes it impossible to defend against. Li Mu never thought that the opponent would hide this kind of method in front of him. Li Mu, I admit that you are very strong, but you are not my opponent at all. Shanks stood up, his face pale. The injuries on his body were horrific, but they were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His resilience is really amazing. This degree of injury is nothing at all. I know, but I don't regret it. Li Mu looked into the distance with firm and decisive eyes. Humph, that's really stupid. Since that's the case, let you know one thing. There was a stern look on Shanks' face. Your woman is now being imprisoned by me. You dare. Li Mu roared angrily. His figure disappeared in place, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Shanks, sighed and slapped him. HMPH, small tricks. Shanks greeted him with a fist, and the fist was covered with a terrifying black mist, like ink, thick and disgusting. Shanks is not an ordinary person either. He practiced extremely strange skills. He was able to integrate the martial arts he had learned into offense, and he was even able to transform himself through his actual situation to make himself stronger. The two fists collided together, and a deafening roar erupted, and a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out, shaking the surrounding trees and stones into powder. However, the two tried their best to try all kinds of martial arts learned by the other side, trying to find out the other side's weaknesses, so as to attack and defeat each other. No, Shanks, don't be impulsive. I promised you, I will let you go back to Daxia, and I will definitely do it. Shanks laughed wildly. Haha, Li Mu, after all, you are still too young. However, in this fight, no one took advantage. But he can't stop the opponent at all, his strength is too poor. Shanks flicked his sleeves, sneered, and his body disappeared abruptly. A cruel smile formed at the corner of his mouth. Now, it's time for you to experience the latest poison I developed. Instead, Shanks, in his constant entanglement, found a trace of the way of a warrior. Boom. Li Mu was anxious in his heart. He knew very well that if he let the other party continue to develop the poison, then he would be in pain forever and be poisoned to death. This confrontation seems normal. Every move and every style of the two people's confrontation implied murderous intentions. Both sides were stunned by the other's attack. Li Mu is worthy of being a former martial artist. The martial arts he displays are all created by him, which can be said to be seamless. Li Mu has been trying to find the other party's weakness, but there is nothing to gain. 348 penetrated into the skin. 348 penetrated into the skin. Li Mu suddenly looked back. All he saw was Shanks appearing behind him, with claws in his hands, grabbing his head. Li Mu's face changed drastically, and he had to dodge the opponent's attack. Boom. A strong wind blew, and 5 bloody nail marks appeared on Li Mu's shoulders. These nail marks, as if they had grown on them, penetrated into the skin. No, how is it possible? Li Mu's face was full of shock. He never expected that the opponent could rely on his own ability to teleport to his back in an instant, and even cause fatal damage. Haha, Li Mu, do you think you can compete with me as your strength increases? You are wrong, you are not worthy at all. Shanks yelled wildly. In the past few days, he has been developing poison and has succeeded. He is confident that he can kill Li Mu here. Li Mu, you are dead. There was a bloodthirsty smile on Shanks' face, his hands turned into sharp knives, and he slammed down Li Mu's throat with an unbelievably fast speed, almost reaching Li Mu in the blink of an eye. His eyes were cold, piercing Li Mu's Adam's apple mercilessly. Li Mu's Adam's apple is very thin but hard, and his body is very flexible, so he easily dodged Shanks' attack, but his neck was scratched, 10 streams of blood flowed down the wound. HMPH, your strength is not bad, but you are still too young after all. Shanks laughed, triumphantly, but the next moment, his expression froze on his face. A sharp pain swept through his body. Shanks widened his eyes, and looked at Li Mu in disbelief. A blood hole suddenly appeared on his right wrist, and the blood continued to flow out. Li Mu slapped Shanks on the chest. Pooh! Shanks' chest exploded and his heart was crushed. Shanks' face was full of disbelief, his mouth was slightly open, and he seemed to be asking, "Who the hell are you?" "Hee hee, what do you think?" Li Mu sneered, and rushed out like a cheetah. He grabbed Shanks by the neck and lifted him up. He put his fingers on the tip of Shanks' nose, felt his breathing and pulse, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party is not dead, Li Mu muttered to himself. But soon, his face changed. He felt a huge force pouring out of Shanks' body, spreading towards his fingers frantically. Zero. Li Mu's face was ugly. Although Shanks was seriously injured, he couldn't let Li Mu kill him. Shanks staggered and backed away. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, he looked at the surrounding environment, and found that this forest was actually a labyrinth. Shanks shouted arrogantly, his eyes filled with resentment. Whoosh! Li Mu hastily pulled her hands away. Li Mu's speed was extremely fast, shuttling through the forest. Shanks' face was extremely ugly, his body turned into black smoke, and he followed closely. Suddenly, a piercing sound sounded. Blood spattered, and a dagger was ruthlessly inserted into a big tree behind him, and the blade stabbed deeply into it. Shanks gave a sinister laugh. Damn, haha, what's the matter? Are you scared? Just now, you thought you ran away, but unfortunately, no matter how fast you move, what's the use, you can't escape my pursuit. Li Mu cursed angrily, and fled away in a hurry. Li Mu's pupils shrank and even dodged. Puff, damn it, I'll see where you can go. Li Mu cursed angrily, and dodged again, his face gloomy like water. 349 will soon be trapped here. 349 will soon be trapped here. He has entered the maze now, if he doesn't find a way to escape as soon as possible, he will be trapped here soon. Shanks, we have no grievances, why do you want to kill me? Li Mu asked in a deep voice. Haha, why did I harm you? You know in your heart, how many people have you harmed? Shanks' face was livid, and his eyes were full of anger and hatred. 653, Li Mu was taken aback when she heard the words. I don't understand what you said, I only know that when you dealt with my parents, you also thought about killing me. Haha, do you understand what I said? Shanks laughed. Li Mu frowned, but did not speak again. He was observing the surrounding terrain, looking for a way to break the formation. But soon he discovered that the terrain around here was very complicated, obviously it couldn't be seen through overnight, even if he saw it, he couldn't decipher it at all. Li Mu, don't struggle, my toxin has already eroded your whole body, you just wait to die. Shanks smiled sinisterly. Shanks, your strength is indeed tyrannical, but do you think I am really unprepared? Let me tell you, you will definitely die today. A cold light flashed in Li Mu's eyes, showing murderous intent. Oh, really? Then I'd like to see what you can do. Shanks snorted coldly, a wisp of black mist suddenly emerged from his body, and the black mist rolled like a poisonous dragon, covering the whole world. Shanks' eyes were red, filled with ferocity and resentment. Don't you want to save that girl? Well, I'll give you this chance. What do you want to do? Li Mu's complexion suddenly changed. His feet slammed on the ground and rushed towards the distance. I want to kill you. I want to kill you with my own hands, to avenge my family. Shanks growled, his eyes filled with malice. Don't even think about it, don't even think about hurting her. Li Mu yelled. Shanks grinned, and with a wave of his palm, a sharp long sword appeared in his hand. Die, he shouted violently, and chopped out the long sword in his hand. Scoff, a huge sword light tore through the void, and slashed towards Li Mu. Not good. Li Mu's complexion changed. The terrifying coercion carried by the long sword made Li Mu tremble all over. He tried his best to display all his strength, but he was still immobilized by this coercion. Ha ha, my strength has already reached the second peak of the Holy Realm, no matter how much you struggle, it will be of no avail. Shanks' face was ferocious, and his eyes were full of resentment. Li Mu's eyes were also full of anger, he was not convinced, he wanted to resist. But he had no choice but to watch himself being killed. Looking at all this, he couldn't change anything. You can't kill me, Li Mu roared, he is not reconciled. If I can't kill you, then go die. The killing intent in Shanks' eyes was even worse, his 3.5 figure quickly approached, and he slashed past with a sword in his hand. Puff, the long sword sliced across Li Mu's neck, and blood spattered. Li Mu's head flew up, but his eyes were still staring at the distance, refusing to close. Ha ha, Shanks raised his head and laughed, his eyes were full of joy, like a victor looking at a dying beast, that feeling made him extremely excited. 350 Shanks shock. 350 Shanks shock. Die, you go die. Shanks' eyes were red, he threw away the long sword in his hand, turned around and fled towards the distance. What he hopes most now is to leave this valley, because only by leaving this valley can he refine Li Mu become a puppet, and then throw Li Mu into the sea to feed the fish. In this way, there will be no future troubles. But at this moment, a huge dangerous atmosphere filled the air. What happened? Shanks turned his head in horror, he saw that Li Mu broke free from his control at this moment, and then rushed towards him. Li Mu's eyes were full of resentment and anger, he held the green lotus in his hand, and stabbed towards Shanks at an incredible speed. How can that be? Shanks' eyes widened in surprise, he had no idea that Li Mu's body could recover and become even stronger. But his strength has been sealed, and he can't resist Lee Mu's attack anyway. Koo. Shanks was stabbed in the chest, blood sprayed out, his face was pale, his body staggered and fell back a few steps. You were able to recover. HMPH, if you think that my strength has been lost and you can easily kill me, then you really underestimate me, Lee Mu. Lee Mu's eyes were cold, he didn't stop at all, and continued to rush towards Shanks, wanting to kill him with one blow. Damn, why is this guy's physique so strong? My poison has no effect on him at all, but instead makes him fight harder and harder. How is this possible? Shanks was shocked, but there was no time to think about it, he had to leave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shanks flashed continuously and moved constantly, avoiding Lee Mu's attack. You can't run away, Lee Mu, since you are not benevolent, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Lee Mu gritted her teeth and shot murderous intent in her eyes. I will make you pay for everything you have done, and make your life worse than death. Lee Mu roared and went even faster. Shanks' face changed drastically, and he quickly dodged Lee Mu's attack. Boom. Lee Mu punched Shanks in the back and sent Shanks flying. Koo. Shanks vomited blood and his face became extremely ugly. Damn, your strength has recovered. Shanks couldn't believe it, he couldn't figure out how an ordinary mortal escaped from his grasp. He doesn't believe it, absolutely doesn't believe it. I've said it before, you can't escape, today, you will definitely die. Lee Mu's eyes were full of madness. Haha, so what if you recover? Just relying on you, you want to stop me. I'm thinking crazy, I will kill you today, and then cut off your meat piece by piece, and put them into the sea to feed the fish 840. Shanks yelled ferociously. With a sway, he turned into a cloud of black mist and swept towards Lee Mu. The eerie black mist immediately enveloped Lee Mu. HMPH, it's just a poison. Lee Mu sneered, a golden halo appeared on the surface of his body, and his skin became extremely hard, blocking the black mist. What? Shanks' pupils shrunk, and he felt that the toxin he released couldn't do anything to Lee Mu at all. But the halo on Lee Mu's body became increasingly dimmer and seemed to dissipate at any moment, which made his complexion very ugly. How did this kid become so strong? 351, no more delay. 351, no more delay. No more delay. A layer of cold sweat formed on Shanks' forehead. Your soul is very pure, you should be able to sacrifice it to me, and I will help you recover your strength, and even let you break through the shackles. Your talent is very good, I want to absorb you and improve your talent. At that time, you can meet your companions, kill them all, and avenge your parents. Haha. What a wonderful thing. Shanks looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, his face extremely ferocious. You think so simply, you alone want to devour other people's souls. Are you worthy? A calm voice sounded. Shanks' body stiffened suddenly. Lee Mu's figure flickered and came to Shanks. How can you be okay? Shanks' face was terrified. He had felt that there was toxin in Lee Mu's body before, but he didn't completely remove it. But now it seems that this toxin does not exist at all, and his injury has healed. Your poison has no use for me, it only makes me stronger. Lee Mu shook his head, staring at Shanks with icy eyes. This is impossible, Shanks growled, he just didn't want to accept the fact. Oh, there is nothing impossible in this world. You want to devour me. Unfortunately, you are still far from it. There was a sneer on Lee Mu's face, his palm stuck out, his 5 fingers were like knives, and he slammed down on Shanks' head. This time, he used all his strength, and Shanks had no ability to resist. Pat, a head fell, blood flowed, and Shanks' body fell. Lee Mu withdrew her palm and grabbed Shanks' body in her hand. In his hand, there is a round and clear head, which is Shanks' head, stained with Shanks' blood, which looks extremely disgusting. You are mine, no one can take it away. Lee Mu licked his lips with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Shanks' head, to him, is the most delicious food. You can't eat it. Lee Mu's eyes were cold, her figure flickered, and she appeared above the void in an instant, waving her palms, and slashed down towards the nearby forest. A sharp voice came from Lee Mu's mind. His face darkened, the killing intent on his body became stronger, his eyes were sharp, and the killing intent was awe-inspiring. Father, a thick towering ancient tree was directly cut off by Lee Mu, his figure flashed, and he came to another ancient tree in an instant, and swept across with his sword. This, the king's ancient tree was also cut off. Cut off together. The voice suddenly fell silent. You wanna die? Lee Mu spoke indifferently. What? If you don't eat it, you will be torn apart. A playful voice came, and a thick layer of hostility emerged from Lee Mu's body. A miserable howl sounded, and a man in a green robe was stabbed in half by a sword, fell to the ground bloody and twitched, and couldn't die anymore. Shanks yelled, Lee Mu, you dare to attack me, aren't you afraid of my father's revenge? Lee Mu frowned, and he found that there was a voice in his mind retorting. Lee Mu sneered, and he said coldly, your father is just an ant in my hands, even if my father came here in person, he can't be recognized by my opponent. Click, hee, my good brother, you are like a mad dog now. 352, I'll let you regain your strength. 352, I'll let you regain your strength. I mean what I say, I will let you regain your strength and become a strong man, and you will always remember that my words, Lee Mu, are like imperial edicts. If you don't obey my orders, I will make you die a very painful death. Lee Mu's gaze was as cold as ice, and his figure flickered, and he came to Shanks. What do you want to do? Shanks paled and asked tremblingly. Your body, to me, is a tonic. I want to absorb you, so that my cultivation can be improved. And you can also return to the top. When the time comes, you can take your clan to revenge. My brothers and sisters were all killed by you, and now I am the only one left. I want you to pay back their lives. 843, get out of here. Li Mu took a step forward and punched Shank's heart. A heart flew out of Shank's heart and was held in Li Mu's hand. This is the soul of Shanks, and there is endless resentment in his soul, all because of Li Mu. You can't do this, I'm my father's son, you can't kill me. Shanks growled, his face pale, and he felt like he was going to die. Li Mu's face was full of mocking sneers. Are you the father's son? Hee, I think you are a beast. Father's debt is repaid by the son, and what you owe me must be repaid with blood above. I will let you try it, life is like death. Li Mu stepped on Shank's chest with a slight force on his palm, and with a soft sound, Shank's chest collapsed, and a stream of blood spurted out. You were looking for your own death. Shanks's face was full of madness, he said through gritted teeth. He was already terrified by Li Mu's methods. At this moment, he did not have the previous arrogance and domineering, on the contrary, he had a deep sense of fear. Yes, Li Mu grinned, his face full of indifference. If so, I will fulfill you. As soon as Li Mu raised his hand, he threw the Shanks in his hand into the Dandian inside the Dandian. A huge burst of mental power burst out, binding and locking the primordial spirit in the Dandian. In the Dandian, Shanks was trapped, with a hideous expression on his face. I will let you live and die, and I will let you understand the consequences of angering me. The corners of Li Mu's mouth raised, revealing a strange smile. In the next second, a dazzling golden glow suddenly shot out from Li Mu's body. Die badly, ha 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 ha, this is your punishment for me. However, his body couldn't move. You bloody pariah. Just as Li Mu's voice disappeared, an unspeakable pain spread from all over Shank's body. Shanks roared wildly, his body twisted and wailed in pain. Do not. Shanks's eye sockets were flushed, and his eyes turned blood-colored. The golden light is bright, illuminating the night and the whole world. Li Mu let out a long laugh, the laughter was deafening, full of boundless mockery and irony. What? You will pay the price, you be asterisk 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 d, you will die. This kind of pain was like a boundless tide sweeping his whole body, he was almost out of breath, and his body trembled involuntarily. I curse you to die. Shanks roared and growled with anger in his eyes. What? There was an incomparably shrill scream, and Shank's body twisted and struggled violently above the void, his whole body was emitting green smoke. You be asterisk 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 d. However, no matter how Shanks yelled, he could only bear the pain. 353 I will never let you go. 353 I will never let you go. Kr. Just as Shanks uttered a word, another incomparable pain spread. His body twitched violently, and he kept screaming, his voice hoarse. Li Mu ignored Shanks, but turned and left. You wait for me, I will never let you go. Li Mu's back gradually drifted away. Shanks looked at Li Mu's receding back, his eyes were ferocious, his eyes were red and bloodshot. Li Mu's voice echoed clearly in his ears, making him shiver uncontrollably. He knew that this person would never let him go. Li Mu didn't pay attention to the things behind him, but walked straight towards the cave. He needs an elixir to consolidate his realm, and then find a better hunting ground and enter Shenwu Academy. Once he became a disciple of Shenwu Academy, he really got rid of Shank's control completely. A miserable roar came from the cave. After Li Mu left, Shanks began to give up on himself, constantly releasing pure power, trying to break through the bondage, but the end was doomed to failure. I absolutely cannot let you escape. No matter where you go, I will follow you to the end. Shank's gaze was vicious, and his eyes became scarlet, full of madness. You be asterisk 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 d. I cannot be reconciled. DBG. My strength is still a little bit short, I can't break through to the realm of purgatory, I am not reconciled. Shanks roared to the sky, his eyes were as red as blood, like a beast. He already felt that the injury in his body was getting more and more serious. At this time, he remembered the cheat book he got from Dan Yunzong, which seemed to contain some special exercises that could raise his cultivation to a small level in a short period of time. But that exercise is not perfect, it needs one thing, and he doesn't dare to use it rashly, otherwise, he is very likely to be discovered by the elders of Dan Yunzong, and he will be caught. The end will be even more miserable. Although this, Prime Ancient Demon Sutra, is good, he is still reluctant to use it, after all it is one of his most precious treasures. Prime Ancient Magic Sutra. Immediately, he took out a jade slip and read it carefully. After a while, he opened his eyes. It seems that it is necessary to improve the cultivation level as soon as possible. However, it is enough to help me break through a small realm. I must get this magic skill, I must. Although this magic book is incomplete, it can barely get started. Li Mu shook his head and put the jade slip away. However, due to the limitation of the realm, his cultivation is only in the early stage of the condensing core realm. Li Mu muttered to himself, he knew that if he wanted to become stronger, he still needed to work hard. J. His consciousness was immersed in this jade slip. 3 characters appeared in Shank's heart, he knew that only with this magic skill could he recover his strength. Primordial Demon Art, this is the secret book of the Primordial Demon Sect, and it doesn't look very good. Shanks cried out in his heart. Li Mu returned to his residence. He sat on the bed, put the jade slip in his palm, and quietly comprehended the profound meaning in it. 0. This made Li Mu feel a little helpless. Li Mu stood up, stretched his body, and felt that his physical strength had become much stronger. 354. He slowly closed his eyes. 354. He slowly closed his eyes. In the dead of night, it was pitch black. Li Mu was lying on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. He felt a mess in his body, and a lot of power poured into his veins. These forces, like wild tigers, kept tearing at his body. It's so uncomfortable, these forces are too fierce, I can't suppress them at all. If this continues, my body will definitely explode. Damn it, damn 503, I won't let them get away with it. I can't let it go, otherwise, I will be in danger. Li Mu's eyes were wide open, he felt his whole body go limp, his mind went blank, as if a fierce beast was devouring him, constantly eating away at his soul. There was a thin layer of sweat on Li Mu's forehead, and his face was flushed red. No, I must break through to the late stage of the condensation core realm as soon as possible. Once my strength reaches the late stage of core condensation realm, I will be sure to subdue these forces. Can't keep dragging on like this. Li Mu gritted his teeth and made a decision. No matter what, he is still a body trainer, and his physical fitness is relatively weak, so he can't bear the erosion of these forces at all. Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief, and he slowly closed his eyes. Li Mu slowly closed his eyes. Call. White mist emitted from Li Mu's body, surrounding him, forming a hazy mist covering Li Mu, making him look like a mist ball. Very strange. Strange. What the hell is this guy doing? He won't be burned, will he? I think 89 is close to 10. Beside Li Mu, several girls gathered together and discussed in low voices. At this time, their faces were also very ugly, but they were not worried. After all, Li Mu was their companion, and they believed that nothing would happen to Li Mu. Moreover, Li Mu's strength is so strong, he will definitely turn danger into good fortune, which is well known. Call. What is this? Suddenly, a faint cyan flame burst out from Li Mu's body, and there were cracks on the surface of his skin. What the hell is this? What's wrong with me? Li Mu frowned. He obviously sensed that his body was burning, but he didn't know the reason or what was going on. How to do? My body is so hot. Li Mu was very anxious, he didn't know what to do. In his heart, he vaguely felt that he was about to die, but he was unwilling to die, because he wanted to see his master and father, and his grandparents wanted to see those friends who had supported him. He knows that these are the concerns in his life. Therefore, he would rather die than die easily. Li Mu sat cross-legged in the room. With his hands placed in front of his chest, strands of aura surged out of his body, swimming in his limbs, constantly nourishing his bones, muscles, and blood. His whole body fell into a mysterious state. His spiritual power is divided into two parts, one part stays in the dantian, and the other part expands toward the whole body 2.0. Various images kept appearing in Li Mu's mind, and these images were his memories of cultivation, including the exercises he practiced. Why is this kid's cultivation speed so slow? His cultivation is only at the 5th level of body training. This is unscientific, isn't his cultivation speed too slow? An old voice came into Li Mu's ears. Startled, Li Mu opened his eyes. He didn't expect that someone was watching him. 355 cultivation is already very heaven-defying. 355 cultivation is already very heaven-defying. No need to think about it. Li Mu also knew that the other party should be a human in this world. People in this world have different cultivation levels. Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Transformation God, True Monarch, and Peak Transformation God Realm. Every promotion level is very difficult. Just like when Li Mu first entered the 7th level of body training, his cultivation was already very heaven-defying. He could sweep away ordinary mid-stage body training monks, and he could even fight a real king. However, now his cultivation base is only the 5th level of body training, and he is still 2 small realms behind the real king. Could it be that my cultivation is stuck outside the 01 level of the 5th level of body training? I must work hard, at all costs, to advance to the 6th level of body training. Li Mu gritted her teeth, thinking secretly. In Li Mu's body, those berserk energies are still raging. I must convince them. Must. Li Mu gritted her teeth and spit out a sentence word by word. Suddenly, a dazzling light shone above Li Mu's head, like a scorching sun. This is. Li Mu looked up. I saw that there was a circle of light blue light rippling on the surface of his body. This light was very soft and gave people a peaceful feeling. This is spiritual power. My spiritual power has been promoted again. Li Mu was overjoyed. He felt that the spiritual power in his body had increased a bit, reaching the level of 6-star spiritual power, and there was only one step away from the 6th level of spiritual power. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Finally, my spiritual power has increased a little bit. Li Mu was filled with emotions. He looked at the void gratefully, and said, "Thank you, Senior, for giving this junior such great strength. This junior will definitely live up to your trust." As expected of the person I chose, he comprehended the origin of spiritual power so quickly. In the void, came an old voice. Li Mu was no stranger to this voice, it was the old man. However, he did not dare to confirm. "Senior, did you just say that this junior is your chosen one? Could it be that you guided this junior to this island? This junior is really grateful to you." Li Mu said respectfully. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of Li Mu's room, and then a man's voice came from outside the door. Li Mu, come out. I have something to talk to you about. Li Mu asked respectfully. See Mrs. Soon. They came to the palace hall. There was a hint of arrogance in the old man's tone, and he said, Humph, don't think I'll tell you what's going on. This is my secret, I won't tell you. Li Mu's heart was extremely shocked, because in the hall, besides Wang Hao, the housekeeper of the palace, there was also a middle-aged beautiful woman. She was very tall, she was wearing a goose-yellow dress, and her face was painted. The makeup gives people a mature and charming feeling, and her cultivation has already reached the level of the early stage of the nascent soul realm. It is good. The man snorted coldly, and said 070, my name is Wang Hao, and I am the housekeeper of the palace. Now, you follow me to see the master, and I have something to give to you. What are you doing, my son? Wang Hao nodded slightly, then walked forward. See master. That arrives so fast. Boom. Li Mu no longer asked those questions, but focused all her attention on her body, trying to suppress the power in her body. Yes, thank you senior. Wang Hao clasped his fists and saluted an old man in the hall with a humble tone. Startled, Li Mu stood up, quickly dressed, and opened the door. 356 she sighed secretly in her heart. 356 she sighed secretly in her heart. Li Mulian bowed to salute. That Black Maria nodded slightly and ignored him. Master, what order do you have, please tell me. Jack the Drow spoke. Li Mu, during this time, I heard that you have a marriage, is that right? Asked Black Maria. Hearing this, Li Mulian said, yes, my fiancée is named Runti. She is a girl I met in the mountains. She is a village girl. Her family is poor, but she is kind and sincere. She is a very nice girl. After speaking, he secretly glanced at Black Maria, feeling uneasy. He was worried that the other party was not satisfied with the girl he married. Oh, there was a gleam in Black Maria's eyes, and she sighed secretly in her heart. This Li Mu's aptitude is really good. He has such strength at a young age. If he is given enough resources, maybe his future achievements, stronger than that Wang Wenyuan, but unfortunately. She shook her head inwardly. I know, since she is the daughter-in-law chosen by our beast's pirates, then I have nothing to say. No matter what, you must marry Run as my granddaughter-in-law. Otherwise, you don't want to inherit this family business. After speaking, that Black Maria turned and left the hall. Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief. What, you want me to marry Jun to a piece of shit? That's right, although Li Mu has a bit of beauty, I bought it with money. Naturally, I won't give it to other people for nothing. If you want to marry that trash, you must marry Li Mu back and be my daughter-in-law. Otherwise, get out, I am your father. Li Mu trembled with anger when he heard what Kaido of the Beast said. Father, pooh, I don't have such a shameless father. Li Mu, listen clearly, I bought you with money, and I have to marry whoever I want you to marry, otherwise, you'll get out immediately. I'm not interested in raising you like this a waste. Kaido of the Beast sneered. He walked over quickly and asked with concern. Zhao Lihao Run looked at him, his eyes were red. Kaido of the Beast sneered, and immediately, there was a hint of sinisterness in his eyes, and he murmured, Li Mu, you wait for me, tomorrow, I will let you kneel on the ground, begging me to marry you T, ha 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 ha. Run T. Li Mu was very angry, he never thought that Kaido of the Beasts would bully his girlfriend. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Tell me, I'll teach him a lesson for you right away. After Li Mu came out of Kaido of the Beasts' room, he came to the backyard immediately, and then, he saw Runti sitting on a big tree with a lonely expression. Good, I promise you. Run hesitated to speak. After speaking, he turned and walked out the door. However, this matter still needs your help. If you refuse to help, then don't blame me for being rude. I can't afford to lose this person like a waste like you. Li Mu asked in confusion. Euro, thought the mind of Kaido of the Beasts. 010901301 Philu 17,432,338. Li Mu took a deep breath, held back her anger, and said, tomorrow, I will go to talk to Runjian about the business emperor. Run shook his head, then said, no one bullies me. Then why are you crying? HMPH, it's just a bereaved dog who dares to yell at me, Li Beast's Pirates, you are a little too tender. Seeing her appearance, Li Mu became even more curious about the words. 357 Runti's eyes lit up instantly. 357 Runti's eyes lit up instantly. Let's go inside and talk. After Runti finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the backyard, followed by Li Mu. After the two returned to the room, Runti sat down, tears still flowing. Li Mu frowned. Don't cry, what happened? Runti lowered her head, choked up and said, this morning, my mother and I were wandering on the street, and then met Kaido of the Beasts. He humiliated me and my mother on the spot, and even threatened me, saying that if I don't marry his words would have killed my parents. Woo woo. Don't worry, I will protect you, and I will make him pay the price. Li Mu said. Hearing Li Mu's words, Runti's eyes lit up instantly. Li Mu, is what you said true? When did I lie to you? 113. Li Mu asked with a smile. You are so nice. Runshi threw himself into Li Mu's arms and hugged Li Mu tightly. You are the man I like, she said softly. Hearing her words, Li Mu was very happy. He reached out and stroked her hair, and then kissed her forehead lightly. Runti, let's get married tomorrow. Li Mu said with a firm gaze. It is good. Run nodded shyly. Let me wash and dress up with you first. After finishing speaking, Li Mu took Runty's little hand and walked towards the inner courtyard. The next day, the sky was gray, and there was a drizzle on the horizon. Li Mu stood outside the door, looking up at the cloudy sky. Li Mu, where is Runty? Suddenly, the voice of Kaido of the beasts came. In the house, Li Mulian turned around, walked into the room, and said. He looked at Runty, who was sitting in front of the bronze mirror with a woman's hair bun, and a smile appeared on his face. This was the first time he saw Runty dressed up. In the past, he always saw her wearing men's clothes, but he never saw that women wearing women's clothes can be so beautiful and moving. He couldn't help staring blankly. Li Mu shook his head, then stepped forward and took Runty into his arms. Runty, today, you are my bride. Run was full of excitement, but on the surface he was still very calm. I see. Let's go. Okay. Run nodded, and then the two came to the gate. Boom. When the two collided together, there was an earth-shattering sound, the wind howled, and the airwaves rolled, smashing the surrounding trees into pieces. Boom. Another violent crash, and Shanks flew upside down again. Li Mu stepped forward and approached again. Shanks didn't dare to be careless. The griffin in his hand burst into light and turned into a huge shield, covering him in it, and then he slashed at Li Mu with a sword. Boom. This confrontation did not produce the expected results. The griffin in Shanks' hand was directly slapped by Li Mu and flew out. Li Mu's body shot out like a cannonball, one foot stepped on Shanks' chest, and the thunder flashed on one fist, bombarding Shanks' head. Puff! Shanks spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person was stunned. What the hell is going on here? Continued to attack, but every attack was caught lightly by Li Mu. He has no ability to resist at all. He knew very well in his heart that there was too much gap between himself and Li Mu. His combat experience cannot be compared with Li Mu at all. He can't even match a tenth of Li Mu's. In Li Mu's eyes, his strength and talent are just scum. 358 The eyes are full of hatred. 358 The eyes are full of hatred. Shanks is not reconciled. You are no match for me. Li Mu said coldly. Don't be so presumptuous. Shanks yelled. Really? Li Mu kicked it out. Shanks was blown away again. His body smashed through a big tree, and he stopped after approaching several trees. You, don't bully people too much. Shanks' eyes showed anger and unwillingness. His pride, self-esteem, and talent were all trampled to pieces in front of Li Mu. He felt like a clown, performing his own jokes in front of Li Mu, which made him unbearable. Bullying you, I still despise being dirty. Li Mu shook his head. I left room for this punch. If you are still not convinced, you can come to me again. I promise not to kill you. After finishing speaking, Li Mu turned and walked away. Shanks looked at Li Mu's faraway back. His eyes were full of hatred. One day, I want you to kneel at my feet and beg for mercy. Hee. It will only work after you survive. In the distance, a bone-chilling voice came. Li Mu paused, without looking back, and continued to walk forward. Shameless, I won't let you go, Shanks said through gritted teeth. It also depends on whether you have the ability. Li Mu smiled disdainfully. Humph. Shanks snorted coldly and stood up. That fist just now caused his body to be severely injured. He knows that the current him is not Li Mu's opponent at all. Li Mu's strength is too strong, so strong that it makes him desperate. But he will not give up. He will persevere until he puts Li Mu under his feet. When I finish training, I will come to you. But now, Shanks had a cruel smile on his face. He took out his phone and dialed out. Hello, there is a gloomy voice over the phone. Any instructions? Help me find a young expert named Li Mu. The sooner the better, the more detailed the better. Yes, sir. On the other end of the phone, he respectfully agreed. After hanging up the phone, the corners of Shanks' mouth lifted into a sneer. When my strength recovers, I want to see what capital you still have to be arrogant. Just wait for me. After going back, Li Mu retreated immediately. Now, his strength is strong enough. If he doesn't break through, there will be hidden dangers. 0. During the period of retreat, Li Mu put all his energy into his cultivation, concentrating all his attention and not daring to relax in the slightest. Call. He let out a long breath, and slowly opened his eyes, letting Japan have an unfinished expression. During this period of time, he has completely comprehended the law of thunder and lightning to a new level. 0. Thunderbolts can be transformed into various forms, but there is only one thing that must be observed, that is, they cannot actively attack the enemy. So, Li Mu has been trying to reinvent himself these days. In his opinion, as long as he makes himself stronger, even if he encounters danger in the future, he can guarantee his safety. However, although he succeeded, he failed. During this period of time, he has been transforming his physical body, but no matter how hard he tries, he still cannot change his physical body into any form. His skin, tendons, blood, and bones are all very strong. Moreover, he also tried some methods, but all ended in failure. He even tried to use soul attack, but it was still ineffective. This made him a little frustrated. 359 revolve around him. 359 revolve around him. But it was also for this reason that Li Mu thought of a way to cultivate. He is going to try to transform the soul, so that the soul and the body can be perfectly integrated, so as to make himself stronger. However, he didn't tell anyone about it. Even the father doesn't know. This matter is related to his life. If he really made a mistake, it would be too late for regrets, so he would never allow himself to make such low-level, 273, mistakes. Now, my soul realm has reached the peak of the Linghai period, and I am only short of breaking through. Li Mu muttered to himself, thinking about how to break through, or how to integrate and transform. My physical strength has reached the holy level, and I only need to fight a big battle, and I should be able to successfully advance to the divine level. Li Mu sat down cross-legged and began to run the Xuantian divine art. He began to practice Xuantian Ju. Buzz buzz. A series of runes emerged from his body, suspended around him, and revolved around him. In Li Mu's body, there was a crackling sound, like fried beans, very dense. The runes around him seemed like stars, revolving around Li Mu, constantly absorbing the aura of the surrounding heaven and earth. After a while, the aura of the surrounding world became thick like smog. And Li Mu's skin also had a faint luster, as if it had been coated with gold powder. His muscles and skin began to be upgraded. His skin began to swell and thicken. Click, click, a series of cracks extended from the surface of the skin, spreading little by little. Puff, Li Mu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a sign that his skin couldn't bear the terrifying pressure and started to break. His skin is broken. Gotcha. Li Mu's body also exploded. His primordial spirit broke away from his body and floated in midair. Li Mu's primordial spirit is small, but it contains endless majesty. Above Li Mu's primordial spirit, there is a mass of white light flickering, like a bright little sun, exuding hot temperature. Yuenshin, that is, Yuenshin, is like a piece of precious jade, crystal clear and dazzling. Li Mu's soul is undergoing tremendous changes. This change made him feel an invisible force. This feeling is very wonderful. Rumbling. Li Mu's primordial spirit is suspended in the void, exuding a dazzling light, shining around zero. Beside the primordial spirit, there is a pitch-black void where nothing can be seen. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a strange sound. The voice seemed to come from the depths of the distant abyss, with an ancient and boundless taste. Question mark. Li Mu frowned slightly and listened carefully. He could vaguely understand this weird sound, as if it was the sound of wind blowing leaves. What is this sound? Li Mu was a little puzzled. However, he quickly realized that he knew what the sound was. In his primordial spirit, there is a special air current surging. This air current is like the wind and sand brought up when the wind blows across the earth. This kind of airflow does not have the intention of 0.5 to hurt others, on the contrary, he will pull people to another world in a certain moment. Li Mu thought of a sci-fi movie he had seen, the name was Storm. Could this be a storm? Li Mu felt a little pleasantly surprised, this is a good opportunity. Storm. What is a storm? Li Mu was puzzled, and then worried. If it really looks like the one in a sci-fi movie, then wouldn't I be in danger? 360, that's it, let's start practicing. 360, that's it, let's start practicing. The power of the storm is very strong, I don't know if it can be resisted. Li Mu frowned, but since there was this opportunity, it would be a pity not to seize it. That being the case, then I'll give it a try. Li Mu secretly decided in her heart. That's it, let's start practicing. Thinking, his soul flew into the primordial spirit. Haha, in his mind, clusters of white air currents were flying around the primordial spirit. Oh 1. This group of air currents, like a small tornado, is spinning crazily. Li Mu's Yuenshin was wrapped by this small tornado, and the speed of rotation became faster and faster. Li Mu's face was flushed red, the veins on his forehead were bulging, and his face was full of pain. No way, it must be stopped. If I continue to practice, my primordial spirit will probably be strangled to death by this tornado. Li Mu said through gritted teeth. In Li Mu's consciousness, his primordial spirit was crushed by tornadoes, strands of blood splashed out and dripped on the ground, making a sizzling sound. Roar. Li Mu roared angrily, his body swelled suddenly, like a mountain, he rushed towards the white tornado. Boom. There was a violent explosion sound, and his body hit the tornado, and a series of explosion sounds immediately made, his whole body was torn into powder. His primordial spirit was flying in the void, struggling constantly in the tornado, as if he wanted to escape from this void, but it was of no avail at all, he could only struggle continuously, but he couldn't get rid of the shackles of the tornado at all. Click. Li Mu's primordial spirit was finally crushed. Boom. Yuenshin completely dissipated. Just as Li Mu's primordial spirit dissipated, a figure appeared in front of him. His primordial spirit has not yet completely died, floating in the void. Is this the end? Li Mu was a little confused. Call. Suddenly, the clothes on his body were broken, and his body was also exposed. His body is very tall, more than 3 meters high, his whole body is covered with black scales, and he has 6 arms behind his back. He looks extremely ferocious, like a ghost. On the top of his head, there is a pointed horn, which looks a little funny. I don't know what will happen to my primordial spirit. Li Mu's primordial spirit was floating in the air, and he looked at the primordial spirit clone below. His primordial spirit avatar has died, leaving only a body floating here. The body was covered with scars, and the whole body was scorched black, like a carbon ash. And Li Mu's primordial spirit clone sat cross-legged on top of the charred body, with his palms on his chest, eyes closed and meditating. In the body of the primordial spirit clone, there are 2 diametrically opposite forces, constantly colliding and scouring. They do not interfere with each other, but they are constantly fighting. His primordial spirit avatar is composed of countless kinds of laws. There are all kinds of laws, and there are even many laws that he doesn't know the names of. Why are my laws so weird? Li Mu was a little puzzled. His primordial avatar was actually fused with countless laws to form a brand new primordial spirit. Could it be that my primordial spirit will change into another form? Li Mu's face is full of shock. Li Mu's soul has always maintained the appearance of a human being. He never thought that his soul would change into another shape. No matter. Anyway, my Yuenshin is still alive now. How powerful is it? 361 Your ship is too slow. 361 Your ship is too slow. Hardy, your boat is too slow, let's go first. After finishing speaking, Li Mu stepped on the pirate ship hard, and his figure turned into a shooting star, flying towards the front. It is good. Hardy laughed loudly, pointed the sail on his toes, and rowed forward suddenly. While rowing, he said loudly, let's go together, win or lose, we are all friends. It is good. Hearing Hardy's words, Li Mu said with a smile, his speed became faster, and he quickly surpassed Hardy. The two exchanged positions in the sky, constantly changing positions, and the speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was shortened to 1 kilometer. Whoosh! Li Mu stopped again. At this moment, Hardy also stopped advancing. The two stood on the deck, staring at each other, with excited smiles on their faces. Li Mu, your speed is getting faster and faster, it's unbelievable. Hardy exclaimed. He did not expect that Li Mu's boat skills are so powerful. Of course, my boat skills are beyond your imagination. Li Mu said proudly. Li Mu, our boat is not an ordinary boat. Hardy grinned. Oh, what is your ship? Ji Mu asked. Marine flagship, Marine Shichibukai, read. While talking, Marine Shichibukai Hardy's boat also moved forward quickly, and Li Mu's boat was less than 50 meters away. Marine Shichibukai, isn't that the most powerful pirate in the Atlantic Ocean? Unexpectedly, this time he also came to participate in the pirate ship contest. Li Mu muttered to himself. Li Mu, not only the Shichibukai from Marine is here, but also many marine ships on land are gathering towards us, it seems they are also coming for the pirate ship. Oh, Li Mu nodded without asking further questions. The pirate ship contest is a feast for the entire pirate world. This time, Marines from all over the world have sent fleets to participate in this pirate ship contest. Li Mu knew that they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to reap benefits. Li Mu's goal is to take the position of Marine Shichibukai, and he wants to take the title of Pirate Shichibukai. And Li Mu also hopes that with the help of this pirate ship contest, he can push his prestige in the pirate circle to the peak. Marines Shichibukai, whose strength is the weakest, are all legend-level powerhouses, and the rest are also admiral-level existences, which is an extremely powerful force. Li Mu's boat was getting faster and faster, and soon, the two boats were close together. Li Mu, this time the pirate ship contest, our purpose is the same. Hardy said with a smile. But our goals are different. Li Mu nodded with a smile and said, your goal should be the position of Marine Shichibukai, while mine should be the position of Mayor Marine Mu. I have already inquired clearly that in this pirate ship contest, the 6 mayors of Marine are a group of newly promoted Marine admirals, 2 of them, Qianhao, have won the title of Iron Blood before, and they are very powerful. Li Mu's devil fruit opened his eyes. In his eyes, there is a trace of blue brilliance flowing, undulating like water waves. Although the strength of this devil fruit clone is very weak, Li Mu's strength is much weaker than him, so this clone is so weak. Whoosh! Li Mu's devil fruit clone suddenly opened his eyes and shot out a ray of light. 362 shocked Akainu. 362 shocked Akainu. Then, he waved his hand. In front of him, a white tornado suddenly condensed, spinning crazily, disrupting the void. Boom! The white tornado smashed down fiercely, hitting a huge black beast. The dog's head came up with terrifying lava, bursting up with all its strength, and smashed towards the man in black in the sky. That dark hound's aura is extremely powerful, but for Li Mu, all this is nothing more than trifling tricks. I saw a gleam shooting out of his eyes, he took a step forward with his right foot, and a terrifying breath spread from the sole of his foot. The dark hound isn't close yet. It immediately turned into ashes and dissipated. Who are you? Sakazuki's pupils shrank, and he stared at Li Mu in surprise. He didn't expect that this human being who suddenly killed 400 people would kill his own dark hound with one move. Moreover, looking at his understatement, he didn't seem to take himself seriously. How can this be endured? Sakazuki's eyes froze, he kicked his legs on the ground, and rushed towards Li Mu like a cannonball. The speed was as fast as if he wanted to penetrate the space and crush him into slag. But, when his fist was about to hit Li Mu, it suddenly stopped. Because his fist was firmly held by a big palm. Who are you? Sakazuki looked embarrassed and shouted. He knew that the opponent's strength far surpassed his own. ABCJ, this is an absolute overwhelming power gap. You don't need to know who I am, because you'll soon find out who I am. Li Mu smiled. His smile gave off a strange and eerie feeling. Not good. Sakazuki's pupils shrank, feeling that something was wrong. This guy is obviously here to find fault. Moreover, it seems to be aimed at myself. Think about it here. He quickly circulated the true energy in his body. However, no matter how he pushed it, the true energy seemed to sink into the sea. Useless. There is no way to mobilize the devil fruit ability at all. What the hell did you do to me? Sakazuki's expression changed. I didn't do anything, I just helped you improve your physique. Li Mu looked innocent. Improve your fitness. Are you G kidding me? Are you kidding me? You. Sakazuki's face was gloomy, as if he wanted to eat Li Mu. Commander of his imposing combined fleet. Sakazuki's eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were clenched. FK me. Thinking of this, Sakazuki became even more angry. His eyes were burning with raging fire, like a volcano, which might erupt at any time and destroy everything here. Sakazuki was trembling with anger, gnashing his teeth word by word. Do you know the fate of betraying the Federation? Between his hands, a red golden flame burned, like a sun, extremely hot. Sakazuki said viciously, What? How dare you disobey my orders? It just made him lose face. As soon as Sakazuki raised his hand, the dark hound behind him roared and rushed towards Li Mu. Its body was extremely huge, tens of meters high, like a huge iron tower. Every time it took a step, the ground trembled. And, Li Mu replied, Do not pay. This human being is still an out-and-out human race. I do not know. It was actually played by a human being. Then I will tell you now. Li Mu shook his head. I don't care who you are, hand over Rouge right now, or I will kill the grass. 363 like a mountain, crush him on the ground. 363 like a mountain, suppress him on the ground. What fire is this? How could someone's physical body have such a temperature? The surrounding soldiers exclaimed, You are not human. At this time, Sakazuki also reacted. His eyes were full of horror. Although the flame on Darkhound's body just now was extremely hot, it didn't give him a sense of danger, because he could easily avoid it. However, now he discovered that the opponent's flame could actually melt his own body. How is this possible? And, the key is, his flame has no effect on the opponent at all. This shows that the opponent can not only control his Darkhound, but even his flames can devour and refine it. This situation, it's just unbelievable. Now you know I'm not human, right? Li Mu smiled slightly, and with a light pinch of his right hand, he crushed the opponent's Darkhound, turning into fly ash and dissipating in the void. Sakazuki let out a horrific scream. He struggled frantically. However, he found that his body could not move at all. That hand, like a mountain, pressed him to the ground. He wants to escape, but, you can't run away at all. Impossible, Sakazuki roared, his eyes were red like a beast. Nothing is impossible. The corner of Li Mu's mouth twitched. Don't struggle too hard, it is impossible for you to break free from my palm. After Li Mu finished speaking, she exerted force with her right palm. Click click click, Sakazuki's bones made some crisp sounds. Do not, Sakazuki let out a shrill scream, bright red blood flowed from his eye sockets, and dense lines appeared on the surface of his skin, like spider webs, which were caused by the exercises he practiced. However, no matter how hard he struggled, it didn't work at all. Click click click, the crackling sound became more and more clear. Soon, Sakazuki's entire arm was broken, his entire arm drooped, and white smoke rose in bursts. Li Mu's right palm was still firmly pressing on the opponent. Don't you hurt me, please don't hurt me. Sakazuki cried. I was wrong. I shouldn't offend you. I am willing to pay you 1,000,000 Baileys, and my life. I will give you as much money as you want. Please let me go you. 0. Slap. Li Mu's palm loosened. Sakazuki was paralyzed on the ground, gasping heavily. Li Mu asked. Li Mu shook his head. How much do you want to let me go? You just said you were willing to take 10,000,000 Baileys, didn't you? 0. Sakazuki's heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and his breathing was short of breath. He didn't know what Li Mu wanted to do, but he knew that it would be easy for the other party to kill him, and despair and fear appeared on his face. Sakazuki said urgently, What I want is not money, but people. Li Mu looked at Sakazuki, eyes flickering with icy coldness. People, 50 million. Hee, it's cheaper for you. 100,000,000 Baileys. Sakazuki's heart twitched violently. Li Mu shook his head. The force just now had already caused him such pain that his whole body seemed to be falling apart. 10 million is too little, you have to know, there is an old saying in Daxia, it is called sky-high reward. This is enough, I am willing to spend 50,000,000 Baileys. Yes, as long as you can forgive me, I am willing to give you 100,000,000 berries, and my daughter. 364 Shanks shock. 364 Shanks shock. You, what do you want? What do you say? Li Mu smiled lightly. You, don't mess around. You know what, I hate threats. Li Mu's voice was cold and piercing. No, it's not a threat, I'm not a threat. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to dedicate my soul and spirit, just begging you to let me go. Sakazuki frightened. 417, and quickly explained. I want your life, what's the use? Li Mu sneered. Besides, you are not worthy to be my opponent. The voice fell. With a kick, Li Mu kicked Sakazuki to the ground, then grabbed the opponent's hair with his right hand, and pulled it hard, and the opponent's long black and smooth hair was torn off like straw. The bright red hair hangs down from the opponent's head and falls down. Seeing this scene, Sakazuki's heart skipped a beat. He didn't have any strength to resist, and was lifted in the air by Li Mu. His scalp tingled for a while, and a strong threat of death shrouded him. What do you want to do? Sakazuki asked in panic. Curious aren't you? Then I'll let you see for yourself. Li Mu grinned grimly, the veins on his right arm popped out, and he exerted all his strength. Pooh! Sakazuki's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white things splashed everywhere, and blood flowed horizontally. I want to show you what real terror is. Lee Mu's indifferent voice came out, and Sakazuki's body collapsed. Lee Mu walked slowly to the side of the corpse, reached out to pick up the other's ring, and put it into the storage ring. Then, he took out another short sword, and cut the corpse's clothes, revealing the battle armor inside. This set of armor was given to you by your Star Lord, right? Lee Mu asked. Yes. Sakazuki nodded hard. Since you own this piece of armor, it means that this piece of armor should belong to your pirate world, not the human race on Earth. There are many races in this world, but the two most powerful ones are our pirate world and some other special races. This piece of armor belongs to you great pirates. As for the race of this pirate world, I don't know. How powerful is your pirate world? I will tell you with practical actions, what is called a real strong. But, you are right, my goal is, One Piece world. I want to let your race know that the Earthlings are not something you can mess with. A frightening murderous intent shot out from Lee Mu's eyes. Ha 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 ha. With a trembling voice, Sakazuki said, I don't want you to regret the decision you made today. No, I really don't know, I only know that our pirate world is stronger than you imagined. If you want to challenge our pirate world, you will lose very badly. Lee Mu laughed. Today, I will pay the price for my decision. If he doesn't say it, then he will die even worse. He knew that if he told Lee Mu that his race was much stronger than the Earth's civilization, the other party would definitely destroy him immediately. Sakazuki was silent, with a flash of fear in his eyes. I do not know. Ha 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 ha. 4.8. I want to defeat all the pirates in the world. 365. My goal is to defeat all strong. 365. My goal is to defeat all strong. He wants to be the leader of the pirate world. This idea has already been brewing in his heart. He wants to be the leader of the pirate world. He wants to build a pirate world empire and rule the pirate world. What? Hearing Lee Mu's words, Sakazuki was completely shocked. His eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Did I hear you right? You want to be the leader of the pirate world? Are you crazy? Do you know what you're talking about? I know what I'm doing. I don't need anyone to teach me. I'll let you see what it means to be truly powerful. You ants, I want to kill you. I want you to taste the taste of despair. I want you to know what real fear is. I want you to understand that in front of my eyes, you are so small and vulnerable. Lee Mu's tone was full of arrogance, like a proud wolf. His breath was sharp, like a sharp knife, straight into Sakazuki's chest. Do you want to die? Sakazuki let out a roar, his legs suddenly exerted force, and rushed towards Lee Mu. He didn't dare to wait any longer. If this delay continues, he will die miserably. You think you can kill me? Lee Mu sneered, took a step with his right foot in the void, and disappeared in place in an instant. Boom. He punched it out. The air exploded and the space collapsed. Sakazuki felt the blow of the fist wind, and his body froze, unable to avoid it at all. Boom. A punch hit Sakazuki hard. Click click click. Sakazuki's body instantly shattered and turned into blood mist. What? He actually knocked Sakazuki out with one punch. How is it possible? He is just a low-level warrior, but he has such terrifying strength. Who is this man? He is so young. Why is he so powerful? Could it be that he is a strong man from another highway world? Impossible. This is impossible, even if he is a strong man from another pirate world, but his strength is too weak. How could he kill Sakazuki? Everyone looked at the picture in front of them, and their hearts almost jumped out. Lee Mu's performance was too shocking. Sakazuki is the world-class star master of the pirates. In the entire pirate world, they are well-known existences. In their eyes, this is an invincible god of war. The results of it, but was crushed by Lee Mu's punch. It's just unbelievable. As I said, I am not someone you pirate world can provoke. Moreover, I have one more sentence that I didn't tell you. As I said, I am not from Earth, and you are not from our Earth race. But, I am the pirate world, the king of your pirate world. I want to conquer your pirate world. I will make you surrender to me. I want to build an army of my own. I want to completely destroy your race. Lee Mu's eyes were cold and murderous. I don't believe that my race will be conquered by a humble human race. But even so, you still have to die, you have to die. Sakazuki gritted his teeth, his muscles swelled, as if he was charged with electricity, exuding a suffocating aura. 366 collided with the red light cluster. 366 collided with the red light cluster. He's going to kill Lee Mu. To chop Lee Mu's head off. I want to kill you too. Sakazuki roared angrily. Bloody rays of light bloomed all over his body, and a monstrous aura erupted from his body. Die. Sakazuki jumped up, his body turned into a mass of red streamer, and rushed towards Lee Mu. You want my life, it's up to you. What a wishful thinking. A look of contempt flashed in Lee Mu's eyes, and then he raised his hand and punched it out. Boom. A golden giant fist emerged and collided with the red light cluster, causing waves of ripples. Bang 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 bang. Lee Mu and Sakazuki kept colliding. The speed of the two of them is extremely fast, and every time they confront each other, there will be earth-shattering explosions. I am not your match. Sakazuki yelled. His body turned into a fire dragon, flew into the air, and then opened his huge mouth, spitting out blazing flames. Fire dragon breath. Rumble. Fiery flames swept across the sky. Go. Lee Mu let out a low growl, stretched out a giant golden palm, which became bigger against the wind, and slapped Sakazuki with a slap. Sakazuki's eyes narrowed, and his body shrank suddenly, dodging Lee Emu's attack. But, next moment, the giant golden palm slapped him again. Boom. Again, he dodged again. Impossible. Sakazuki's face was extremely ugly, and at this moment he finally realized that Lee Mew really has the strength to defeat him. I admit, I am not your opponent. However, I want to let you know that in the world of pirates, I am the top existence. You are not my opponent. As soon as Sakazuki's words fell, the giant golden palm was clapped again. Boom. Sakazuki's body was shot into the ground again. He struggled to stand up, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. No. Impossible, you can't beat me. You are just a low-level warrior, how could you be my opponent? Impossible. Never possible. Sakazuki's eyes were red and his body was trembling. I don't believe it. You must have used some special means. I want to kill you. You are just a low-level warrior, how could you be my opponent? Sakazuki roared crazily, and once again turned into a ball of bloody light and charged forward. But, in front of Lee Mew, he couldn't hold on for even a second. Don't waste your efforts, as I have already said, don't be brave in front of me. In front of me, you are nothing. Lee Mew's arms were like Optimus Prime, and when he waved them, he caused a strong wind all over the sky. Every punch of his hit the southern planet. Every palm is enough to destroy the world. I want to kill you, I want you to beg for mercy. Sakazuki went mad, his body turned into a crimson flame. This raging flame can burn everything and melt everything. This is my strongest fighting stance. Now, kneel on the ground, Zhao Hao, and beg me. Sakazuki let out an angry roar, his eyes were red, staring at Lee Mew like a beast. I'm going to kill you. I will tear you apart. Die for me. With a roar, Sakazuki's body swelled several times, turning into a huge mountain that covered the sky and smashed down towards Lee Mew. Small tricks. Break me. Lee Mew shouted loudly. He stretched out his right hand, clenched his fist and punched out. The golden giant fist seemed to burst through the canal. 367 Confrontation Sakazuki. 367 Confrontation Sakazuki. Boom. The giant fist and Sakazuki's fists collided together, making a thunderous explosion, and the surrounding void was torn to pieces. With a scream, Sakazuki flew upside down and fell heavily on the ground, spitting out blood. There were cracks all over his body, as if corroded by endless flames, scarred. I have saved this punch. Otherwise, you are already lost. Lee Mew shook his head and said indifferently, if I want to take your life, I don't need any excuses at all. You are actually 3 realms higher than mine. This. 470 Sakazuki's face was full of horror, and his eyes were full of desolation. He originally thought that Lee Mew was vulnerable, but unexpectedly, Lee Mew's strength far exceeded his expectations. How can that be? How could he break through so much? Now what qualifications do you have to be arrogant in front of me? Lee Mew shook his head with a faint smile. No, my strength has not disappeared. My strength is still in my body. You are not my opponent. You are bound to lose. Sakazuki's voice carried deep resentment and unwillingness. He doesn't want to admit it. How could he lose? He is the pride of heaven, the best in the pirate world. His strength is omnipotent in the world of pirates. Even pirate world can't do anything to him. But, what he met today was not just a pirate world, but the top powerhouse in the pirate world. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. I admit, you are strong. But, I haven't lost yet. My strength is not only something that pirate world can stop. Sakazuki let out a loud shout, his eyes were horrifying. In the next instant, a brighter flame erupted from his body, burning like a scorching sun. Is your strength comparable to that of the world? You are too conceited. Lee Mew snorted coldly, stomped her feet hard, and rushed towards Abby Sakazuki. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed again, setting off smoke and dust that filled the sky, illuminating the entire sky red. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Do not. Sakazuki's shrill roar was as piercing as a night owl. At this moment, his pupils shrank suddenly, showing deep fear. He felt that Lee Mew's attack was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Boom, boom, boom. Sakazuki's body kept retreating, and his face was covered with a hideous look. How can that be? You are obviously just a low-level warrior, how can you be so strong? Sakazuki looked at Lee Mew with a face full of horror, feeling like he was in a dream, which was unbelievable. Lee Mew's performance is really too bewitching. This is the purest power in the pirate world, without any impurities. As long as I realize the slightest bit of it, I can reach the level of the pirate world. As long as I understand this power thoroughly, I can become the top powerhouse in the pirate world. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Sakazuki looked up to the sky and screamed, his mood suddenly became extremely excited, as if he had achieved the world of pirates, which was an unimaginable beauty. But he forgot that it was impossible, because there has never been anything in this world that can rewrite history. Now you are not even a speck of dust. 368 Approaching Sakazuki step by step. 368 Approaching Sakazuki step by step. I want to kill you, it's easy. Lee Mew approached Sakazuki step by step, the smile on his face was extremely cold. Although your strength is strong, your speed. But not my opponent. Your speed is 1,000 miles slower than mine, how can you catch up with me? Sakazuki roared loudly. Lee Mew couldn't help chuckling. Then you can try it. Whoosh. Lee Mew punched out, and the golden giant fist roared towards Sakazuki. Boom. This punch hit Sakazuki's chest, sending him flying instantly. Pooh. Sakazuki spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper. He clutched his chest, feeling his internal organs as if they were about to be shattered. If your speed is not enough, then change the method. Let me show you the real power of Pirate World. A ray of light shot out from Lee Mu's eyes, and his figure was like lightning, arriving in an instant. In his palm, two groups of dazzling lights emerged. A black long sword and a golden token are respectively wrapped in the two light clusters. Is this One Piece gear, Zanpakuto and Soul Tower? Sakazuki's pupils suddenly constricted, revealing an expression of disbelief. He often heard about these two things in the Star Field, and knew that they were legendary artifacts. Unexpectedly, in the hands of Lee Mu, there are actually two artifacts. Moreover, the energy fluctuations contained in the two artifacts are much stronger than the black longsword and soul tower he got before. You are not my opponent, you should surrender. Lee Mu said lightly. Don't think about it. I, Sakazuki, have never failed in my life. Today, I want to prove that I am not worse than you. Are you worthy of my comparison? Sakazuki laughed, madness and bloodlust in his eyes. Since you are stubborn, I have no choice but to give you a ride. I'd like to see how capable you are. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of Lee Mu's mouth, and he waved his hand. Zanpakuto, unsheath me. Boom. In an instant, a black long sword exuding a fiery aura appeared in Lee Mu's palm. On the long sword, there is a strong smell of blood, full of killing and destruction. 0. What a terrifying coercion. Sakazuki's eyes suddenly became serious. Lee Mu stood there, motionless. Holding Zanpakuto in his hand, Lee Mu disappeared in a flash and came to Sakazuki. What? 0.0. Explosive flame palm. Ants like ants can resist my attack. How can that be? Die for me. Two balls of fiery energy smashed hard on the ground, setting off waves of dust. The two fireballs whizzed, turned into a fire dragon, roared, and rushed towards Lee Mu. He felt that his own soul was trembling. On the ground, fine cracks have appeared, like spider webs. Sakazuki's eyes widened, and the eyeballs were about to pop out. He raised his arms, and in his hands, there were two huge energy balls. Sakazuki let out a roar, and a fiery flame suddenly burst out from his body. With a roar, Sakazuki slammed two hot fireballs. Rumble. On his arm, countless strange runes emerged. 369 Naval Headquarters shocked. 369 Naval Headquarters shocked. He couldn't imagine what kind of monster Lee Mu was. You know, he is a genuine pirate world, a real god. But such a god is powerless in front of Lee Mu. This is unimaginable, how can he accept it? Sakazuki felt like a clown, without any sense of superiority at all. This made him very annoyed by 990. He raised his head and glared at Lee Mu with a tyrannical look in his eyes. I don't believe that you really have the power to surpass the lord of the pirate world. No matter what means you use, I don't believe it. After speaking, Sakazuki launched another attack. This time, he performed his unique skills, making muters with his hands and chanting mantras in his mouth. Suddenly, a gust of ultimate cold air swept from the void. Frozen technique, hula. In the void, a biting cold wind suddenly blew, and endless snowflakes fell. Blossoming white snowflakes are suspended in the air, like icicles, extremely beautiful. Lee Mu frowned slightly, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. He could clearly sense the terrifying coercion hidden in those icicles. These icicles are definitely made of ice, and their power is astonishing, even comparable to the pirate world equipment. Your tricks are of no use to me. Lee Mu spoke indifferently. The next moment, all the elements in his body started to work. Ring of Frost. Lee Mu shouted loudly, and an icy blue halo suddenly appeared on his right arm, enveloping him in it. Crack, crack. In the void, countless ice cubes shattered and fell to the ground. Click, click, click. Those ice cubes that fell to the ground turned into solid ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. And in the ice sculpture, there is still a biting cold air, which makes people tremble uncontrollably. Around Lee Mu, hundreds of water walls appeared. Among those ice walls, there were skeleton soldiers one after another, making cold laughter, as if they were mocking Sakazuki. How is this possible? Sakazuki's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. His unique skill was actually easily cracked by the other party. This is simply too weird and completely impossible. Is this what you rely on? You are not my match. Lee Mu shook his head, and with a sway, he came to Sakazuki. He stretched out his fingers and flicked the Zanpakuto in his hand. Zanpakuto, Tien. Lee Mu gave a low shout, and Zanpakuto stepped on, releasing a dazzling light. Buzz. An endless sharp breath gushes out from Zanpakuto, filling the entire space. At this moment, Lee Mu felt as if he had turned into the sharpest blade in the world. The Zanpakuto in his hand seemed to possess spirituality. Under his control, it danced continuously, making teeth-piercing metal friction sounds. Zanpakuto, homing. Zanpakuto, homing. Lee Mu's deep voice, as if it was thunder from 9 heavens, was deafening and disturbing. Swish, swish. The Zanpakuto, 2.9 in Lee Mu's hand was dancing in the air, sending out bursts of creepy chill. The next moment, a red sword light suddenly appeared above Sakazuki's head. This sword light is 7 feet long, like a scarlet boa constrictor, ferocious and terrifying. Sakazuki looked up at the crimson sword light above his head, his face was pale with fright, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. Without thinking, he turned and fled. 370 The confused Martial Marine. 370 The confused Martial Marine. I want to go, it's too late. Li Mu snorted coldly, and Zanpakuto waved again. Rumble, a streak of red sword lights poured down like rain, completely covering the entire sky. Sakazuki yelled, his face pale. He desperately wanted to avoid the attack of this sword light. However, in front of the terrifying sword light, all the defenses he used seemed pale and weak, too fragile to withstand a single blow. Scoff. A red sword light pierced the air, piercing Sakazuki's shoulder with a scorching heat. Fresh O1 blood spurted out. Hiss. Sakazuki let out a mournful wail. The whole person flew upside down, slammed into a tall building, and smashed the tall building down. A deep ravine appeared where Sakazuki was just now. Puff. Sakazuki opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with unconcealable horror. He never dreamed that the defense he was so proud of was easily disintegrated by the opponent under this blow. Moreover, this guy's strength has not yet been brought into play, so he was injured. How strong would he be if he really exploded with all his strength? Who are you? Why do you have such terrifying strength? No, I lost. I am willing to bow down. Sakazuki said with difficulty. A hint of despair appeared in his eyes. He knew very well that in his life, he might never be the opponent of the other party. However, I am not convinced. I want to kill you, let you know what is despair. Sakazuki screamed frantically, his eyes were red. Rumbling. The next moment, a violent air wave erupted from his body. On the surface of his body, a layer of pitch black scales suddenly grew. The color of this kind of scale armor is light cast steel, crystal clear. They are dark green in color and exude a strong rancid smell. This is the unique voodoo of the Wu people. Ha ha ha, my strength is comparable to that of a god king, yet you still try to kill me, it's wishful thinking. Go to hell. His strength has reached the peak of the late stage of the godly realm, and he is only a step away from the god king. One after another, terrifying air currents erupted, tearing the ground to pieces. 38. This is the advantage of the Wu clan. Sakazuki roared, and punched out with both fists. The air seemed to be squeezed, producing a series of violent 987 waves, blasting towards Li Mu's head. Die. Suddenly, dust filled the air, blocking the line of sight. The soil on the ground rolled and the sand and rocks cracked. Sakazuki roared, and punched out with both fists. The air seemed to be squeezed, creating a series of violent waves, blasting towards Li Mu's head. This is a huge leap. If he can step into the realm of the God King, he can sweep the entire holy city by virtue of his own cultivation. The punches of the two collided in midair. With a roar, Sakazuki kicked his legs vigorously, soaring into the air, he rushed towards Li Mu. His speed was as fast as ultimate, leaving an afterimage in the air, and he came to Li Mu in an instant. Bang, boom, he clenched his fists tightly, and with one punch, the air seemed to be squeezed, creating a series of violent waves, blasting towards Li Mu's head. At that time, even if he is in the northern dark territory, he will still be the overlord. 371 famous all over the world. 371 famous all over the world. Puff, puff, Sakazuki's two big heads were directly punched by Li Mu. Two streaks of scarlet blood splashed all around and scattered all over the ground. Sakazuki's body fell heavily to the ground, making a loud bang, completely shaking the entire square. Corpses piled up one after another. Do not, you, who the hell are you? No, you can't kill me. This time, Sakazuki panicked. Although he was arrogant, he was not so arrogant that he thought that he was no match for Li Mu and could easily kill him instantly. He didn't believe that the other party would let him go so easily. Yes, it is worthy of the late stage of the God King, and the combat experience is very rich, but it is not enough. Li Mu said indifferently, today, I will teach you to make a wise choice. That is to surrender to me, otherwise, waiting for your result will be more painful than this. As soon as the words fell, Li Mu's right foot stepped on the ground suddenly, and his body disappeared instantly. His speed is faster than lightning. Sakazuki only heard a whistling sound in his ears, a blue smoke flashed, and a long blue sword appeared right in front of his neck. This blue long sword is exactly the Qinglian sword that Li Mu used before. With a flick of his wrist, the blue long sword stabbed into Sakazuki's neck and passed directly through. Sakazuki's head was cut off immediately. Ding dong, congratulations to host for defeating Sakazuki, a wizard of the Sorcerer clan, and gained 100 million star points, 10,000 contribution points, and 2,000 merit points. Ding dong, congratulations to host, you have been promoted to the 5th rank of God King. Li Mu's gaze was as cold as frost, looking at the corpse lying on the ground, he sneered, and said slowly, your fate is in your own hands. Immediately, he turned around and flew away into the distance. Call, call, Sakazuki's head fell to the ground with a gurgling sound and a puff of black smoke. Li Mu ignored it and continued on his way. Hundreds of years later, in an ancient ruin called the Dark Forest, a group of people in black robes gathered here. Their bodies glowed with a faint light, like ghosts and ghosts. Each of them is tall and strong, with thick muscles and black scales all over their bodies. These people were the Dark Elves who were killed by Li Mu in the southern deserted city. Did you see it? Li Mu dared to kill the patriarch of our Dark Elves, he is dead. Yes, he is dead. Our Dark Elves do not allow any outsiders to insult us, this time, Li Mu will definitely die. Kill me, I want Li Mu to pay with blood, let him pay for his actions. Yes, he is dead. Not only that, I will kill his family members, wife and daughter with my own hands, and torture them so that they cannot survive or die. An old man covered in a black robe spoke, his voice was extremely cold, like a devil. Several other dark elves seconded the proposal one after another, with Wangda's ferocious expressions on their faces, wishing they could eat Li Mu. Li Mu's figure appeared in a dense forest. In the dense forest, there are many trees with luxuriant branches and leaves, covering the sky and the sun. Li Mu stood there quietly, motionless, like a stone tablet, not moving at all. Suddenly, a huge coercion was released from Li Mu's body and spread towards the surroundings. Immediately, the towering trees were bent down by a terrifying coercion. 372 The flame rises. 372 The flame rises. Boom, boom, bang. Li Mu's aura climbed to the highest level, and his figure turned into a streamer, rushing forward. The devil fruit ability in his hand pierced through the sky, cutting off one after another of the thick and big trees. Wherever devil fruit's ability goes, trees are cut in half. Call out. Li Mu's figure flashed and disappeared in place. Boom, bang bang bang. Almost in the blink of an eye, there was an explosion sound thousands of meters away. Immediately afterwards, a group of dazzling flames rose up, illuminating the night sky, and a figure shot out backwards and fell to the ground fiercely. Puff! The man spat out a mouthful of blood, his body twitched, his eyes widened, and his face was full of unwillingness. How come? .690, how can it be so strong? I have the ability of devil fruit, how could I die here? No, he roared unwillingly, trying to get up, but he couldn't exert all his strength. Boom! At this moment, a huge fist descended from the sky. A vast punching intent enveloped his body in an instant, suppressing his body, making him unable to move. With one punch, he was smashed to death. A superpower at the devil fruit ability level fell away. Li Mu ABFE, I know, you must have heard all this outside. Hee, since you don't want to come out, then let me pull your soul out of your body. Ha ha ha. At this time, a loud laugh came from a distance, and a figure emerged from the void, appearing in front of Li Mu. It is the 8th rank of God King, Sakazuki, the patriarch of the Dark Elves. You're finally willing to come out, that's great. The corner of Sakazuki's mouth curled up in a cold arc. Humph. HMPH, since you want to court death, then I will fulfill you today. After all, that is a super existence that can compete with the 9th rank of the God King. Li Mu was also quite shocked. As soon as the words fell, a majestic breath erupted from Sakazuki. To be able to use the ability of Devil Fruit to forcibly resist the 9th level of the God King. Of course, if it wasn't for you, the Dark Elves, how could they have become like this? Sakazuki shook his head and sneered. No, you don't deserve to know what that is. Because that is our Dark Elves, treasury specially used to refine holy artifacts. Altar. Although, he had long guessed that the strength of Devil Fruit's ability would definitely be terrifying. Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this, and said, you Dark Elves are really powerful. His breath became more and more violent, as if he was an ancient giant beast. Sakazuki sneered and said, I am ready to capture you, send you to the altar, and refine it to become a sacred weapon of my family. Li Mu, your strength has far exceeded my expectations. What is the altar? Li Mu asked with a frown. However, he never expected that the opponent was so strong. This is simply too unbelievable. Li Mu raised her eyebrows, snorted coldly, and shouted coldly, I underestimated you. Unexpectedly, a mere 8th rank God King would have the guts to attack me. Li Mu, you are the most powerful human monk I have ever seen. However, in this world, no one will ever be able to surpass our Dark Elves. 373 Sakazuki is confused. 373 Sakazuki is confused. You were able to defeat the 9th rank of God King with your own strength. Not bad, but this is not over. My strength is far stronger than you imagined. After speaking, Sakazuki raised his right hand, and a layer of black flames burned on the palm. A palm-sized fireball appeared, suspended in midair, jumping non-stop, emitting intense heat waves. Li Mu, you can die. After Sakazuki finished speaking, he held the fireball in his hands and threw it towards Li Mu. Call out. The fireball burst instantly. A destructive force erupted, turning into a black storm, sweeping towards Li Mu, covering a radius of several kilometers in an instant. Swish. A figure sprang out from the darkness, rushed forward more than 10 meters, dodging this devastating attack. However, that figure did not run away, but stayed in place. Bang. A loud roar sounded, and the entire mountain collapsed in an instant, and a bottomless ravine appeared in place, like a tunnel leading to hell. That figure is exactly Li Mu. His body was already covered with scars, and his clothes were stained with strands of dust. His eyes were full of shock, he stared at the cave in front of him, and fell silent. In his mind, he kept recalling the scene just now. The speed of the strong human race was so fast that he couldn't react in time, so he was knocked out. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, otherwise, his soul would have completely disappeared. What kind of powerhouse is this human race? Li Mu's heart set off a monstrous storm, which could not be calmed down for a long time. Li Mu was hit hard by Sakazuki and was seriously injured. This got Sakazuki very excited. Haha, Li Mu, no matter how powerful you are, you still lost to me. Today I want to let you know how powerful our Dark Elves are. Sakazuki laughed wildly, his eyes full of cruelty. He waved his palm violently, a black flame appeared in his hand, and then he threw it out violently. Call out. The flame instantly expanded and became bigger. Ah! With a scream, a black monster appeared beside Sakazuki. This monster is covered in armor and holds a long spear in his hand. On the long spear, a raging black flame is burning. 00. On its skin, there are dense black scales, and it is a vicious creature at a glance. Kill him, Sakazuki said coldly. Obey, master. The monster nodded and said, immediately, it raised the spear and stabbed back. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy swept across, turning the area within 100 meters around Li Mu into nothingness. What the hell is this? Li Mu's pupils shrank. I saw that there was a trace of spatial fluctuations on the monster's spear. He is the 7th rank of God King, and his physical body is comparable to a huge stone. However, he still couldn't stop the attack of the spear. Although Li Mu's defense was extremely strong, it still couldn't resist the long spear. Boom! Click! The bones on his body shattered directly. The bright red blood flowed down the bones and sprinkled on the grass. Li Mu gritted her teeth, endured the pain, and in a flash, she appeared 100 meters away. He looked at the monster and frowned slightly. 374 humph, small tricks. 374 little tricks. This monster is really too weird. It is not his opponent at all, but it is immune to death, which makes him feel very difficult. Ho 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 ho, Li Mu, you lowly human being, I want to eat you. The monster made a low and hoarse sound, and with a fierce gleam in its eyes, it rushed towards Li Mu. HMPH, how dare you use the axe in front of me? Li Mu sneered. Immediately, a piece of golden armor emerged from his body, completely covering his body. This golden armor was obtained from the Star Tower. In that mysterious tower, he got a storage ring, which was filled with all kinds of rare treasures. Among them, there is a piece of armor that he got. This is made up of the energy of 3 stars, which contains extremely powerful power of space. Swish! Li Mu's figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the monster in an instant. Then, with a flip of the palm, a long sword appeared. The long sword is wrapped with a terrifying sword intent, and above the blade, there is even a layer of purple lightning. With a sword slash, a purple sword light pierced the air, carrying the power of thunder, and slashed towards the monster. Puff! The sword light tore through the space and slashed at the monster's body. Ah! The monster's body was split open by Li Mu's sword, and blood spattered everywhere. Its body was torn apart by Li Mu's sword. However, those torn flesh and blood recovered quickly. How so? Li Mu's complexion suddenly changed. This guy's recovery ability is really amazing, he is almost immortal. Moreover, his strength is far superior to those of the same level. A look of fear flashed in Li Mu's eyes, and he quickly backed up to avoid the monster's pursuit. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind came. Li Mu turned his head to look, and found that the black monster appeared behind him, brandishing a long spear, slammed hard. Boom! Li Mu's body was thrown upside down and hit the hillside. He spit out a mouthful of scarlet blood, with an unbelievable look on his face. How can that be? Li Mu stood up with difficulty and looked at that monster Q. His face was full of unwillingness and shock. He didn't understand why monster was so powerful. Moreover, this monster actually has an immortal body. This kind of monster is simply an invincible existence, except for the realm of the God Emperor, it has almost no opponents. Li Mu didn't believe that he would lose to a monster. Dull. The monster roared upwards. It swung its long spear and rushed towards Li Mu again. Boom. Li Mu punched it again. The monster's body was smashed to pieces and turned into a rain of blood, which fell on the grass. However, within those 1.1 pieces of blood, there is a black bead hidden, shining brightly, like a star in the dark night, emitting a dazzling light. #BZ. A flash of surprise flashed in Li Mu's eyes. He reached out and grabbed the black bead with a joyful expression on his face. Although that monster has an immortal body, its strength is not that strong. 375 What a tough opponent. 375 What a tough opponent. It is not difficult for Li Mu to kill it. However, he didn't rush to kill the monster, but took it into the world of pirates. On the other side, Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, was also relieved to see those 2 guys die. These people are comparable in strength to Li Mu. If they continue to delay, they will be easily beheaded by Li Mu, and then they will be in trouble. Governor Kaido of the Beast's Pirates looked in the direction of Li Mu, revealing a deep gaze. 01 is really a tough opponent. I haven't encountered such a difficult opponent for many years. However, this time we have a lot of people, no matter how powerful he is, he will eventually die in our hands. At that time, these treasures will belong to me. Li Mu subdued the monster. The golden armor on the surface of his body exuded a terrifying energy fluctuation. The corpse of the monster also disappeared. Finally solved one. Li Mu took a deep breath, looked at Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates in the distance, and smiled at the corner of his mouth. It seems that you, Beast's Pirates, are already dead. HMPH, do you think our Beast's Pirates are really a persimmon? Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, sneered and said, we Beast's Pirates, and our cards, are definitely not something you can figure out. Yes, then try it, Li Mu said lightly. There was a ray of coldness in his eyes. Kill, Li Mu roared angrily, and his figure rushed towards Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates. $3 Kaido, the governor of the beast's pirates, made seals with both hands, a weird spell, and drove it into the ground. Boom! The entire cave trembled violently. Lee Emu's body was wrapped in a mass of black flames, and the armor on his body was completely incinerated. What? Lee Mew let out a scream. His skin was scorched in an instant, revealing a scorched black color, emitting thick black smoke. Damn it! Lee Mew was very angry. That old guy actually used fire spells. This is a very vicious spell. Once contaminated, even Lee Mew who practiced Heavenly Demon Battle Body would be burned to death. Boom! Around his body, streaks of blue lightning sprang up, constantly slashing towards the black flame. The group of black flames also seemed to have a strong aggressiveness. Its body was pierced by lightning without any damage. Moreover, the temperature of that black flame was getting higher and higher, as if it was going to burn Lee Emu's body clean. Boom! The surface of Lee Emu's body once again erupted with brilliant golden light, firmly protecting him within it. Exclamation mark! 927. After the black flame touched the golden flame, it seemed that it was stimulated by something, and it didn't dare to approach it, but quickly shrunk. How can that be? Kaido, governor of the beast's pirates, was astonished. Just now, the moment he released the flames, he clearly felt that Lee Emu's body had an extremely terrifying force that blocked his flames. What is this power? Why, I've never heard of, there's such a Wanshu. Kaido, governor of the beast's pirates, was puzzled. With a thought, he cast the flame again. I saw that group of black flames condensed and formed again. 376 Kaido, governor of beast's pirates. 376 Kaido, governor of beast's pirates. Boom! Lee Mew punched out. The strength of the fist swept out, turning into a terrifying tornado storm, covering Kaido, the governor of the beast's pirates. Boom! Wherever the strength of the fist passes, everything will be destroyed. Not good. That beast's pirates governor, Kaido, felt the terrifying punch, and his face changed suddenly. His body shot out violently and escaped from that area. Boom! However, just as he escaped from this area, the space around him was violently distorted. All the clothes on his body were torn off and turned into pieces flying around. Damn it! Kaido, the governor of the beast's pirates, gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Lee Mew, don't push yourself too hard. Today, I must kill you, otherwise, I will die in your hands. A layer of pitch black scales emerged from his body, and a powerful aura permeated his body. Lee Mew narrowed his eyes and stared at each other coldly. Boom! The figure of Lee Mew moved in front of the beast's pirates governor Kaido in an instant, raised his hand, and punched out with unparalleled power. Boom! The power of one punch is extremely terrifying, like a giant dragon descending into the world, crushing everything. What? That beast's pirates governor Kaido's pupils shrank, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. He never expected that the other party would be so terrifying. Swish! A black shield emerged from the body of beast's pirates governor Kaido. On the shield, there is a dark green liquid flowing, which looks extremely evil, as if it can corrode everything. OJ! Lee Mew hit the shield with a punch, and there was a crisp sound. The dark green liquid on the shield actually blocked Lee Mew's punch. What the hell is such a powerful defense? Lee Mew frowned. Kaido, the governor of the beast's pirates, is quite powerful. Boom! Lee Mew punched out again. This time, his physical strength was even more terrifying. Boom! The body of Kaido, the governor of the beast's pirates, was directly blasted back tens of meters away, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. That beast's pirates governor Kaido said in a deep voice. The strength on Lee Mew's body is actually so strong. Boom! If this situation continues, the Three Plagues Quinn, may not be Lee Mew's opponents. Boom! The Three Plagues Quinn from Beast's Pirates struggled to get up, his eyes filled with horror, and he looked at Lee Mew. Standing there, a Beast's Pirates Three Plagued Quinn was directly blasted by Lee Mew's fist and fell to the ground hard. The strength of the punch Nuohao exploded, forming a circle of terrifying ripples that spread around. Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, had an expression of disbelief on his face. This is simply unbelievable. Lee Mew let out a low growl, his eyes were red, and the muscles all over his body swelled several times in an instant. It looked like he was seriously injured. The Beast's Pirates Three Plagues Quinn vomited blood and fell to the ground. In his body, bones were broken and blood was dripping. Lee Mew's fist was full of berserk energy. Boom! Lee Mew, your strength has increased several times, and it is really surprising that you can even compete with me. Lee Mew's strength is indeed much stronger. That being the case, then don't hold back. 377 The Three Plagues Quinn of the Beast's Pirates. 377 The Three Plagues Quinn of the Beast's Pirates. His eyes were full of disbelief. Lee Mew, how can you achieve such a state? Who are you? Why, you have such a strong strength. Quinn, the Three Plagues of the Beast's Pirates, was horrified. Although he is a half-step martial king, Lee Mew's strength surpasses him by a fraction. This kind of thing is simply incomprehensible. Lee Mew didn't speak. A trace of black mist emerged from his body, and the black mist spread rapidly, enveloping his entire body. Then, his figure slowly disappeared. What about him? The Beast's Pirates Governor Kaido's expression changed, and he even scanned his surroundings. However, apart from a mess of ruins, there is no trace of Lee Mew. What's the matter? Where's his breath? Kaido, the governor of the 100 Beasts C-230 bandit group, had doubts in his eyes. His spiritual consciousness swept over and found that there was no aura of Lee Mew except for the mess. Could it be that the power just now was an illusion? Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, guessed. However, he shook his head. Because, he knew that his inference was wrong. If it was an illusion, he would definitely be able to detect it. No, Lee Mu's aura obviously still exists here, what about others? Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, frowned deeply, lost in thought. His face was very ugly, and he kept pacing on the spot. No, you can't sit still and wait for death, you must find his real location as soon as possible. The governor of the Beast's Pirates, Kaido, thought to himself. Whoosh, the sole of his foot stomped on the ground, and his whole figure suddenly disappeared in place and fled towards the distance. Whoosh, however, when he fled away, he suddenly felt a chill hit and his body froze. There was a sharp knife on his neck. You, how did you appear behind my back? Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, looked at Lee Mu in horror. What do you think? Lee Mu asked with a smile. You're dead, aren't you? The body of the Beast's Pirates governor Kaido trembled slightly. Not only did this person not die, but his strength also increased significantly. I don't die, how can you die? Abdg, Lee Mu's voice was extremely cold, the dagger in his hand cut his skin forcefully and penetrated into his body. The Beast's Pirates governor, Kaido, nodded. That Beast's Pirates governor, Kaido, screamed in pain. Give. A cruel look appeared on Lee Mu's face. That Beast's Pirates governor, Kaido, suddenly constricted his pupils and his eyes widened. He could even feel the sharp aura contained in the sharp dagger, as if it could cut through the void and cut his body apart. Humph, don't kill me, I promise you, as long as you let me go, I'm willing to pay any price. Blood spattered from the wound. That Beast's Pirates governor, Kaido, trembled violently, and his eyes were full of panic. Don't worry, I will torture you slowly, let you try to feel like you can't survive, you can't die. Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, said hastily. A look of despair appeared on his face, and his heart beat violently. Lee Mu's eyes shone with a cold light. I want your life, will you give it? He already felt that he was getting closer and closer to death. Any price. Lee Mu snorted coldly and pulled out the dagger. What on earth do you want? 378 with deep indescribability. 378 with deep indescribability. He knew that if he was 1 second slower, he would die. In his eyes, there was a deep regret. I shouldn't covet the power of that elixir, and I shouldn't provoke Lee Mu. He should have run away long ago. Call out. A beam of sword light suddenly pierced through his chest. Poof. Blood sprayed, before leaving a huge hole in his chest. His body crashed to the ground. That Beast's Pirates governor, Kaido, had disbelief in his eyes. In his mind, there was a sentence that he could not live without committing crimes. There was a bitter smile on his face. He never thought that he would fall into the hands of a young man. His head was drooping on his chest, and he was not breathing. Off. At this moment, 2 strong winds suddenly blew from the sky. Lee Mu looked up and saw 2 figures appearing in the distance. Why are you here? Lee Mu looked at the person coming, and asked indifferently. Lee Mu, you are still alive. One of the youths had a look of joy on his face. The young man's face was rosy and full of energy, and he had obviously recovered a lot, and he was no longer as sick as before. I live naturally. Lee Mu smiled faintly, and dropped the long knife in his hand to the ground. The long knife slid on the ground, and finally fell on the ground, turning into 2 pieces. Very good, the young man said happily. Lee Mu nodded, looked at Kaido, the governor of Beast's Pirates, and said, your name is Beast's Pirates. It's the kid. Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, nodded. Well, come with me, I have something to say to you. Lee Mu said, yes. Governor Kaido of the Beast's Pirates nodded. There was a look of fear in his eyes. Wait a minute, you come with me. Lee Mu turned around suddenly and looked at another person. Okay. That Beast's Pirates governor Kaido was stunned, his face changed slightly, and then fanaticism appeared on his face. This person's strength is unparalleled, and he definitely has a cultivation level comparable to that of the 3 tribulations Earth Immortal. The stronger his strength, the greater the help to himself. 0. I am willing to follow you, go through fire and water for you. That Beast's Pirates governor Kaido respectfully replied. Lee Mu looked at him. His eyes were cold, and his whole body exuded a chilling aura, which was daunting. May I have your name? Lee Mu did not deny Chuan. Tell the master, the subordinates are called Beast's Pirates, and they are 300 years old this year. In the eyes of Beast's Pirates governor Kaido, there was a look of shock. Lee Mu took Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, and walked down the mountain. Lee Mu nodded and said, let me ask you, have you ever heard of the Dragon and Phoenix list? Lee Mu nodded. Okay. On top of a mountain peak. Lee Mu was sitting on a boulder. Beast's Pirates governor Kaido, who was beside him, stood beside him, bowing in salute. The expression on the face of Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, became even more frenzied. You actually know the Dragon and Phoenix list. No wonder your strength is so terrifying, you are that rumored figure. Very good. Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, knelt on the ground and said respectfully. 379 Lee Mu's emotional instability. 379 Lee Mu's emotional instability. There was a trace of solemnity in his eyes. Lee Mu, who was ranked 8th in the Dragon and Phoenix Wood expulsion, I think you should know, right? Well, of course I do. The governor of the Beast's Pirates, Kaido, said, the 8th in the Dragon and Phoenix list as the top genius in our western regions. It is said that he is the inheritor of an ancient sect in the Great Northwest Territory. He is extremely talented and powerful. Then, do you know how strong Li Mu was during the September 47th? Li Mu continued to ask. Li Mu's strength. I only heard that he once fought in the Eastern Territory, defeated a 5th-level monster, and even fought a fierce battle with a 6th-level monster. As for more news, I have never heard of it. Kaido, governor of the Beast's Pirates, shook his head. Oh, I got it. Li Mu nodded, with a hint of thought in his eyes. The governor of the Beast's Pirates, Kaido, seemed to sense Li Mu's emotional instability, and even said, I don't know what the master ordered. You go and arrest all those people, and I will deal with them myself. Li Mu said, Yes, master. Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, nodded and prepared to leave. Li Mu suddenly shouted, Wait a minute, bring him here too. Okay, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, Kaido, raised his eyebrows, not knowing what the master was going to do. Go. Li Mu waved his hand. Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, didn't dare to neglect, and turned to leave. Not long after, Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, came with a group of strong Beast's Pirates. Li Mu glanced at them. Are you all from the Beast's Pirates? Yes. The group of strong Beast's Pirates replied in unison. Ah, very good. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction. I brought you back this time because I need a group of strong people to help. Many of you have good aptitudes, and you are all refining methods of cultivation. However, these are not enough to make up for your shortcomings. Therefore, you must join my command, help me build weapons. He could feel that Li Mu had no murderous intentions towards him. Li Mu looked at those strong Beast's Pirates. I need you to help me find someone. Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, secretly thought, no matter what he wants to do, I must inform the 3 Plagues Queen in the clan as soon as possible. What exactly does this Li Mu want to do? The pupils of Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, shrank slightly, and the expression on his face was unpredictable. The governor of the Beast's Pirates, Kaido, frowned slightly. Li Mu said, his name is Black Maria, and he should be in a dense forest in Kunlun Mountains now. Perhaps, you are mistaken. If he wants to kill people, he can do it directly, there is no need to kidnap them all. Said Kaido 5.6, the governor of the Beast's Pirates. Black Maria, however, before that, there are more important things to be resolved, that is, I have to find my son first. Although he is not a real human being, he has a very strong intimacy with human beings. Ask the master to state his name. However, he was worried about Li Mu's intentions. Master, he is an ordinary person, nothing special. Said Kaido, governor of the Beast's Pirates. 380 burst on the spot. 380 burst on the spot. The black-robed man looked calm, took a step forward, and slapped it lightly. Click. The air burst. The dog's head made of magma exploded on the spot, turned into a piece of magma, and scattered to the ground. How can that be? Sakazuki's eyes are full of disbelief. His Dark Hound move was taught to him by Sakazuki himself. Amazing power. Even a powerhouse at the level of Sakazuki is amazed. But such a powerful move was smashed by the opponent's palm. It's just unbelievable. Li Mu glanced at Sakazuki lightly. He knows. Sakazuki's Dark Hound is just the beginning. The next attack is the real fatal attack. In order for Rouge to survive, Sakazuki must be completely killed. A cold light flickered in Li Mu's eyes. Sakazuki's Dark Hound attack is not over yet. He pulled out his waist knife, and the light of the knife suddenly appeared. Pluten cut. The blade cut through the air. In an instant, he slashed towards Li Mu. Li Mu didn't evade and didn't give way, and went forward with both palms out. Bang bang bang. The air trembled. There was a muffled impact sound, and 2 surging forces intertwined. Li Mu remained motionless. Sakazuki was knocked back tens of meters by Li Mu. Great physical fitness, you are not a pirate. Sakazuki's expression changed slightly. He had never heard of such a freak hidden among pirates. You guess. Li Mu smiled faintly and raised her head slowly. A lingering killing intent shot out like a sharp sword. Sakazuki felt a piercing chill, as if he was in 1,000 miles of ice. Don't try to kill me with your pirate moves. Li Mu glanced lightly, her eyes were cold. Impossible. You can never reach this state. Sakazuki roared, his eyes filled with endless resentment and surprise. He doesn't believe it. Pirates of this realm actually exist. The corner of Li Mu's mouth curved into a cruel arc. I was not willing to show my strength. It's a pity you forced me. The voice just fell. Crash. The violent current rushed up in an instant, washing away the ruins of the entire burning corpse mound, exposing the seabed inside. Li Mu's figure flickered, 100 meters in an instant. Stepped down with 1 foot. Rumble. The ground is cracked. On the surface of the sea, monstrous waves were set off. Li Mu clenched the Dragon Tooth battle axe with both hands. Dragon Tooth battle axe, kill. Accompanied by Li Mu's low cry, the huge axe was raised high, and the mouth fell. A huge shadow of an axe crosses the sky, cutting through the sky, as if the end is coming, where the space distorts and collapses. Bang. There was a loud bang. The river broke. The entire cremation mound was cut down in half. Why did half of the crematorium be destroyed in one go? As soon as the river course was broken, huge waves were set off on the sea. Boom. What's happening here? While flying, he looked at the surrounding environment. With a knife down, the river 913 broke. The whole mountain shook and collapsed. Everyone was dumbfounded. A mushroom cloud rises. His goal is very clear, to find Rouge. He followed it all the way. He's going to find Rouge. Li Mu's figure is like a shadow. Li Mu slashed through the cremation mound with a single knife, without stopping at all, and swept towards the direction where Rouge was escaping. This scene shocked everyone around the cremation stage. A shell fell from the sky and hit the cremation post. Everything came to an abrupt end at this moment. 381, you're Blackbeard, aren't you? 381, you are Blackbeard, right? This is a wilderness near the cremation hill. As far as the eye can see. At a glance, there is no human habitation at all. Even if there is, it has already disappeared. Finding Rouge here is almost impossible. But Li Mu did not give up. He must find Rouge in the shortest possible time and rescue her. Wheezing. He flies like lightning. Run all the way. I don't know how long it will be. Li Mu suddenly noticed something unusual around her. The surrounding scene seems to have changed. The wilderness that used to stretch as far as the eye can see is now surrounded by a forest. Swish. Li Mu's figure suddenly landed in the forest. This is a lush forest with towering ancient trees standing tall. Swish. A figure flashed over. A man in black stood in front of Li Mu. His skin is fair, his eyes are big, his cheeks are thin, his nose is straight, his lips are red and his teeth are white. This person is obviously Blackbeard. Mr. Li is really amazing, I thought you were afraid to come. Seeing Li Mu appearing in front of him, Blackbeard smiled slightly and spoke. Humph. Li Mu snorted coldly. He looked at Blackbeard, the look in his eyes, as if he were looking at a dead man. You are Blackbeard, right? Li Mu asked. Mr. Li, since you know who I am, you should also know that we are friends. Blackbeard opened the mouth and said, I advise you, don't continue to follow my wife, otherwise, I will let you try my Blackbeard's methods, it is not something you can bear. After speaking, Blackbeard turned and left. Wife. Li Mu was taken aback. How did he not know that Rouge had a husband? Wait. Li Mu called Blackbeard to stop. What's up? Blackbeard turned around. What's my wife's name? Li Mu asked. Blackbeard heard the words. He looked at Li Mu playfully. Mr. Li's wife is called Rouge, right? Li Mu was taken aback. Blackbeard smiled. How can I not understand your thoughts? You don't need to play any tricks in front of me, your little tricks are not worth mentioning to me. I advise you, obediently go back and be your mermaid queen, don't try to compete with me. Blackbeard said as he walked forward. Li Mu narrowed his eyes. He stared at Blackbeard's back, raising an eyebrow. Rouge is his wife. His wife is actually a mermaid princess. This moment, the enchanting woman appeared in Li Mu's mind. What the hell is wrong with this world? He looked confused. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. Could it be that Rouge got married secretly outside, so he refused to tell him? No, you must ask the government personally. He decides to meet Rouge. Blackbeard shouldn't lie to me. Rouge is indeed a mermaid, is it just her bloodline, not pure? While thinking, Li Mu galloped towards the direction where Rouge was escaping. Galloping all the way, he pursued the scent of that woman. Gradually, he saw a beautiful figure in front of him. Rouge, stop for me. Li Mu gave a loud shout. He heard a familiar voice behind him. Rouge suddenly stopped in his tracks. She turned her head. A handsome face came into view. 382, I'm not someone of yours. 382, I'm not someone of yours. Rouge was taken aback. It's me. Li Mu's expression was calm. How did you come? Rouge was taken aback. I worry about you. Li Mu spit out 4 words lightly. Worry about me. Rouge looked surprised. Why are you worried about me? I'm not someone to you, you don't need to worry about me. We are friends. Li Mu looked at Rouge. As I said, we are friends, so I won't just sit idly by. A.B. Rouge sneered. What about the things you promised me? Didn't you say that you would never betray me? I was talking about later. Are all your promises false? Rouge looked dissatisfied and questioned 700. I said my promise and never regretted it, but you lied to me time and time again. I've been giving you a chance, but what about you? There was anger in Li Mu's tone. Humph. I admit that I lied to you at the beginning, but so what? Your promise has long been blown by the wind and disappeared long ago. Rouge's eyes were full of resentment. Then, Li Mu died to save her, and she always remembers it clearly. At the beginning, I chose to give up on you because of my identity and my responsibility. But what about you? Li Mu roared angrily. You ABCB did not hesitate to hurt or even kill your own clan for revenge. Rouge, you don't deserve to be a mermaid princess. You, a mermaid, are not worthy to be my friend, and even less worthy to be Lu's mother. Li Mu shouted loudly. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Listening to Li Mu's words, Rouge suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. I, Rouge, grew up and never thought that I would be so humiliated by the person I once liked. I don't deserve to be your friend. I really don't deserve to be your friend. Rouge was crying, while running towards the distance. What do you want to do? Seeing this scene, Li Mu hurriedly chased after him. He dared not neglect the slightest. He is extremely fast. His speed is many times faster than that of Blackbeard just now. His speed is astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he came to Rouge's side. He stretched out his arms and hugged Rouge by the waist. Rouge struggled for a while. She punched Li Mu in the chest, trying to push him away. However, Rouge couldn't shake Li Mu at all. Li Mu hugged Rouge and ran towards the distance. D***********. Let me go, I don't want to be friends with you. Let me go, Rouge cursed while struggling. Li Mu ignored it. You b************. I hate you, let go of me, b**********. The more Rouge struggled, the tighter Li Mu's arms hugged him. He lowered his head and approached Rouge. Rouge looked at Li Mu's face, a beautiful face, full of fear. I warn you, if you dare to mess around, I will not let you go. Rouge's expression looked very flustered. You want to kill me? The corners of Li Mu's mouth raised a cold arc, and his face was full of sarcasm. If you really kill me, I would really like it. After speaking, he suddenly kissed Shenjiang. Well, Rouge struggled, but to no avail. Li Mu hugged Rouge's waist tightly and kissed Rouge's red lips. 383 Her strength is too weak. 383 Her strength is too weak. Rouge widened his eyes and looked at Li Mu angrily. Don't want. Rouge kept twisting his body, trying to get rid of Mu's restraint. However, her strength is really too weak. Let me go, Rouge yelled. Hold on, Li Mu said indifferently. Finished. He suddenly pressed Rouge under him, supporting Rouge's body with his hands. Li Mu, I beg you, please let me go, we are brother-sister. Rouge begged. Siblings. Huh, Li Mu sneered. It is impossible for us to be brother-sister. Why? Rouge looked at Li Mu, his eyes were red. Because, you betrayed your clan. Li Mu shouted coldly. Rouge opened his mouth, but was speechless. Yes, she betrayed the ethnic group, her father, her family. She can't help it either. She also had no choice at the time. At first, her mother was imprisoned by Li Mu's father. That man, who did not know what despicable tricks he used, made her father give up on him. Her father couldn't bear to let her continue to live with guilt. Then, her father sent her to the domestic army. Her father arranged her to be beside Li Mu as a bodyguard. Although Li Mu is the young master of the Li family has fallen. Li Mu is just an ordinary person, and her father is a super strong man. She believes that Li Mu will not do anything to her. But, what she never expected was that Li Mu fell in love with her, and even betrayed her ethnic group to marry her. Rouge is not a man with a heart of stone. She relented. So, she chose to forgive Li Mu. However, Li Mu went even further. He actually asked her to be engaged to 4 Emperors Kaido. It's just unbelievable. Rouge is unwilling to be engaged to 4 Emperors Kaido, but 4 Emperors Kaido's parents insist. Finally, in desperation, Rouge agreed to Li Mu. However, Li Mu imprisoned Rouge on this island while Rouge was leaving. Li Mu, what do you want to promote? Rouge asked loudly. I like you. Li Mu responded lightly. Are you crazy? Rouge said angrily. I'm not crazy. I know, you are in pain. I know, you don't want to marry 4 Emperors Kaido, but I will help you. I will let you find your own family and your clan. Why are you? Rouge sneered. Why can you help me? Why can you help me restore the position of patriarch? Do you think I will trust you again? Rouge's voice fell. Li Mu's body trembled instantly. He looked down at Rouge. Rouge. He called Rouge's name slowly. You really don't remember me. Who are you? A trace of confusion flashed in Rouge's eyes. Li Mu was silent. I don't remember me, so let me introduce myself again. My name is Li Mu, your husband. Li Mu raised his head slowly. His eyes, looking at Rouge, seemed to see through her soul. Rouge was taken aback. His husband. The two of them have been separated for 6 years. Moreover, she doesn't know Li Mu either. You lied. I don't know you at all. Rouge sneered and shook his head. 384 Huge meteorite. 384 Huge meteorite. Such a meteorite fell down. Marine might be destroyed, right? Moreover, after the meteorite fell here, it continued to fly forward. Flash. A crew member yelled. Akainu also turned pale with fright. Want to run? Humph. Li Mu sneered, and then he used his arms hard, and his whole body hit the meteorite like a cannonball. Boom. The meteorite, May 17th, fell to the ground. A burst of smoke overflowed, and the entire marine warship shook. And Akainu was overturned directly on the ground by this terrifying force, vomiting blood and retreated a dozen steps before stopping. Is this the power of the demon fruit power? The incomparable fear in his heart, this kind of power is really too powerful. He even had an illusion that this was an attack he had personally experienced, a super demon fruit power attacking him. Run away, run. At this moment, Marines shouted loudly, and all ran around. Li Mu didn't intend to let them go. He disappeared directly from the spot and appeared on the sea. Boom. The surface of the sea exploded suddenly, and countless water jets flew out. And all around him was chaos. Numerous marine soldiers were killed and wounded. Akainu's skin was scorched black and dripping with blood from the sprayed water droplets. I'm going to kill you all, everyone. I want you to have no peace forever. His eyes were red, full of bloodlust and killing. Akainu's fists clenched, and then he swung violently. The muscles on his right arm erupted with terrifying strength instantly, like tentacles spreading wildly towards the surroundings. Bang bang bang. Countless jets of water were directly sent flying by him, and then he rushed directly into the crowd. What? Help, stop hitting, don't want. Screams, cries, and wailing echoed in the sea. Akainu's right arm kept waving. Columns of water were blown away, and countless marine soldiers were directly smashed into meat paste. But Li Mu's right arm is still waving. He alone killed 7,000 of Marine's men. At this moment, he has become the messenger of hell. In the Pirate League, his name is also called Demon Zero. Who are these people? Why are they being held here? Li Mu asked. In another room. I see, you go down first. The decoration inside is extremely luxurious, and at this moment, this is a luxury box. Wait a minute, Li Mu stopped him. He was just about to leave. Also, what else is there to order? Apollo's face is full of horror. More than 300 pirates all knelt down on the ground. You, say, what's your name? Li Mu said indifferently. Yi Carlos. Li Mu chanted the name and suddenly showed a smile. 3.7 they are. Apollo hesitated, but finally spoke. One of them was a short man with his head bowed and trembling all over his body. Yes, yes, Apollo was relieved. You are very smart, Li Mu said. My name is Apollo I Carlos. The short man quickly replied. Tell me, where did these people come from and why are they imprisoned here? Li Mu asked again. Thank you, thank you. Apollo nodded quickly. 385 from now on, you will be my master. 385 from now on you will be my master. This, Apollo was taken aback, and said, this is indeed an island country, but when we were catching fish near the internal waters of this island, we encountered resistance from this island country, so. Resistance, what a joke. Li Mu shook his head. Is our pirate group not strong enough to make them feel unconvinced? They dared to openly attack our pirate group, such a move is simply courting death. Li Mu said coldly. Yes, Apollo had a look of awe and admiration on his face. Is your name Apollo as Carlos? Li Mu said suddenly. Oh one eye. Yes, yes. Since you are a pirate, follow me from now on, and I promise to give you enough honor. Ah, Apollo was taken aback for a moment, not expecting that Li Mu would suddenly take him in. Why, don't you want to? Li Mu asked. Yes, yes, Apollo said repeatedly, and then said excitedly. Sir, you will be my master from now on, and I am willing to be loyal to you forever. Li Mu smiled slightly. You are very smart, so from now on, my name is Li Mu. My name is Apollo I Carlos. Li Mu, hello, Mr. Li, I am really sorry for this incident, it has caused you to be wronged. Apollo said sincerely. It's okay, I don't blame you. Li Mu said. Let's go, this place is not suitable for long stay. Okay, please Mr. Li. Apollon bowed respectfully. Let's go. Li Mu nodded, and then walked out the door. And Apollo, leading a group of pirates, followed Ji-Sho out. And just after their backs left, in this luxurious villa, a cold female voice suddenly sounded. Mr. Li, you are so powerful that you can easily eliminate 7,000 marine soldiers. The strength of these marine soldiers is so poor that it is not worth mentioning at all. But they are human beings after all, and they have their own pride. There was a cold light in Artemis' eyes, like a sharp dagger. His eyes fell on a woman in a white veil. The important thing is, I can help you kill these guys. As long as I am willing, their lives are at my fingertips. Artemis said, it doesn't matter who I am. Because, the corners of Artemis' mouth curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. I have seen your strength. Li Mu's pupils tightened suddenly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Although her face was covered with a veil, Li Mu could still clearly see a pretty face under the veil. And our goal is to kill them all and make this world clean. But, why did you kill me? Li Mu asked. Who are you? Li Mu asked in a deep voice. However, now, you seem to need my help. She has a delicate and beautiful face, and an exquisite figure, especially the plump and towering part of her chest. And she is Artemis. Ha ha, then I will wait and see. Who are you? Li Mu stopped and turned to look behind her. Because you are a dangerous existence, I must get rid of you, otherwise, you will threaten my position sooner or later, and I don't want you to live in this world yet. 386 Who sent it? 386 Who sent it? Oh, you mean, you will kill me. Li Mu laughed. You are very smart, I believe, you understand the subtext of this sentence. If this is the case, then I am very happy to cooperate with you, but I want to see what kind of character you are. After Li Mu finished speaking, she turned her head and strode towards the door. Hey, keep up. Li Mu's figure flickered and disappeared outside the door. Artemis was slightly taken aback, then showed a charming smile, and quickly chased after her. You really make me look forward to it. What will happen between us? Artemis thought in his heart. Who sent these people? Li Mu asked. Their task is very simple, that is to kill you. Artemis said. But I don't think the other party thought that you would be my companion. Li Mu frowned slightly, and he could guess that this matter must be directed by those who instructed them to do things behind the scenes. Why are you here? Li Mu asked. My father is the prince of the kingdom of Aragon. Aragon is a small country in the west, but it is very rich. The royal family of the Aragon kingdom pays tribute to the royal family of the east every year. Of course, Aragon is also a very friendly country, and even sent special envoys and gifts. And Li Mu is also a character among the gifts they gave. Who is your father? Li Mu continued to ask. Aragorn, His Royal Highness. Artemis said. Well, then let's kill this group of people together and let this country perish completely. Li Mu smiled. That's right. Artemis nodded with a smile. How is this possible? Quick, get out of the way, get out of the way. Akainu yelled loudly, but when he just turned around, it was already too late. This meteorite directly smashed the entire pirate ship, then continued to fall toward the distant ocean. At this moment, everyone froze in place, completely unaware of what happened. Otherwise, what would happen? Li Mu said calmly, "Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Why didn't you act?" Li Mu watched Akainu leave. Retribution. Can't help laughing. Not bad speed. Akainu roared, his body turned into an afterimage, and rushed out of the battleship. You can't kill me, otherwise. Second brother. PFF'd. Akainu spat out a mouthful of blood, and hit a rock heavily with his body. Okay Zhao, as expected of Akainu. Li Mu sighed softly, he can no longer care about other people's lives. Damn, I'm going to kill you. Must kill Li Mu first. No. Akainu gritted his teeth and said, you can't kill me, my big brother is Akainu. Akainu gritted his teeth and said, my big brother is Akainu. If you don't kill me, you will suffer retribution. You were able to break my speed. But, a teasing smile appeared on the corner of Li Mu's mouth, and then he shook his fist violently. Akainu's whole body was like a cannonball, and was sent hundreds of meters away by a strong air wave. Bang! He was also terrified, not just terrified, but more angry. Akainu looked at the pirate ships around him, all of which were smashed by meteorites. 387 can't break free from each other's shackles. 387 can't break free from each other's shackles. Yes, so what, there are no other Marines here, who would know your identity. Li Mu said indifferently. You just stay with me obediently, I promise not to kill you. As soon as the words fell, Li Mu waved his fist again. Boom! Akainu's body slammed into the reef again, but at this moment. Boom! A huge pillar of flames descended from the sky, covering the entire battleship. Immediately afterwards, the pillar of flames disappeared, and the sky became clear again. Ha 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 ha. Li Mu looked up and laughed, and looked at Akainu lying on the ground 920, his face was covered with blood, and he was in a state of embarrassment. He was very happy in his heart. Aren't your Marines awesome? Li Mu stepped forward. Come fight, stand up for lousy if you have the ability. You. Akainu raised his head and looked at Li Mu in front of him, with a crazy look in his eyes. My big brother will never let you go. Oh, Li Mu smiled indifferently, and grabbed Akainu's neck. Akainu wanted to struggle, but found that he couldn't break free from the other party's shackles. However, before Li Mu finished speaking, he heard a bang. Li Mu's body flew upside down again. Boom. He fell heavily on the ground. Li Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. Akainu looked at Li Mu, with a mocking smile on his lips. It's not that I look down on you. With your strength, in this universe, you are really nothing, even the family behind you is useless. Akainu, Li Mu said word by word, you better not provoke me. Humph. Akainu snorted coldly. You are not qualified to talk to me, my big brother is the real king. Akainu, hee, what a joke, he is not even as good as a dog. Li Mu shook his head, and he walked up to Akainu step by step. Akainu, Li Mu snorted coldly, what do you think your Marine is? Just relying on your big brother, I don't care at all. You. Akainu looked ABAC at Li Mu with a livid face. However, at this moment, Li Mu's wrist suddenly lit up. Where the hell did this guy come from? Is he a new guy in Marine? Akainu, how are you and how are your injuries? I don't believe it. You are really confident. Li Mu sneered. Do you think your big brother can change the status quo? Don't believe it. Li Mu smiled slightly. Well, let's wait and see. Akainu watched Li Mu leave. Do you think you can still bully people at will like before? Cough, cough, cough. Akainu struggled to get up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, with a hint of ferocity on his face. Check it out for me, find out who this person is immediately, then cut him into pieces and make him pay the price. You, what do you mean by that? Akainu's face paled a lot when he saw this. Akainu, your big brother is already here. At this moment, Li Mu was on the way back to the voyage. Li Mu said, my words, don't you understand? Just to tell you, if your big brother dares to step here, your big brother is Akainu, and I will personally send him on the road. But even if you are a newcomer, you can't easily provoke our Marine. A message pops up, displaying a paragraph of text. I must tear this person into pieces. Damn, what's going on? Akainu cursed. Impossible, it's impossible, my big brother hasn't arrived yet. Clear, what? 388 Jewelry Bonnie. 388 Jewelry Bonnie. His face was very ugly. What Akainu said just now was like a slap in the face to him, and he almost didn't scare him to death. Although he is arrogant, he knows that what Akainu said is true. These people are indeed a group of terrifying existences, and he is just a pawn of them. Akainu, I will definitely find an opportunity to settle this account with you. Li Mu gritted her teeth secretly. There was a trace of haze in his eyes. Call. Li Mu took a deep breath. Mr. Li Mu, you. Jewelry Bonnie looked at Li Mu's appearance, feeling a little worried. Jewelry Bonnie, stop asking. Well, I don't ask. Jewelry Bonnie looked at Li Mu, feeling very uneasy. Jewelry Bonnie, suddenly, Li Mu spoke. I have something to ask you. Li Mu said seriously. Mr. Li Mu, you say it. Keep an eye on Akainu's group for me. After Li Mu finished speaking, he wrote Akainu's name in Jewelry Bonnie's mind, and then said, remember, if there is any abnormality, please notify me immediately. Okay. Jewelry Bonnie looked at Li Mu and nodded solemnly, don't worry. Well, sorry for your trouble. After Li Mu finished speaking, she closed her eyes and began to practice. Rumbling, clatter, buzz, inside Starfleet. Mr. Akainu, I have confirmed that what happened just now was not accidental. Akainu looked at the middle-aged man beside him. His face was very gloomy. His eyes sparkled with anger. Li Mu, you are so arrogant. Akainu gritted his teeth and said, when my big brother comes, I will definitely make you regret what you did today. Li Mu, how dare you insult my big brother in front of my face? This made him feel endless humiliation. Akainu took a deep breath, calmed down slowly, and then said to the middle-aged man beside him, Matt, go get ready, I need to meet my big brother. Okay, I'll get ready right away. The middle-aged man said respectfully. Akainu's big brother, named Matt. Akainu's family is considered a big family in the world of One Piece, but it is far behind the Lee family. Akainu-kun, please sit down and rest for a while. The middle-aged man Matt smiled slightly. 0. Okay. Akainu responded, and then sat on the sofa beside him. Jingle, welcome, sudden, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Akainu's face is very ugly. Soon, Matt walked in with a few men. Mr. Akainu, I just got the news that Li Mu has come to our marine station. What? Impossible. When Akainu heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly, and two terrifying cold lights shot out from his eyes. Impossible. My big brother had already set off, how could he be intercepted and killed halfway? What should we do now, Akainu-kun? Matt's brows were furrowed, very puzzled in his heart. I don't know what to do. Akainu's face was full of anxiety and he was burning with anxiety. He never thought that Li Mu would be so arrogant that he dared to attack him openly. We can't continue to sit around like this. Matt's eyes flashed fiercely. Mr. Akainu, we must dispatch, otherwise, Li Mu will definitely become more rampant. We must not let him be arrogant under our noses. 389 Li Mu is nothing to be afraid of. 389 Li Mu is nothing to be afraid of. This Li Mu is indeed too arrogant. If you don't teach him a little lesson, he will definitely not know the heights of heaven and earth. I want him to taste the anger of our marine. So, what should we do? Matt rolled his eyes, and then said, I have a method, maybe I can let him know what the rules of the pirate world are. Oh, what method? 440. You listen first, Matt said. First of all, it is impossible for Li Mu to come alone, there must be a crew to follow, so we only need to place a spy on Li Mu's ship, and this person must be extremely honorable and have a certain strength. That's fine, because Li Mu has no enemies in the human world, but the pirate world is a very dangerous place. This person must be powerful, not only must have strong strength, but also must be loyal, otherwise there will be no place to die. After hearing Matt's suggestion, Akainu nodded and agreed. Yes, this plan is perfect. As long as Li Mu's spies are caught, Li Mu will be nothing to fear. However, I still need to investigate for a while, Akainu said. Then we will send a spy to assassinate that Li Mu. Ding. Reminder, player Li Mu has officially become a member of the pirates and will be rewarded with pirate medal gold. Ding. Player Li Mu, you have obtained the pirate medal, the title of the pirate medal, king of pirates, the authority you have obtained, the leader of the pirate group, you can call the pirate points, and you can exchange for mission items, combat skills, weapons and equipment, potion. Ding. Tips, congratulations on successfully upgrading to level 3. Ding. The system rewards players, upgrade to level 5, and reward 200,000 experience points. System prompt. You have obtained the pirate title and pirate medal. Please pay attention to the usage permissions. Tips. Players can retrieve pirate information and query pirate information. Ding. Note. The pirate title pirate medal is only allowed to be opened in the pirate world, and cannot be used in reality. Tips. Since this is the first time you use this title, you cannot judge the specific effect of the pirate medal, and you can only read 10 pages of pirate information 0 at most. Li Mu looked at the pirate medal, then put the pirate medal into the package and then checked the attributes. The attribute of the pirate medal is very simple, that is, it can provide him with 10% of the pirate value, which is very small. Moreover, the pirate medal will not be like a player, which can be used at will. Can the value of the pirate medal be directly exchanged for military exploits? Li Mu thought about it. If he can directly exchange for military exploits, then he will get rich. Li Mu, are you there? At this time, Matt's voice sounded outside the door. Matt, come on 2.1. Matt opened the door and walked into the room. Matt walked inside, then looked at Akainu. Mr. Akainu, I have a good idea. I think Li Mu's goal is our One Piece king. If we can take advantage of this opportunity to defeat Li Mu, our One Piece throne will be within our grasp. Matt said. 390, this is a ring. 390, this is a ring. Oh, Akainu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was still struggling with how to deal with Li Mu. Unexpectedly, Matt had such a clever plan. Mr. Akainu, my method can definitely make Li Mu pay the price. I have heard of Li Mu's record, which is very terrifying. There are not a few pirates who have suffered under his hands. A sneer appeared at the corner of Matt's mouth. Alright, let's contact the rest of the pirates now and let's encircle Li Mu together. Yes, Mr. Akainu, Matt said. By the way, Mr. Akainu, Matt suddenly said, the number of people you brought this time is a bit small. There are more than a dozen ships in our pirate group that have never appeared. If we all appear in O1, I am afraid that Li Mu will be very dangerous. After all, the strength is also very powerful. Hearing these words, Akainu became silent. Mr. Akainu, think about it, you have to think twice about this matter. Matt persuaded. Akainu sighed and said, Matt, you don't understand my mood, I like the Akainu medal very much. I am an orphan, although I have the identity of a pirate group, but I have lacked love since I was a child, so I am full of longing for this thing, I am eager to have it, but now, I find that no matter how much I have honor and the pirate medal cannot be exchanged for the Akainu medal. I understand, Mr. Akainu, don't worry, I will try my best to help you get the Akainu medal. Matt said, good, I believe you. By the way, Mr. Akainu, this is a ring. Matt took out a silver-white ring from his pocket and handed it to Akainu. That's right, this is a teleportation ring, as long as the ring is put into the ring, we can leave here directly. Matt said. As soon as the door opened, he saw Matt standing at the door. Seeing Matt, he couldn't help being slightly taken aback, and then said, so it was you. That being the case, then you step back first, I want to rest for a while. Akainu said lightly, of course I don't have this kind of strength, but I can find even more powerful masters. Haha, didn't expect that, Li Mu. We meet again. There was a hint of sarcasm and mockery in Matt's tone. Good, thank you, Matt, you have been a great help. Akainu gave Matt a grateful look. Hee, Mr. Akainu is being polite, this is what I should do. Matt laughed. Li Mu appeared in the room she rented. Call out. Akainu reached out to take the silver ring, and then opened the silver ring. Seeing the space in the ring, Akainu couldn't help gasping, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Is this a ring? Matt turned to leave, then closed the door. Of course it's true, our Captain Matt, how could we lie to you? Matt patted his chest and said. After Matt left the room, Akainu immediately took out the ring and put it on his left index finger. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a light flashed, and he disappeared into the room instantly. Humph, Li Mu snorted coldly, so what, do you have the strength? Li Mu retorted, Li Mu, do you know? Now I can easily kill you. Okay, really a teleportation ring? Akainu asked. 391 whether you admit it or not. 391 whether you admit it or not. What kind of master? Li Mu asked. A flash of pride flashed across Matt's face, he looked at Li Mu, and said, Mr. Akainu. They all call him Mr. Akainu, I believe, you know them too. Li Mu's pupils shrank slightly, a little surprised in his heart, but then he regained his composure, and said lightly, their strength is indeed very powerful. That is, our Lord Akainu is already a strong man in the legendary realm. Matt said, legendary realm. Li Mu frowned. The news was still too sudden for him, and it was hard for him to digest it for a while. What, you don't believe it? Matt challenged. Do not believe. Hee, Li Mu, I don't care if you admit it or not, you must die. I swear, as long as you die, I will definitely get the Akainu medal and a huge reward. Don't worry, we will help you win it Akainu medal. Matt sneered. Really? Li Mu said lightly, do you have that strength? Whether we have the strength, you will know in a while. Matt coldly snorted. Then give it a try. Li Mu, I'll let you see now whether we have the strength. After Matt finished speaking, he immediately summoned his mount, Akainu. Akainu, the legendary monster, is a very ferocious beast. Under normal circumstances, they will not fight with humans, but as long as they are cornered, they will also become killing machines. Akainu, Matt's seated man, is a majestic man with reddish-black skin, more than 2 meters tall, with a pair of blood-red eyes, and a powerful aura all over his body. Li Mu squinted his eyes. He glanced at the opponent's mount, then looked down at his own wolf, and couldn't help laughing bitterly. Compared with his own wolf, the opponent's mount was many times stronger. He now, even a hair on the opponent's leg can't resist, let alone the opponent. Li Mu, don't be discouraged, Mr. Akainu is a very powerful warrior. Matt said with a smile. Oh, Li Mu nodded lightly. Now, I'll let you see how awesome our Captain Akainu is. Shouted Matt. Master Akainu. A group of subordinates shouted beside Matt. Humph, remember me one by one, I'm going to kill this guy now. Matt said. Roar. Akainu let out a roar, and his huge body rushed towards Li Mu. His huge momentum caused the surrounding temperature to drop suddenly. Boom. With a movement of Li Mu's figure, he dodged Akainu's claw in an instant, and at the same time punched Akainu's body fiercely, sending Akainu's huge body flying. Roar. Akainu let out an angry roar, and stood up again, but his body became shaken. Master Akainu, how are you? Matt said nervously. Matt, you let me down, you let a human be ********** D get hurt. Akainu said. Hearing this, Nuohao Matt couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Master Akainu, this guy's strength is too strong, and I can't help it. You don't need to make excuses for your incompetence. Akainu sneered. Yes, Master Akainu, I was wrong, and I will never dare again, Matt said with his head down. HMPH. Akainu snorted angrily. Seeing this scene, Li Mu couldn't help frowning. The other party dared to scold his subordinates. This was a slap in the face. But he didn't say anything. 392 snorted disdainfully. 392 snorted disdainfully. Akainu-sama, what shall we do now? Matt asked. Let's do it now, Akainu said. Okay. Matt nodded. then looked at Li Mu, and said, Li Mu, our Akainu leader has already started. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, you may still be able to survive. Otherwise, even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, our Akainu regiment long will not let you go. What do you want to do? Li Mu asked. What? Of course I killed you, so why ask? Matt sneered. Li Mu gave Matt a disdainful look. Matt, do you think that you, Captain Akainu, want to kill me alone? You are too naive. I advise you to surrender obediently, otherwise if so, I assure you, your Captain Akainu, 660 will not survive tonight. Humph. Boy, don't be arrogant, our Master Akainu is very powerful. Matt said disdainfully. Very powerful. Then let him come. Li Mu said lightly. You are courting death. Akainu was furious, rushed up immediately, and slammed down on Li Mu. Matt stood by and watched the battle. He wanted to see Li Mu die tragically under the attack of Master Akainu. HMPH. Vulnerable. Seeing Master Akainu pounce, Li Mu snorted disdainfully. Akainu-sama, let's go. Yes, let's H-Abba together. Captain Akainu and the Akainu mercenaries behind Matt shouted excitedly one by one, and they took out their weapons one after another. Boom. A mercenary pierced directly through Matt's shoulder, blood spattered out and splashed all over Matt's face. Matt felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and when he looked up, he found that his subordinate had fallen to the ground, twitching constantly, and the mercenary was standing on Master Akainu's back, wielding a dagger pierced Akainu-sama's shoulder. Puff. Blood kept flowing out, staining Lord Akainu's clothes red, and his body began to tremble because of the pain in his shoulder, and his eyes were filled with a look of despair. Do not, Matt yelled, then ran directly over, picked up Lord Akainu, and treated him. Seeing all this, Li Mu smiled and said, you should take care of yourself first. After finishing speaking, Li Mu's body moved violently, and with a flash of her figure, she came to Matt's side. Get out. Matt slapped out his palm, and Li Mu quickly avoided it, but was still scratched by Matt's palm. Li Mu, you be ********D, you dare to hurt my brother. Matt said angrily. Humph. Li Mu snorted coldly, and cast out the Thunder Dragon sword in his hand instantly. A sword light whizzed out, slashing fiercely on Matt's chest. Pooh. A bloodstain was left on Matt's chest, and the blood spurted out. Matt's whole body was thrown out and hit the ground fiercely. For a while, he couldn't even get up. Master Akainu, Master Akainu. Matt's men panicked. They didn't expect Master Akainu to be so vulnerable. Damn it. Akainu endured the severe pain from his body, gritted his teeth and said, Akainu's wings, explode. Ow. One of the wings cracked open, revealing a cylindrical thing, which was huge and pitch black, as if cast from a piece of ink, exuding a black light. The wings of Akainu can release the flames of darkness and burn everything. 393 Viagra. 393 Viagra. Blast me. Akainu yelled loudly, and Akainu's wings exploded directly, tongues of flame devouring the surrounding air crazily. The surrounding air seemed to be on fire, and pieces of coke-like black mist rose up. Li Mu, I want you to taste the power of the flame of the dark attribute, you are dead. Matt yelled frantically. What are you talking about? I didn't hear clearly, Li Mu said pretending to be confused. Haha, just wait for me to die. Let me see how you withstand the fire of darkness. Matt Lan laughed wildly. Haha. Li Mu also laughed loudly, and said, Matt, let me tell you, your dark fire is impossible to get me. Because I have the attribute of lightning, the dark fire can't hurt me at all of. Huh, is that so? Let's wait and see. I don't believe that you can always resist the attack of the dark fire. Matt roared. Brother Matt, let's go. Yes, let's go. We can't let Master Akainu die in vain. A group behind Matt, Akainu said one after another. Humph. Li Mu snorted coldly and said, in that case, then, I will give you a ride first. How dare you? Matt shouted. Why don't I dare? After Li Mu finished speaking, he slashed out with a sword, and the sword energy roared out, hitting the chest of the head of the red dog all at once. A deep scar suddenly appeared on Captain Akainu's chest. Puff. The body of Captain Akainu was sent flying by Li Mu's sword. What? There was a huge hole in Akainu's chest, blood flowed out from the hole, and his body was too heavy to support. Captain. Matt was shocked. Oh, Li Mu smiled slightly. You don't need to be so excited. Now, I have helped Captain Akainu suppress the power of the dark fire, and then you just need to recuperate. I believe that in the near future, Captain Akainu will recover completely, even better than before. Even more powerful. Hope you don't disappoint me. Li Mu nodded. Of course. Alright, since you have suppressed the dark fire in my body, I have nothing to worry about now, so let's leave now. I still have something to do, so I'm leaving first. After Akainu finished speaking, he turned and walked outside, walked a few steps, turned around again, and said to Li Mu, I have regained my strength now, and I will go find you for revenge. Then thank you very much. Without you, I am afraid, I would have died a long time ago. Akainu said. Akainu laughed a few times, and then walked outside to the door. Always welcome, Li Mu said. Are you really willing to let me go? Akainu asked. Li Mu waved his hand. Cough cough. Akainu shook his head and said. No, it's okay. Why don't you kill me? You are welcome, Akainu-sama. You and I are considered friends. It is only natural for friends to help each other. Ha ha ha. Akainu laughed and said. I knew that you would not be that kind of person. Sure enough, I saw you right. Because, I promised Captain Akainu to take you home, so I will not kill you. Li Mu said with a smile. Hearing Li Mu's words, Captain Akainu couldn't help but froze in place, and then his eyes became hot. Akainu, are you okay? Li Mu asked with concern. 394 collect all. 394 collect all. Call. Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief. He never thought that at the last moment, he would meet a strong man like Akainu. Maybe this is fate. However, since he has done what he said, he will not regret it. Li Mu turned his head, glanced at the group of human mercenaries on the ground, and said coldly, now, it's your turn. What? When the group of mercenaries heard the words, 387, their eyes widened in surprise. Humph. Li Mu snorted coldly, holding the Thunder Dragon spear, and waved it at the group of mercenaries. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck down like crazy. Although these mercenaries had cultivated various skills, their defenses were very weak under this high-speed whirlwind. In an instant, they were all smashed to pieces. Call. The lightning dissipated, leaving patches of scorched earth on the ground. Li Mu stood where he was, looking at the scorched earth on the ground, with a bright smile on his face. Finally solved. Li Mu's face was full of smiles, and immediately, he tidied up, collected all the treasures, and then turned and left. HMPH, that kid, although he is a bit evil, but I believe that he really has no malicious intentions, and he saved us this time, so we should be grateful to him. Akainu said. Li Mu smiled slightly, and said, I met an acquaintance just now, so I chatted with him, and I was delayed for a while. By the way, Captain Shirley, I heard that the president of your mercenary union has sent the Mercenary Association has the position of vice president and president been passed on to you for 0.5. Captain, the entrance of the mercenary union is right in front of you. Would that kid really give us those 2 beads? One of his subordinates asked suspiciously. Mercenary union. Don't worry, since that kid is willing to help us, it proves that he is indeed a person worthy of association. If he really wanted to kill us, he would have killed us long ago, and he wouldn't wait until now. Oh, the chairman is upstairs, Shirley said. Leader Li Mu, welcome back. Although the mission this time was not completed, it was unexpectedly rewarding. Li Mu believes that this trip to the mercenary union will bring him greater improvement in battle. When the time comes, he will meet again. When it comes to this kind of thing, he will not be as helpless as before, and Li Mu believes that as long as he works hard enough, he will definitely be able to surpass Matt in the future. That's right, I just got the news too. Not long ago, I informed the president of this incident. Now, I am here to welcome you back on behalf of the president of the Mercenary Association. Shirley said with a smile. Shirley smiled and asked, Captain Li Mu, where did you go just now, and why did you come back only now? Hee hee, the leader is wise, the leader is wise. Li Mu smiled slightly, and then said to Shirley, where's the president of your mercenary association? I want to meet myself. Who is he? At this moment, a female mercenary ran up to Li Mu and said, my name is Shirley. But, how do we know if that kid is really sincere? After all, that red bead is really too precious. A subordinate said. At the same time, on the other side, Akainu led a large group of mercenaries and rushed towards the mercenary union. Li Mu believes that as long as he does not die, one day he will be able to defeat Akainu. Hello, Li Mu greeted with a smile. 395 hands over a tray. 395 hands over a tray. Then I'll go upstairs directly. Li Mu said. Li Mu, please wait a moment. Shirley said. You just finished the task, you must be very tired, how about this? I will help you arrange a place to stay, let you wash up and rest. Okay, Li Mu nodded. Li Mu followed Shirley into the room of the mercenary union. Are you the head of Li Mu? My name is Shirley, and I am your new vice president. Shirley introduced. Oh, hello, Mr. Vice President, thank you for taking care of me during this time. Li Mu said. This is what we should do. Captain Li Mu, these years, you can be said to be the most outstanding member of our mercenary association. Shirley said with a smile. Oh one. Where? Leader Li Mu, seat. Okay. Shirley pressed Li Mu on the chair, and then ordered the servants to prepare fruit and tea. Head Li Mu, I have some pastries here, you can try them. Shirley smiled and handed over a tray. On the tray, there are pieces of crystal clear pastries, which look very attractive. After finishing speaking, Li Mu stretched out her hand and gently stroked the chain of the ring. Li Mu looked at Shirley and asked suspiciously. These pastries are prepared by myself. Shirley smiled and said. Very good. Try it. However, Li Mu's soul power is many times stronger than that of ordinary people, so he is not worried about this. At this time, her eyes suddenly fell on the ring on Li Mu's hand, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. She vaguely saw a familiar feeling from the clothes on Li Mu's body, as if she had once where have you seen it? No, I just feel that the shape of Li Mu's ring is very unique, it seems to be some kind of ancient warcraft pattern, very beautiful. The style of this ring is very beautiful, with a golden chain inlaid on it, it looks very gorgeous, even the material of the ring is very rare gold. However, for a while, she couldn't remember where she had seen this ring. As long as the soul power is still there, he has a way to recast the body and restore the soul power. This is the first time he used soul power to explore the ring, because this ring is a magic weapon, and the quality of this magic weapon is very good. If he can change this ring into his soul weapon, then, he has two magical weapons, which is simply a huge fortune. 457. Of course, if you want to change magic weapons, you must have powerful soul power as a support, otherwise, it is impossible. Li Mu smiled and said, I also think it is quite special. Surely, what do you see? Is there something strange about my ring? As long as you like it. Li Mu nodded, picked up a piece of pastry, ate it, and exclaimed, it's really good, I like it. Shirley said with a smile. Even if the soul power is exhausted, he still has a source of magic. By the way, Shirley, I would like to ask, did anything special happen to the mercenary union during the time I was away? Li Mu asked. 396 Ice Dragon's leather armor. 396 Ice Dragon's leather armor. This, Shirley hesitated for a moment and said, members of our mercenary union will hold a competition every few days. The content of the competition is about magic weapons. Not only restricting the content of the competition, but also including the evaluation of magic items, as well as other reward methods and so on. Oh, that's how it is. Li Mu nodded, and then asked, I don't know, what are the rules of this competition? The rules are like this, it is divided into two parts, the first is the identification of monsters, and the second is the identification of magic potions. As for the results of the competition, it depends on the combat effectiveness of the monsters. Shirley said, by the way, Shirley, I also want to ask you, did something happen during the time I was away? Li Mu asked again, well, not at all. Shirley said, that's good, I thought that the members of your mercenary union were all discussing some trivial things about the mercenary union. Li Mu laughed, that's not true. However, this time our president is also participating in this treasure appraising activity, but her competition this time is aimed at a kind of magical beast named Ice Dragon. It is said that 3,000 years ago, this kind of monster is very powerful. It is a pity that it was surrounded by a group of people united by human magicians and died tragically. However, the leather armor of the Ice Dragon is a very rare and precious alchemy material. Therefore, our president my lord, I just want to use this opportunity to collect more Ice Dragon leather armor so as to create a batch of excellent armors and weapons for our mercenary union. Shirley said, I see. Li Mu nodded slightly, but more people are excited. They knew it was a meteorite. Moreover, it fell from a high altitude, and its power will definitely be greater than that of a cannonball. This is the destructive power that Akainu created after the ultimate move just now. With such a huge destructive power, if it hits the marine, most of the marine will be destroyed, and even the entire ship will be destroyed. But, at this moment, Li Mu's body suddenly shot out, grabbed the edge of the meteorite, and flung it vigorously. Rumbling. The meteorite hit the earth directly. Immediately afterwards, a mushroom cloud rose up. What? How could he lift the meteorite with bare hands? This is simply divine. A group of people exclaimed, their eyes were full of shock when they looked at Li Mu. As I said, this is Akainu's strongest move, he is my opponent. Li Mu's self-light is full of confidence. His palm was still holding the edge of the meteorite, and he was standing there without moving a muscle. Boom. Immediately afterwards, in the shocking eyes of everyone, a mushroom cloud rose again. At this moment, the sky seemed to have turned gray, and huge mushroom clouds rose from a distance, as if the sky was dyed red. Rumbling. Boom. Amazing. Meteorites keep falling, and in every hit, there will be a large number of marine deaths. This is Akainu's trick just now. I don't agree. This kind of attack can't penetrate the marine warship at all. Akainu roared. The power in his body surged wildly, and terrifying aura emanated from his body. There is a cold murderous intent in Li Mu's eyes, really. Then you have a try. 397 This is enough to prove that I have different. 397 This is enough to prove that I have different. Boom. Li Mu stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the whole battleship shook a few times. And his whole body is like an arrow leaving the string, rushing forward at high speed. Not good. Akainu's complexion changed drastically. In his eyes, Li Mu is like a sharp sword, piercing his heart. He didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately mobilized all the power in his body to form a defensive barrier. Boom. Boom. The meteorite slammed into the defensive barrier fiercely, making a loud noise. Pooh. Akainu opened his mouth to spurt blood. The power contained in Li Mu's punch is too strong. 980 His strength is completely beyond imagination. He never thought that his trick would end like this. What kind of ability user are you? Akainu's face was pale, and he looked at Li Mu in shock. This is no longer pure power. What kind of monster is Li Mu, a man like a monster? Demon fruit power. What kind of ability are you, to be able to use meteorites? This is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Li Mu sneered and said, this is not surprising. I am a human being who surpasses ordinary human beings. This is enough to prove that I have different powers from yours. Akainu's pupils contracted. This guy is demon fruit power. His strength is too terrifying. Impossible. How can that be? How can someone have power beyond mortals? Some Marines exclaimed. Their hearts were extremely excited. Because this means that they finally have hope to defeat this guy. Not only do they have to defeat this guy, they even have to get this guy's devil fruit ability. This is just so cool. This guy is very powerful, but he still has a long way to go to defeat me. Akainu took a deep breath, and there was a hint of determination in his eyes, and then blazing black flames burned on his body. Devil fruit ability, dark fruit ability, devil fruit ability, devil fruit, ABCJ, Shinigami fruit, devil fruit. Moment. Around Akainu, countless small black skeletons appeared, and on top of the heads of these small skeletons, there were phantoms one by one. Devil fruit, fruit hollow. A huge group of Uzumaki appeared beside him, and at the bottom of this black hole, one after another figures suddenly appeared. These figures all had hideous faces and sharp teeth, and their hands are all sharp sickles. This is the truth about Devil Fruit's abilities. Akainu jumped up and jumped directly into the black Uzumaki. Shinigami, let's go. Akainu gave a low shout. His body disappeared directly into this black Uzumaki. Ha 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 ha, your Shinigami will seal your soul forever in the death Uzumaki. Let you never be resurrected. Akainu let out a long cry, his eyes were cold, and he held a black gun in his hand. And around him, there are more than a dozen evil fruit ability users. Each of these dozens of demon fruit powers has reached the 7th level. Die. The black gun in Akainu's hand is swept out. Shua, a pitch black gun light tore through the air and bombarded towards Lee Emu's position. Between Lee Emu's brows, the metallic vertical eyes opened, and a golden beam of light shot out, smashing the gun light. 398 demon fruit power. 398 demon fruit power. Akainu's body flew upside down and fell to the ground. He has scars all over his body. This guy is amazing, worthy of being super strong. Akainu's subordinates gasped one after another, let out a sigh of relief. This time, Akainu will definitely lose. His devil fruit ability is about to disappear completely. I'm afraid this battle is not easy to fight. WWW. And when everyone is talking about it, suddenly, a pirate emerged from the sea. This pirate has blood all over his body, but he had a big smile on his face. You lose. No, I didn't lose. Akainu yelled. I still have the ability to make all your attacks disappear. The ability of our One Piece is called Devil Fruit ability. As he said that, Akainu waved his hands violently, and a dozen demon fruit powers around him rushed towards Lee Mew in an instant. Boom boom boom, boom, boom. The attacks of these dozens of demon fruit powers bombarded Lee Mew, but were blocked by the golden energy on his body. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Lee Mew's mouth. The armament hockey in this world is not unique to you. This is my strongest move. My devil fruit ability is called Devil Judgment. Judgment. Devil's Judgment. Voice down. Layers of devil fruit abilities emerged from Lee Mew's body, and in his hand, a black spear suddenly appeared. Go. Lee Mew swung his arm violently, and the black spear in his hand pierced the air like a shooting star chasing the moon, and aimed straight at Akainu. Bang bang bang. The black spear pierced Akainu's body, blood sprayed out, and Akainu's body was nailed to the deck. You win. Akainu spat out a mouthful of blood foam, with an unbelievable look on his face. You are indeed amazing. Akainu slowly closed his eyes. Unfortunately, I will not let you live, even if it means paying my life. Die. Akainu's body trembled violently, and behind him, a phantom of a temple-sized demon appeared. As soon as this phantom appeared, all the dark clouds in the sky were dispelled. A horrible breath spread. Oh, boom. A tall tower was born out of thin air, and on top of this tall tower stood a figure. It was Yan. Akainu's gaze is fixed on Lee Mew. Your death power is very powerful, but in this world, there is still one person who can subdue you. Yes, that person is called Holy Pope. He is a big man. His strength is stronger than yours. You are no match for him. You will be thrown into the 18th floor of hell, and you will never be able to stand up again. Akainu said indifferently. His eyes showed crazy murderous intent. Yes, then you try it. In Lee Mew's eyes, there was also a gloomy look. Boom. There were bursts of thunder from the sky, and above their heads, a huge machine flew by. What is that? That looks like a warship, right? Could it be that this warship belongs to Akainu? Impossible. Akainu's ability can't control the warship at all, so who owns this warship? Who cares? Since you're here, don't even think about leaving Shao. 399. Seize his wealth. 399. Capture his wealth. Yes, kill him. Kill Akainu and claim his wealth. The pirates roared crazily. Kill, 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 and this time, on the warship. The Holy Pope looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help shaking his head. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This guy is indeed a lion majesty. 990. Akainu looked at the Holy Pope. His eyes were full of resentment. Damn, why, you're still alive. The Holy Pope ignored Akainu. He turned to a middle-aged man behind him and asked, how is Akainu? Master Akainu still has a little fighting power, so he should be able to hold on until we return. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. That's good. However, before returning to the voyage, this guy must be dealt with. Keep this guy, it will be a disaster after all. Understood. The middle-aged man nodded. And this time, Akainu gritted his teeth. I cannot be reconciled. I am Akainu. I am the One Piece. I am the strongest. I want to become stronger. I want to be the only god in this world. Only I am the strongest in this world. All my enemies must die. Kill. Akainu roared. He opened his mouth, and a black beam of light gushed out, straight to Lee Mew's head. This black beam of light was extremely fast, and it flashed an afterimage in the void before arriving in front of Lee Mew. Lee Mew's pupils contracted, and he knew he couldn't avoid it. Boom. Lee Mew's body exploded and turned into a cloud of smoke and dust. And in the place where he was originally, there was a black hole, a ball of flame, which could burn in that black hole. Call. And at this time, the black hole is also rapidly healing. And in the innermost part of the black hole, a figure sat there quietly. Rumble. At this moment, the waves are overwhelming. Li Mu stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the many pirates in front of him, and said in a cold voice, "Your strategy is very good. What a pity. In the face of absolute strength, your schemes are all rubbish. Today, I want you all to die in my hands." Die. In Li Mu's eyes, there was a frenzied killing intent. He used Death Wing again. Whoosh. Li Mu instantly appeared in front of a group of pirates. Boom. He stretched out his right fist and slammed it hard on the chest of a pirate. Click. The pirate suddenly felt that his ribs were broken, and his internal organs seemed to be displaced. He opened his mouth wide, and the blood was soaring. Boom, boom, boom. Li Mu's fists landed on the pirate's chest continuously. The strength of each of his punches reached tens of thousands of tons, and these strengths are still increasing. At this moment, Li Mu has completely fallen into a state of rage. He wants to kill them all. Kill them all. Ah 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 ah, ah ah ah. A pirate howled 4.5 times, their bodies were shattered by Li Mu, and their spirits were even shattered by Li Mu's punch, and they collapsed. Plop, plop. One by one, the pirates fell into a pool of blood. Li Mu's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent, and his fists were still going on. There are only two goals for him. First, because the second one is the holy pope among the pirates. Damn them all. 400 he can definitely defeat that demon. 400 he can definitely defeat that demon. Boom. At this moment, a huge transport ship is also coming from afar. It's the Pope. He came. He has come to redeem us. Very good. Great. We can finally get rid of this demon. Ha ha ha. The Pope is here. He must be able to defeat that demon. A group of pirates shouted excitedly. And at this time, a flash of madness flashed in Li Mu's eyes. He punched Akainu's chest, and at this moment in 01, Akainu suddenly disappeared. What happened? He was still here just now. Why? In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. A pirate looked around in disbelief. Humph. As I said, your time of death has arrived. And at this moment, Akainu's voice sounded in the void. Hearing this sentence, everyone's body couldn't help but tremble. And at this time, a golden light suddenly descended. A golden feathered wing covered half of the sky, and on that golden wing were written two golden words Akainu. At this moment, Akainu's majesty is fully displayed. Boom. Li Mu raised his head and looked at Akainu in the void. Two cold lights shot out from his eyes. It's you. You are here. Okay. Very good. I want to see what you are capable of. FK me. Li Mu shouted angrily, and with a wave of his hand, bullets poured down like rain. And at this moment, Akainu stretched out a claw and grabbed it lightly. Bang, 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 bang. Countless bullets were caught by Akainu, and immediately, these bullets all exploded. How is this possible? How could all these bullets be caught by him? Windmill Village, East Blue. The sun is shining brightly, the blue sky is like washing, the mountains and rivers are beautiful, the clothes are rich and the food is rich, the sea is wide and the fish are leaping, and the sky is flying. Under an old tree, the sun was shining, and Li Mu happily held an ancient book about One Piece, and a pot of tea, and took a sip under the shade of a tree. He had planned to learn from some historians. Dressed in brocade clothes, handkerchief, polite and knowledgeable. However, when I read some ancient classics, I found some incomprehensible things. Crack. There was a crisp sound. Without saying a word, he threw the book directly to the ground. Nima, which author's work is this? Li Mu had an urge to rush to the author from the internet and fight fiercely. In his mind, a voice suddenly flashed. The so-called textbook is to teach students an easy-to-understand term in a way that no one can understand. Hey, 800 don't think too much. It's been a pretty miserable experience for a student who was literally nothing. Old man, take my sword. Now, the door was opened. A 4 or 5-year-old boy jumped up and sat on Li Mu's head. I am a bird. Boom. The next moment, Li Mu pressed the boy clamoring to take a plane to the ground with one hand. Dead ghost, let me go. Ya. Yi Qingtang's voice sounded. The boy kicked his hands and feet like a little piglet. 401A look of unwillingness. 401A look of unwillingness. As the captain of the second team, Ace is expected to inherit the position of second generation with the help of Whitebeard. A future pirate was actually slapped on the ground by him. A glass of 4 emperors, a glass of wine, a glass of water. Li Mu smiled slightly. He never thought that he could become a bandit master. How did I teach you? Have you forgotten? Hurry up and call Uncle Li. Li Mu grabbed the kid and glared at him viciously. I don't want to call you an old man. Ace waved his paw desperately, looking unwilling. The one in front of him is just an old and cunning guy. I don't know how she fooled me, and let her mother give herself to him. Being bullied by him every day, copying, 5-year college entrance examination, washing clothes and underwear. At such a young age, she has already experienced too much suffering. He couldn't swallow this breath. Little Ace, in order to deal with Li Mu, will always make trouble for Li Mu. But soon, he was grabbed by Li Mu, leaving 2 slap marks on his buttocks. As Li Mu said, just hit it, there has to be a balance. This is good news for OCD sufferers. Looking at Ace in front of him, Higuchi yelled, head. Li Mu's face darkened. You old man, this little kid is disobedient, so he should be spanked. Seeing that Li Mu was about to make a move, Ace's face was stubborn, tears rolled in his eyes. If you want to fight, fight, I'm not afraid of you. Li Mu looked at the stubborn Ace in front of him and couldn't help laughing. With his hands, he gently rubbed his little face. This guy, very unique, indeed. A child who cannot play has no value at birth. Li Mu can be said to be Ace's father. As the saying goes, grandma takes care of the children, as long as they can fill their stomachs. Mothers take care of their children, as long as they are beautiful. The 5-year-old rebellious period, isn't it a bit early? Coming, Uncle Li, but now, the Ace, seems to be in a state of rebellion. Li Mu has enough means to deal with him. Seeing Li Mu getting serious, Ace was taken aback. Knowing that he had caused trouble, he quickly bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry, Uncle Li, I'm sorry, you are my family and I will never fight against you in the future. Ace, why don't you understand my good intentions? Uncle won't do you any harm, right? I'm your only family member. I'll give you a pile of shit. I'll raise you up. Uncle is doing it for your own good. It's time, why are you talking about this? You go, don't fight again. What a fool. Forget it, you can go wherever you want in the future, whatever you want to do, Uncle, I will never talk to you again. Uncle Li, I'm sorry, don't kick me out. Seeing that Li Mu was going to drive him out, Ace quickly pulled Lajmu's sleeve. Li Mu laughed heartily, even if he is one piece, so what? Isn't he obedient? Suddenly, Li Mu sighed and stood with his hands behind his back, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Hey, he is disobedient now, he doesn't even listen to Uncle's orders. Li Mu reached out and patted Ace on the shoulder lightly. Just a brat, father raises children, haha, as long as they can survive. 402, you know what I mean. 402, you know what I mean. It's all for your sake. Isn't this a typical Shogwo-style parent? Indeed, a young man who slays a dragon will sooner or later become a giant dragon. Isn't this visually stunning? Uncle Li, I understand, I will practice hard, and I will never disappoint your expectations. Ace's face was serious, his fists clenched. He looked at the serious Ace. Seeing the time is up, Li Mu rubbed Ace's head, and said righteously, Ace, you understand what I mean, come on, I have prepared a 5-year 3-year mock test for you, you take me, I want to see look. Ace is such a poor guy. Tears welled up in my eyes just now, and I was moved by Uncle Li. In the next second, everyone was dumbfounded, because Li Mu took a book from nowhere. 237, this. Can you lie to me? In an instant, in front of his eyes, Li Mu had a smirk on his face, like a demon walking out of hell, which gave Ace a creepy feeling. This Uncle Li was really terrifying, and it wasn't his at all, opponent. Ace pouted, and continued to flip through the thick book. 2. Ace has an illusion that the sky is falling apart. He couldn't help but shed tears. 5 years have passed. Li Mu euphemistically said that she would take good care of him, but in fact she was ignoring Hiroto. She plays tricks with him every day. And Ace is the choke of being abused. The most important is, she is no match for him. However, he used it again for a 3-year exam. He didn't even have a chance to cry. But it is what it is. Uncle Li's attitude is very good, but he is very good to himself. He often teaches himself how to practice and how to improve his strength. Every day, I use something that I don't know what it is to quickly temper myself. Its intention. It is to exercise your physical body and make yourself stronger. Ace can clearly feel that his current physical body is much stronger than ordinary children. Windmill Village. Ace is known as Little Barbarian. As Uncle Li said, only by laying a solid foundation can we build tall buildings. This is something called Foundation Establishment Potion. Ace has seen it before. Participate in the major event of the Great Line. Ace peed his pants. Reward, Foundation Establishment Potion. Building Foundation Liquid. 1 drop can turn a basin of water into a foundation building spring. Soaking in it every day will greatly help your body and strength. That's right, after Li Mu saw Ace peeing with his own eyes, he got a copy of Foundation Establishment Water. This is especially true for the child Ace. This time, it took 4 or 5 years. Soak in water every day. Ace, purely in terms of size, stronger than those bears, apes, and tigers. It is indeed a ferocious beast. Li Mu couldn't help thinking of such thoughts. Now that I am invincible in the world, do I want to practice? Uncle Li, I want to hear your bed story. Ace was beside Li Mu, using his own body, lying on the chest of the old man with the children in Fengche village, listening and talking. Okay, Uncle Li, I'll tell you how I stole Mahawk's black sword. Li Mu cleared his throat, and shared his experience of being a big devil. Many years ago, on a dark night, in the sky, there was a dark sky, and there was a gloomy sky. 403 Stop talking nonsense. 403 Stop talking nonsense. The other side. Uncle Li, I want to hear the story on the bed, stop talking nonsense. Ace pouted, pulled Li Mu's arm, and said in a childish voice. You be asterisk 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 D, I tell you, you're lying. Li Mu slapped Ace on the head, the pain made him grin his teeth. This is simply big news. As we all know, Mahawk is the next #1 swordsman in the world. Even his peerless sword was robbed. This is a task that many people dream of but cannot achieve. Telling you this kind of thing now is simply degrading yourself. Not only are you ignorant of flattery, but you also said that Lousy is playing tricks. Ace curled his lips, and said in a childish voice, pretending to be a ghost is just pretending, what are you pretending? So many years have passed. Uncle Lee also told him a lot. Such as stealing Kaido fruit, such as throwing a nuclear bomb on Big Mom's cake, such as rushing into the bulldozer base and being surrounded by Marines. This Uncle Lee is very conceited. He has always regarded himself as the top of the world, and the 4 emperors must respect him. He was still chattering, aloof, with me Li Mu, there is my world. What I, Li Mu, have done in my life, I never need to tell others. Although this matter is outrageous, Uncle Lee is serious. But how powerful his uncle is, how could Ace not know? A year ago, the lord of the robbers in Fengche village, known as more than 8 million wanted criminals, broke into here and robbed their houses. Every family will use their own money to solve the problem. At first, when he heard about Li Mu's glamorous past, Ace also felt that Uncle Lee was going to have an earth-shattering battle with the Bandit King. As a result, Uncle Lee, like everyone else, obediently gave the money. Now, Uncle Lee, aren't you awesome? Uncle Lee, aren't you very strong? Why don't you drive them away? Li Shuyi said righteously. Ace, don't fight at every turn, apply what you have learned, and apply what you have learned. Although these horse bandits are not very good, their leader is definitely a master. Li Mu told Ace about the past of the Bandit King in detail. Rumors. The 56 emperors in the ocean died in his hands. 0. For so many years by Li Mu's side, he never saw Li Mu make a move, but he was notoriously lazy. And 3 meals a day. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. He is the well-deserved number 1, and the well-deserved number 1. Lie. The remaining 4 are struggling to survive in the new world. The damn guy. Therefore, Ace gave Li Mu the nickname, Old God Stick. Most of the time, they survived only under the help of Bandit Dayton and others. He must have played tricks in front of his mother and won her favor, so he gave himself to him. Ace burst into tears. If you can sit, you can't stand. If you can lie down, you can't sit down. Start here. I saw Li Mu speak so confidently. What more nonsense can you talk about? 60 ocean emperors, a once-in-a-100-year powerful thief, a high-ranking immortal, and where did Uncle G learn from? Why did I trust him so much? I thought what he said was true. The limit of the great root, the sword coming from the west, and the magical weapon are simply nonsense. Laziness to the extreme. 404 too angry to speak. 404 too angry to speak. Mother, you are so stupid. At this time, Ace already had his own purpose. His goal is to be famous all over the world, keep winning, and win the highest honor. Only in this way, his survival and his whole world will recognize him. However, he thought of Uncle Lee, a cheater. Ace suddenly felt that his future had become extremely dark. Follow this uncle, 560, who can't even defeat the king of bandits. What is there to learn? But seeing Li Mu being so aggressive, Ace had no choice but to lower his head, too angry to speak. Time flies. Gone in a flash. 3 years. Today, Ace is 8 years old. There are many changes this year. Ace hugged a young man about his own age from the outside. As soon as he inquired, Fang Chu knew. The child with the pipe, rotten teeth, ragged clothes, and no one to rely on is Sabo, the second in command of the revolution. 6 months later, Garp is also very busy. He often goes out and goes to the windmill village alone. A timid child followed him. Garp found Li Mu, and wanted to let a idleman like Li Mu help take care of Luffy. Okay, Ace is 8, Sabo is 7, and Luffy is 6. ASL, all 3 little kids are here. Seeing this scene, Li Mu was shocked. He curled his lips. It's sure to be wonderful in your own home. Far, just as Li Mu expected. A little kid is enough to give people a headache. Now it has doubled. Li Mu's thatched cottage never rests. This is the first time the 3 children met. It was as if she had taken a stimulant, and she couldn't sleep no matter what. They ran wildly in the mountains and forests, uttering screams, which resounded through the entire village. Every household will go to someone to complain. The 3 children grabbed drinks in the East Market, played in the South, smashed chickens in the North Market, and smashed in the West. There is no way. Children naturally love to play. Participate in One Piece's large-scale event. First meeting, reward, Fruit of Gravity. Heart of Gravity. SSR's top devil fruit, with the power to manipulate repulsion and gravity, current level 55-1. What is this? Li Mu looked at her new skills and felt powerless in her heart. I am now an invincible existence 0. Why did you send me devil fruit? A tier 1 demon tree. Level 1 skill. He knows how weak he is. Li Mu is a lazy person, and now he can finally enjoy his practice with peace of mind, but he wants to do this kind of thing. Doesn't that mean that I have to practice desperately? Forget it. Now that you're here, let's go. A top quality devil fruit is right in front of him, of course Li Mu will not refuse. He thought that he was the well-deserved first person, and thought that he had promoted this thunder fruit to ultimate. He can have today's achievements. All this is because of his perseverance. The outside world thought that he was number 1 in the world, but no one would have imagined how much effort Li Mu had put into embark on this path. So 2.9. My strength. Give me a boost. Li Mu waved her big hand and roared angrily. Immediately afterwards, the power of the gravity system is getting stronger and stronger. This time, he directly promoted his devil fruit to ultimate. He could feel that the power in his body had risen to another level. He really likes to chant, how lonely I am, how invincible I am. 405 The divine light piercing the sky. 405 The divine light piercing the sky. Li Mu walked into a desolate place. He began to try to control. Sometimes in the air, sometimes on the ground. The force of gravity just obtained is simply handy in his hands. The most powerful method of the gravity fruit is to use the force of gravity and repulsion to create a continuous trial skill. Gravity and repulsion. If that's the case, can I create universal pull and Shinra-Tenji? But, this is the last trick, use your own observation hockey to pull a huge meteor out of the universe. In Li Mu's eyes, a kind of divine light burst out from the south of the cave. Then, the sky suddenly darkened. Oh, when the sun is blocked and it is pitch black. This is a huge piece, giving people a strong visual impact. It rushed into the atmosphere at an astonishing speed, rolled up a raging flame, and dispersed the surrounding dark clouds, and black mist emerged from the dark clouds. That huge meteor, just a shadow covered the entire huge village, as well as the surrounding sea. One can imagine, if hit by such a meteor. No one would have thought that this big earthquake was like a comet hitting the planet. Windmill Village can be razed to the ground in a minute. This day, on sunny days, the villagers are very happy. Unexpectedly, the sky suddenly became dark. The local people didn't know what happened and raised their heads one after another. At this glance, his feet are a little weak. Meteor. For a moment, the head of the village, the woman, the owner of the bar, the bandit Dayton, and the three little guys who were catching pheasants in the wilderness were all dumbfounded. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces full of horror. Run! A voice came from afar. This is definitely a huge catastrophe for Windmill Village. The people below are either fleeing or fleeing, or fleeing or fleeing. Both Sabo and Luffy looked terrified. As soon as Ace raised his head, he thought of his slacker. No, I have to wake Uncle Lee. In theory, what Uncle Lee loves most is sleeping until the sun rises. Maybe he hasn't woken up yet. Ace's physical fitness is very good, and he returned to his home in no time. At a glance, there is no sign of Uncle Lee. I didn't see Uncle Lee. Little Ace was relieved, perhaps Uncle Lee had escaped long ago. This B************ D has a bit of conscience, and he didn't raise you for nothing. Seeing this scene, Li Mu smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand. Under everyone's shocked gaze, it was a huge meteor. Turn out to be, he was back in space again. The danger of Windmill Village just disappeared. The local people did not understand what was going on, 177, but they all understood that they were already safe. When the meteor falls, they almost thought they were doomed. Thinking of that huge shooting star, they felt like their eyes were going to pop out. Until now, everyone's backs are icy cold. On this day, the people in Windmill Village will not calm down. Many people are panicked and many are contacting the nearby marine. Let them send special personnel to investigate. Only, several marines around are here to join in the fun. The meteor falls and returns to the universe. What excuses can this group of rabble come up with? 406 The owner of this warship. 406 The owner of this warship. You can't tell us what a precious time our marine is. Yes, marine would never believe the weird legends of these country bumpkins. Yes, this situation, unless it is seen, whoever it is, will find it incredible. However, they couldn't believe it, but there were also people who didn't speak. Around the Windmill Village, there is a group of people coming. A huge banner was fluttering in the wind. Above the banner was a head and two long swords, but there were 3 scars on the left eye. If there are masters from the New World, when they saw this scene, they would definitely be trembling and trembling. The owner of this battleship is the red-haired marine. Red-haired Shanks is the strongest one in the past 2 years, and also the strongest one. This is the elite of a boat. Even for an intern doctor, at least 8 million. Rumors. Red-haired Shanks, but the Pirate King Roger. So far, his arrest warrants have reached more than 2 billion. He already has the title of the smallest of the 4 great empires. This time, Shanks chose to return to the East Blue Windmill Village. But he never expected it. The moment he passed the Windmill Village, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Control meteor. Among the 4 seas, the weakest East Blue. There is such a powerful existence. Are there any powerful monks around here who can manipulate meteors? Shanks said in a deep voice. I don't know, but his cultivation is definitely not weaker than ours. Ben Beckman said in a deep voice. Shanks was on the side of the boat, his long red hair flying in the air as the wind blew against him. He looked at Windmill Village from a distance. Whoever controls this star, who is he? Uncle Lee. The door was pushed open, and Little Ace, Little Sabo, and Xiao Daofei came out. This time something big happened. They told Li Mu how the meteor fell to the ground. The meteor, I saw it with my own eyes. Li Mu nodded to express his understanding. This was built by him himself, don't you still know? Uncle Lee, what about you? I'm worried for you. Ace stepped forward and gave Li Mu a big hug. He was extremely worried, fearing that something might happen to Uncle Lee. After all, he is his senior brother. He occasionally talks nonsense and has a nickname. But the friendship for many years has already made it difficult for Ace to break up. Sabo and Luffy also looked worried. Been together for so long. Sabo also has a trace of belonging to his family. He suddenly realized, and home are completely 2 concepts. Sabo is a great nobleman in the kingdom of Goa. In order to inherit his inheritance, his father trained him as a gentleman, hoping to marry a princess and make Sabo's business flourish. But as Sabo's parent, he has not fulfilled his duty. From their perspective, had it, even his own flesh and blood are just pawns that he can use. He was going to move on from this family that took his breath away. So Bo decided to leave. Later, he met Ace and came to Lee Mu's house. Lee Mu is gentle and elegant, generous and considerate. Let Sabo have a warm feeling in his eyes. After all, Xiao is a senior worthy of respect. What's more, Luffy is also Lee Mu's nephew. 407 Lee Mu suddenly became serious. 407 Lee Mu suddenly became serious. At the beginning, he was still a little immature. But over time, all day long, Uncle Lee, Uncle Lee. That time, Lee Mu looked at the three little guys, took a sip of tea, and looked thoughtful. Do you know what I did on the meteor? Lee Mu suddenly became serious, and reprimanded the three little guys. Uncle Lee, what are you doing? Sabo and Ace looked at each other, and Luffy looked at each other. Lee Mu stood up long. Now, he changed his momentum, stood with his hands behind his back, like an unrivaled powerhouse. His momentum became more and more majestic, and said mysteriously, you know one thing, but you don't know another thing, just looking at the falling meteor, without knowing the specifics. Meteors will not appear for no reason, nor will they retreat for no reason. Do you know who defeated those 407 meteors? Who? In fact, Ace and others were also very curious about why this meteor would suddenly return to the sky. Is there really someone playing tricks behind it? Luffy and Sabo also had serious expressions on their faces, and they all speculated, could it be that there are some extremely strong people near the windmill village? See you today. How strange. I am Uncle Lee. Lee Mu looked at the three little brats seriously, from a punk to a real liar. The three little guys were still talking about some weird things at first. Lee Mu's sudden words caught the three of them by surprise. Usually when I hear you bragging, we are all hypocritical flatterers. But you take it as fact. Let the meteor retreat. What a joke. In the eyes of Ace and the others, among those masters at sea, which one is lazy? They study hard and practice hard. From early morning to late night, they constantly improve themselves and temper their will. Unlike Uncle Lee, they slept all day long, and they would starve to death if it wasn't for the help of the nearby bandit Dayton. Such people, this is the most powerful person in their hearts. Ace et al. Also tried to expose Lee Mu. Uncle Lee, are you so awesome? Let me see your flying skills. Uncle Lee, aren't you very powerful? I want to see how you deal with those bandits. Uncle Lee, I'm going to have a look. ABFF. In the minds of the three of them, they were all thinking about how to get Lee Mu to speak out. It's like Naruto Sasuke has been racking his brains to find the mask. Regrettably, they all have that. I'll show you when you grow up, look. Immediately afterwards, he told the three of his glorious deeds. At the beginning, he was an enemy of the powerful from all sides, cutting the sea with one sword, and piercing the sky with one sword. For him, this is simply a piece of cake. The three little fellows were all angry, they had never encountered such a nonsense senior. Can you be more outrageous? They wish they could stay as far away from Lee Mu as possible. As the saying goes, the farther they go with Lee Mu, the more they worry about whether they will become liars like Lee Mu. His Uncle Lee, this is definitely the most bragging person ever. If there is a martial arts competition, Uncle Lee will definitely make a lot of money. Damn, it's disgusting. It's just that she can't expose it. Oh, Chen Xiaobei sighed. Lee Mu sighed, walked out of the room, and slowly raised his head under the sun with deep eyes. Ace, Sabo, Luffy, you three, do you really think that I am a scam, and everything is fake? You are wrong by the way, you are wrong, these all happened while at sea. 408 really a master in the sea. 408 really a master in the sea. Lee Mu's expression suddenly changed, becoming sad, as if he had experienced something terrible. His voice was low, but persuasive. Sabo and Luffy were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Lee Mu. Could it be that Uncle Lee is really an expert in the sea? That, Uncle Lee, can you show us? Luffy said nervously. Uncle Lee, you're pretending. Ace curled his lips, he has the most contact with Lee Mu, and he has seen a lot of bullshit routines. A person like Uncle Lee, he will not be like Luffy and Sabo, FK the shit out of scaring. Bizarre. That's all for my Ace words. If Uncle Lee is a real strong man, then I will not eat for 3 days and 3 nights. Oh, 10 days without food. And show your own strength. Once. No matter what they say, Ji Xiao doesn't say it. This day. Moreover, he didn't think that Uncle Lee would show his real strength. Didn't the three of you have been waiting to see it for a long time? Alright, then I will fulfill you. Lee Mu's tone was calm, but his noble face was full of vitality. As soon as this statement came out, Ace looked up sharply. Am I dazzled? Uncle Lee agreed. Ace swallowed, and stared at Lee Mu nervously, afraid that he might miss something. The other side. Both Sabo and Luffy's hearts skipped a beat. I'm coming. This is an exciting moment. Could it be that what Uncle Lee said is true? Uncle Lee is not talking big, is he? Is not it? If Uncle Lee is really an extremely strong man, if what Uncle Lee said is true, then could it be that they have an uncle? It can split the mountains, it can split the sea, it can tear up the sky, it can make the whole continent tremble. This scene, exciting just thinking about it. Uncle Lee, I don't want you to do anything earth-shattering. Even if you can climb over the wall, I will still think you are a real strong man. I will never talk about you, an old and cunning fellow. Ace clenched his fist, his hands were trembling slightly, his eyes were full of longing for Uncle Lee. Over the wall, Lee Mu shook her head upon hearing this. Little tricks. Give me a knife, Ace. Lee Mu's tone was calm, and his whole body exuded an otherworldly aura. 0. Ace hurriedly took out a long knife that he had kept for a long time, a broken long knife from his bedroom. The three little guys could not wait to look at him, their fists were rattling, and their eyes were fixed on Lee Musy. Sabo, Ace, Luffy, show me everything. He has always regarded this sword as a treasure, and even the hilt has two big characters, ASL, written on it. Now, this is the friendship of three people. Okay, just pick one. Lee Mew held the broken knife in his hand, and it was also in big characters, $L. Ace was taken aback, feeling that Uncle Lee seemed a little different today. Very good. Broken sword, Regner asked. Uncle Lee, do you have an opinion? This sword is extremely sharp, it seems to be able to cut through everything that stands in front of him. Ace handed over the broken knife in his hand to Lee Mew. Point 0. Lee Mew is awe-inspiring, holding a long knife in one hand, and his spirit is flying high. Even if it is a rusty broken knife, slight changes have taken place in his hand. It has been corroded and rusted by seawater, and I don't know where it came from. There is nothing fun about it. He found the broken knife on the beach behind Windmill Village. 409 Lee Mew stands with hands behind her back. 409 Lee Mew stands with hands behind her back. At last, a portal from another dimension is about to open in front of you. They faintly feel it. Once you go in by yourself, it is a dead end. All their tiny dreams can come true. Before, they all regarded Lee Mew as a typical old Jongu. DJR. In their minds, Lee Mew's figure is constantly rising, giving them a feeling that 8,000 is standing on the shoulders of a huge titan. Regrettably, a trace of luck rose in their hearts, but the next moment, Lee Mew sealed all the doors of their rooms. Lee Mew picked up the broken knife, looked into the distance blankly, and then, like a child throwing a piece of paper, threw the broken knife over. The broken knife, like a sharp arrow, disappeared in an instant at an extremely fast speed. But, that's it. Lee Mew stood with his hands behind his back, with an inscrutable expression on his face. Quote question mark quote. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy all looked at Lee Mew blankly. Isn't this acting? Don't you want to show off your strength? Can't you split a mountain? He waited for a long time, finally waited. This is the end. Is this your greatest strength? Powerful enough to make everyone in the universe admire it? They looked toward the ocean, which was not divided. They looked up at the sky, and the dark clouds in the sky still hadn't dissipated. Damn, I might as well fart. Damn, why would you be deceived? Uncle Lee, give me a favor. It's over, Lee Tianming asked. Ace is like eating a bitter melon. You old and cunning guy, see if I don't beat you. Ace wanted to beat Lee Mew to death with one punch, but when he remembered that he respected his elders, he restrained himself again. At this time, Ace Sabo Luffy, look, this is my skill. Lee Mui said sharply. He raised a palm and pointed to the distance. See that island? I'm thousands of kilometers away, so I'll cut it in half. Thousands of kilometers away, Ace pouted. Lee Mew said such words, but was so arrogant, he was simply a real strongman. Okay, hey, why don't I trust Uncle Lee? With your sister. Ace's face was flushed, and when he saw Lee Mew's haughty look, he hated iron and steel, and said through gritted teeth, I'm not welcome, I don't believe you can split this rock with a single sword. Gone. Lee Mew laughed, shook his head and refused. He was cheating him today. Now, Lee Mew said without blushing, without panting, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, am I strong, Uncle Lee? Study hard, it will be of great use in the future. Even Luffy and Sabo couldn't help but curse, old liar. To be a liar, to be a liar. 1.3 Since you don't believe it, don't complain about G. Child. Ace rolled his eyes at him, and then said, if you want us to believe you, you must at least convince us, let us believe you. I'm telling the truth. I want to be a powerful ocean lord, and I want to be a pirate respected by everyone. Jieshi is like a child's play. Uncle Lee's strength. I am worried that if I am not careful, East Blue will be split in half. By then, how many people will die in the sea? For the safety of the people at sea, for everyone's safety, I don't have to cut it. Why should I study with you? Same as you. 410 are all Roger's trainee crew. 410 are all Roger's trainee crew. Uncle Lee, you be ************************************** D. Ace was furious, but in the end there was nothing he could do. That's all. Today, Lee Mew's trick made Ace, Sabo, and Luffy all look disappointed. The other side, Orange Island is thousands of kilometers away from Windmill Village. Years ago, a group of pirates, based in Orange Town, ran rampant in the vicinity. As time passed, their number continued to increase. Today, the number has reached more than 300 people. In the entire East Blue, it can be regarded as a strong power zone. 01. Even Marine offered a bounty of 10 million Baileys. This pirate is called the Clown. Yes, the person guarded by the old Gyota is Buggy, Lee Mew and Shanks, both Roger's cadets. That's natural. Because of taking a magic fruit by mistake, Buggy's dream was shattered, which made Buggy harbor resentment towards Shanks, and now he is hiding in East Blue, developing in secret. As its strength grew, Buggy established itself in the heart of Orangetown. The camp was completed today. Only, Buggy hadn't had time to rejoice yet. A broken long knife appeared out of nowhere, with the words, ASL, written on it, like a sharp blade that fell from the sky, and smashed heavily at the center of Orange Island with a force of destruction. The entire Orange Island was shaking. One after another the peaks collapsed, one after another the peaks were overturned, and huge rocks rolled down one after another, shaking the earth. This moment, the huge island was directly cut in two, and countless seawater poured in from the middle. In this shattered desert, on Orange Island, the broken long knife did not move at all. Buggy's newly established base was instantly destroyed under this broken long knife. Damn it, who the hell is it? Buggy looked at the destroyed base, his money, his funds, his wealth, his capital, his roar, his face was covered with dust, it was extremely miserable. The base he worked so hard to build has not yet been fully completed. When people are at home, there will be disasters. A broken long knife destroyed all his things. This day, the name, called, Red Hair, arrived at Windmill Village Wharf. In a small building, Li Mu slowly opened his eyes wide. At this time, many years have passed, so, his dream is to become a marine admiral. When I was at Roger. Anyway, this is his own nephew. Ace found Li Mu and informed him of Luffy's whereabouts. Soon, his bounty reached 1 billion. Unknowingly, Shanks and Buggy both looked envious, jealous and hateful, but unfortunately their 747 strength is average, so they have been practicing in secret. Has Luffy already found Shanks? Let neither of them catch up. He remembered the small talk between the three of them. Li Mu used to be an apprentice sailor with Shanks and Buggy. Uncle Lee, there is a pirate ship in our port, Luffy should have come from there. Yes, but later, the matter of Li Mu caused an uproar. Li Mu smiled. As strong as Shanks is, Luffy has seen it firsthand. 411 behind the scene. 411 behind the scene. Li Mu intends to take a walk outside. In the Windmill Village, there is a small hotel. The owner of this bar is named Makino. Due to the vast territory and sparse population of Fengche Village, even a small shop is not easy to open. Only, this day, Shanks rented out the entire pub. And Shanks, at this time, met Makino. Speaking of which, Makino is likely to be behind Shanks. In the following plot, Makino made an appearance at one point. But at that time, she was still holding a baby in her hands. Child, 9 times out of 10 it's Shanks. Li Mu moved. His originally heroic face, at this moment, turned into an energetic middle-aged man. In some respects, the method of transformation has indeed given Li Mu great benefits. Makino bar. Li Mu turned into a middle-aged man. As soon as he entered, he saw 2 groups of people fighting. The scene was a bit weird. One is Shanks. Li Mu looked at Shanks. After many years, he has become much older. He is no longer that immature boy, but has 3 scars. Opposite, he is near the Windmill Village, the bandit leader who ran amok in the Goya Empire. Kong dang, there was a loud noise. However, the first one to strike was the King of Thieves. Holding a jug in one hand, he kicked Luffy's head off with the other, and smashed the beer bottle on Shanks' head hard. Clatter, there was a loud noise. There was a loud bang, fragments of the shattered wine bottle scattered all over the floor, and Shanks fell down. The white shirt on his body was soaked with blood. Things were even worse for Shanks. It fell directly from under the counter. Participate in the big event of the pirate world. Open the bottle of 4 emperors, defeat the One Piece King, reward, unlimited places. Random door. Where it opens, you can go anywhere. Door to space. Isn't this a mobile device? Li Mu listened with great interest. You can imagine, if he's going to Raftel, he didn't need to fly at all. As long as you open a door of space, you can reach the goal within a minute. It can be said, it is an excellent choice for travel and vacation. Interesting. However, there are more interesting things ahead. Li Mu looked at the Bandit King with great interest. This time, he really didn't expect it. This is what it looks like when it comes up. This time, he must be remembered. You are enjoying life, ha ha ha. What's wrong? Startled, Makino quickly wiped Shanks' clothes clean. I'm fine, Makino. Shanks waved his hand, beckoning himself. Is this the so-called pirate? A bunch of idiots who can't catch a single trick, and you want to drink with me? The Bandit King's eyes gleamed ferociously, looking down at Shanks and the red-haired pirate. Seeing this scene, instead of being angry, the red-haired sailors looked at the scene in front of them with great interest, waiting for a good show. Shanks, on the other hand, looked indifferent. Let this lord of bandits do whatever he wants. And Luffy looked at him with a rogue face. Think of the gangster who was domineering in Fengche Village, burned, killed, looted, robbed, and swaggered in front of their eyes. Luffy hated his teeth even more. 412 all quiet down. 412 all quiet down. HMPH, if you don't have one, you'll be gone. Don't you usually like to tidy up? Let you tidy up. The Bandit King drew out his long sword and chopped it off with one stroke. The wine on the bar was smashed into pieces by him, the wine inside was spilled all over the floor, broken wine bottles were scattered all over the floor, and the table was smashed beyond recognition. Okay, let's go. He withdrew the long knife in his hand. Kicked the door of the restaurant out with one kick. These people are really too weak. They don't resist when they are bullied. They are cowards, powerless, they can only leave helplessly with their subordinates. The red-headed sailors in the bar fell silent. Immediately afterwards, everyone laughed. Hey. Boss 683, they made you like this. It's embarrassing. Don't you usually like to clean up? Let you clean up well. Hee, I do the same. I really didn't expect such a rampant bandit leader to exist in such a small village. More than 8 million Baileys. This, haha, sorry, I don't know how to say it. For Shanks' fiasco, all the people on the boat were not depressed at all, but laughed. Everyone on the boat was laughing. Shanks laughed. It's very pitiful, Abia, really pitiful. Luffy raised his small fist. Shanks, why are you still here in a daze? Don't you think it's embarrassing? Why don't you take action? Are you still a man? Then, at this time, it is time for Shanks to educate Luffy. Even if someone smashed him with a bowl of wine, it wasn't that serious. The real pirate is to bully the small with the big. This kind of person is really not worth it. He has to admit it. Shanks' words were so convincing that he had to give in. Compared with Uncle Lee, an unreliable lazy B***************, it's a world of difference. This gap is really too big. This is a powerful pirate, a respectable senior. Luffy's eyes swept across Shanks, the fiery color in his eyes became more and more intense. Ah! A scream sounded. In the bar, the middle-aged man couldn't help but snapped his fingers loudly. Li Mu frowned and touched the bridge of his nose. Which guy is talking bad about me behind my back? Hearing Shanks' words, Xiao Daofei lowered his head, holding back his anger. Now, he also saw a strange fruit next to it. Without saying a word, he grabbed the fruit and took a bite. Luffy thought of his Uncle Lee. Everyone around nodded their heads. Shanks and others saw that Luffy was eating a devil fruit. Suddenly their faces changed drastically. Not to mention, Uncle Lee is known as the strongest of the powerful roots. And Luffy actually has a devil's heart. From this moment on, 2 days later, when Shanks heard this, he felt a little lost. Shanks ordered his men to investigate whether there are still masters lurking in Windmill Village. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been robbed by a bandit. No, Chen Mo asked. What a sword in the west, a fairy in the sky. It would be even better if there were strong men hiding in the dark. However, in this water area, there is a military base, and there must be many strong marines there. He is going to stop it. How could there be such a powerful person in Windmill Village? But it was too late. 413 The scene of, showing off. 413 The scene of, showing off. Is this an ancient city? Luffy shook his head. No way. Uncle Lee is a well-known treacherous and cunning in Fengche Village. Where is he a hidden powerhouse? He remembered the scene where Uncle Lee showed his hand. Luffy suddenly got chills all over his body. Time passed by every minute and every second. Luffy has been following Sean Kerr's behind. One battle after another. In the red-haired pirate, Xiao Dao became a joker. Build strong friendships with them. Only. But at this moment, the bandit came to make trouble again. Shanks and others didn't care about it at all, even though those people were so rampant. But this time, he was furious. He wants to challenge the bandit lord himself. The ending is obvious. Luffy was trampled down by a thief. Fortunately, Shanks rescued him from the hands of the king of thieves in time. DJ. And now, Shanks had one of his arms ripped off by the monster. Participate in the big event of the pirates. Red hair, beheading, reward, conquerors. In a village not far away, Li Mu stood at the top. He saw with his own eyes that Shanks' arm was torn off by the king of the sea. Too bad so bad, Li Mu chuckled. One of the 4 kings. He lost an arm at East Blue. East Blue, on an island. Among the 4 seas, the weakest area. And, Luffy's novice village is Gangjungwan. The boss of your majestic novice village was actually killed by a monster. How incredible this is. Quote. If you're going to bet on Luffy, bet on it. Why cut off your own arm? You can use your emotions or your financial resources to gamble. Bet with one arm of your own. Oda's failure caused a bug in his thinking, which didn't match his design. To be honest, even he didn't expect that things in the future would be so hot. One can imagine the strength of the king of the sea. He didn't even say what happened afterwards. Shanks is so pathetic. The boy who was fine just now, was ruined in the blink of an eye. But, Li Mu focused on the conquerors that she just got. 0. In this world, bandits are divided into 3 levels. 3 kinds of hockey, 1 armed color and 1 hockey. These 2 colors, with the exception of conquerors, are cultivated. Oh, Shanks is what it is today. A battle between top masters. Shanks. Although Li Mu felt potential, but in the process of following and wandering in the sea, he was rewarded with 10 million Baileys. One day, I will be rewarded by this system. This time, his conquerors, I'm afraid there will be no chance again. One wrong step and the whole army is wiped out. It can be said, in the anime, it seems that the conquerors is overbearing, like cleaning up the enemy. Moreover, I use your arm in exchange for my life. Unexpectedly, this has something to do with his innate ability to conquerors. B. How rare is this? He really didn't expect it. I haven't seen you for many years, I didn't expect you to give me such a big gift like the golden lion. If not, they are 2 completely different concepts. 414 Do you also have an uncle? 414 Do you also have an uncle? Can I still accept it? As the saying goes, one good thing after another, or I will bully you again. Li Mu Heihei Ichiraku. The time spent in Windmill Village is too long. Now, it's time for the red-haired person to leave. Only, Shanks knew from Luffy that he had an uncle named Li Mu. Hear about it, Lu. 200 inches Fei, do you have an uncle too? Shanks, what's the matter? I have Uncle Lee in Windmill Village. Luffy said innocently. He came to Windmill Village. Upon hearing that Li Mu had come to Windmill Village, Shanks could no longer keep his composure. Of course Shanks knows Luffy's name, Monkey D. Luffy. Shanks thought of Monkey, and thought of the man who fled around under the pursuit of Roger's pirates. It's easy to guess. Garp should be Luffy's grandpa. Garp has 2 sons. His 2 children, one is Lee Mew and the other is his adopted son. Years ago, Lee Mew has done so many embarrassing things and has been cast aside by everyone. As a result, Mariajoy was killed by a group of pirates and marine. Now, Luffy also has an uncle named Lee Mew. Could it be? Luffy, where's your uncle? Show me the way. I see, Shanks said solemnly, and behind him, Laji and others, as well as Yasop and others, also reacted, and their faces became much more dignified. Luffy took the lead. All red-haired marines are on the move. A group of people went straight to a hillside in Fengjun village in a mighty manner. Windmill village, in a mountain forest, in a small building. The light here is very good, the greenery is full of greenery, surrounded by birds, and the greenery is full of greenery. After Shanks and others arrived. But at this moment, the door, and the uneasiness in Shanks' heart was similar to that of that door. Just in case, if I guessed correctly, maybe, Lee Mew is still alive. To understand, how strong is Lee Mew's strength? It can't be just like that. When he was just a little devil, he was chased and killed by countless big factions, but he never fell down. If he died in such an unknown way, Shanks couldn't believe it. At last, the door swung open. Shanks got more and more excited. The sun's rays sprinkled in the room, making the room bright, and even the dust on the table was wiped off by the sun. The sun rose, illuminating the room brightly. One was wearing a white robe, his figure remained unchanged, his face was like a crown of jade, and he was sitting upright. His back is so clear. Shanks and others could only vaguely see his figure. However, even after so many years, although there was only one figure, Shanks recognized it immediately. It really is you, Lee Mew, you are not dead. Shanks was startled. This was just his conjecture, and this conjecture had already been confirmed by him. It surprised him with a 5.7. Even though he is 4 emperors, his status is extremely high. Back in time, fleeting. The two seem to have returned to the year when they first entered Roger's practice base. They have a reputation for causing trouble. The people on the whole ship were tortured enough. His nose and face are bruised and swollen from being beaten every day, but afterward he puts his arms around his shoulders and drinks, talking and laughing happily. It can be said, it was Shanks looking at him with joy in his eyes. 415 Buggy also disappeared. 415 Buggy also disappeared. Now, Lee Mew died, Buggy also disappeared, and the pirates he attached to fell apart, and his captain was sentenced to death by Marine. Hey, there is no going back. Welcome distinguished guests. Lee Mew turned around, with a faint smile on her face, slowly got up and looked at Shanks. It's finally here. Lee Mew, have you ever thought about me? Shanks couldn't control his emotions, his eyes were red. Not only Shanks, but also Ben Beckman and Yasop were shocked. The rumored big devil is not dead. I'm not interested in men, don't miss me, I can't bear this responsibility. Oh 1. Lee Mew laughed loudly, his eyes swept over everyone present. Uncle Lee, Shanks, have you met? Only Luffy looked at Shanks and Lee Mew blankly. Luffy, have fun with Ace and the others. Lee Mew took Luffy out first, joined Ace and others, and wanted to talk to Shanks. Oh, Zhao Yu responded. Luffy backed out obediently. Then, Lee Mew recounted what he had said to Long, Garp and others. In other words, you recuperated for 4 years in this abyss, and then came out again. Shanks looked at Lee Mew with a very serious look, with mixed feelings in his heart. That's right, Anger nodded. Lee Mew nodded, and passed Gigi Qingxuan over. I see, for 4 years, how is your injury? I traveled around during this time and got some spiritual herbs, how about I give you some? Shanks is worried about Lee Mew's injury. Not now, Lee Mew politely declined. It's like meeting old friends. Shanks and Lee Mew can say many, many things. What 4 seas, what great roots, what new universes, what Whitebeard Pirates, what Golden Lion, what Garp. There was a din of voices, a din of voices. The time of day is coming soon. The red-haired sailors were all talked about by Lee Mew with gusto. Now, after taking a sip of tea, Shanks' heart moved. Lee Mew, I haven't seen you in 4 years, how much has your cultivation improved? To know, one of the 4 kings. This made Shanks jealous. At the beginning, Lee Mew's arrest warrant was in units of 1 billion. Ho ho ho, fight, fight. 4 kings. Now, today, he is already a new giant. This is a whole new era, known as the King of the Sea. This sentence was taught by Lee Mew. Since then, he has been working hard, albeit slowly. Speaking of which, everyone is here to join in the fun, and they are all looking forward to the battle between the Big Devil and their captain. This was not possible before. But these people are the best of the Roger pirates. The red-haired sailors heard that their captain was about to attack. Now that old friends met, Shanks was relieved to see Lee Mew, and laughed loudly and said, why don't we have a fight? From a sailor, he suddenly became an ordinary officer. 533 Shanks is proud, because his bounty has surpassed that of Lee Mew. 416 Lee Mew shook her head again. 416 Lee Mew shook her head again. Lee Mew looked at Shanks's arm with only one arm left, and shook his head bitterly. I don't want to fight with a man without an arm. If I win, it would be too shameful. If I lose, I will be beaten by others. Talk nonsense. Try it. Chen Xiaobei nodded. Shanks is eager to try, eager to try. Forget it. Lee Mew shook his head again, expressing his disagreement. Joke. Shanks just lost an arm. Victory is not military. T.O.B. With his current strength, even if the opponent is Shanks, Li Mu is confident that he can beat him to pieces. Both are Zochin. His sword skills and body skills are also perfect. The auras of the three colors have all reached their peak. Shanks' Conqueror's Hockey is his specialty. Comparing the two, it is nothing short of a big deal. Hee. That is to say, not at all. Li Mu refused with a serious look. Li Mu flatly refused. Both Lackey and Yasop were a bit lost, still wanting to see a great fight. Only, Shanks was not discouraged, and said lightly, "Originally, I planned to give you 300,000 Baileys. If you are willing to give it to me, I will give you everything, but look at your appearance. It seems that there is no chance, so I have to give you all these silvers." What a pity. While they were talking, he looked regretful. The other side, Li Mu, who was firmly against it just now, immediately pricked up his ears when he heard this keyword. 3 million Baileys. Nima, there are so many. Just now he had a dignified look, but now he changed his subject. "I really don't care about money, I just want to discuss with you." 300. To be honest, there are really not many. But Li Mu relied on the help of Dayton and others to barely make ends meet. That's definitely a lot of money. A hammer, a hammer. Li Mu has never experienced the so-called short hair. Now, he gets it. His pockets are empty, his skirts are empty. Penniless. Not even the Makino bar. The most important is, behind him, there are 3 little ghosts who don't want money. Nowadays, can't go on like this. It's funny. At the beginning, he stirred up troubles in New World and issued a wanted warrant for $100 million. But now, he is so embarrassed. Even, Li Mu specifically emphasized that he didn't come here for money. "I'm not here for you." Not. Tears. I really don't want to compare with him. He is a piece of trash. Even if he wins, there is no glory to speak of, but he gives a lot of money. Shanks laughed secretly. This kind of trick is really tried and tested. Just do it. On the mountain behind Fengche village, Li Wang Qianhao Mu led a group of people towards the mountain. This is a rolling mountain range. There are mountain peaks that go straight into the sky, flocks of birds, and dense forests, covering the sky and the sun. Li Mu and Shanks, both are in their own camp. Shanks pulled out a long sword named Griffin from his arms. This is a long sword named Griffin. However, this dagger is also the best weapon in Shanks' hands. Not the ultimate sharp knife, but better than the fastest. 417 Shanks holding a long knife. 417 Shanks holding a long knife. Li Mu, be careful. Shanks held a long knife and pointed at Li Mu from a distance. Okay, Wang Yao said. Li Mu nodded to express his understanding. Both breaths exploded at this moment. There was darkness between the sky and the earth, dark clouds billowed, strong winds blew, and thunders pierced the sky. Zzz. There was a loud noise. Waves of blue lightning rose from Li Mu's body, and countless thunderbolts enveloped his whole body. The fists of the two collided in one place, like the end of the world. Thunder roared, and the cyan dragon roared in the void. Li Mu punched in the direction of Shanks, hitting a dazzling thunder. It is said that Li Mu possesses the power of thunder. Judging from the power of this thunderbolt, it is at least the peak of the power of 18 thunderbolts. It's not a thief, but the boss's enemy. Even though he has been missing for so many years, and even Marine has cancelled his arrest, his strength should be regarded as one of the strongest people in this world. This is for laymen to watch the excitement, and for professionals to watch the way. The members of the red-haired pirate group are all experienced in combat and have extraordinary records. But even if they saw this piece of heaven and earth, the thunder that fell from the sky could flatten a mountain range, and one after another was enough to split the ocean in half. Their hearts were beating violently. If you are hit, you will definitely be beaten to death. He didn't respond to Li Mu's blow. Shanks is like a stone standing there, motionless. Li Mu's thunder fist stopped abruptly a foot in front of him. Why doesn't it flash? Li Mu looked at Shanks, motionless. This punch doesn't have any murderous intent. Shanks said flatly. It doesn't scare you. Of course Li Mu understands that Shanks' current strength is definitely at the pinnacle of this world. Shanks made a move. A black aura enveloped his body, and streaks of bloody thunder flashed from his long sword. He slashed at Li Mu with a sword, like a mountain of Wa, tearing apart the space, without any mercy. ABCF. As soon as he made a move, he was lucky to be rich. To understand, Shanks' biggest killer is his conquerors. The power of thunder erupted. Li Mu's right hand was wrapped with thunder light, as if he was wearing a piece of armor. A sound of dragon's roar came from the thunderous giant claws. The armor is shining and powerful. With one hand, he held Griffin's Conqueror's Hockey in his hand. Clang. There was a crisp sound. It's like the sound of metal and iron, the roar of thunder, and the intersection of the two. Just the shock wave raised several nearby mountain peaks to the ground, the seawater was broken, and huge waves were set off. It was as if a major earthquake had occurred in the whole village. The villagers were at a loss. Everyone rushed out of the house and looked around. Shanks is not polite either. His shot is the most powerful attack. He has used his strength to the ultimate level. How can Li Mu refuse? The strongest blow of the two collided. Clang. There was a crisp sound. This time, he tried his best. A gust of wind blows. The dark cloud was instantly torn apart. In front of everyone's eyes, a kind of divine punishment appeared. 0.418 Viagra. 418 Viagra. Collapse. The red-haired sailors all looked up. The battle between the two tore the sky apart. Many people exclaimed. Originally, he also thought that Li Mu might be a new top powerhouse. Now, they discovered that their guess was wrong. This is no level 1, it is simply 4 emperors. In the sea, there are very few people who can fight like this with their captain. Such a strong man actually hides in this Minister of East Blue. Thinking of the troubles I have caused so much, but I have escaped safely many times. The people on board all looked at Li Mu with admiration. With such ability, what else can he do? As expected of the big devil known as the Street Rat. Amazing conquerors. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Shank's conquerors, he had only heard of it before, but seeing it today, it really is. It's not just them. People in Windmill Village and the surrounding Goya Kingdom all looked up. They looked at the broken sky. Many people were dumbfounded. This. What world is this? The 3 little guys wandering in the woods also got up from the woods. They looked up at the sky, dumbstruck. TB. What happened to Windmill Village? That's true. He can gain a firm foothold in this new field with Conqueror's hockey. How could Shank's strength be so bad? But Shank's idea is obviously not the case. With the sword just now, he had already exerted all his strength to the limit. It can be said, even Kaido and others, it is difficult to block this. But Li Mu blocked the blow abruptly. Even his body was engulfed by the huge lightning. Shanks only felt a numbness all over his body, and his whole body was covered with lightning. Blast out with a punch. This time, he stumbled. This surprised Shanks. He now has only one arm, holding a long knife in one hand. His power has been weakened a lot. However, one day, he will become stronger. A sword swung out. 4 emperors level powerhouse. Even if it is him, he has to look up. That's right, even with his current cultivation, he can only look up in front of Li Mu. Shanks has a condescending illusion, as if he is looking at a superior person, but Shanks has an ant-like feeling. Shanks was ready to fight. He closed his eyes, panting heavily, feeling the pressure on Li Mu. He regained his strength and held Griffin in his hands. Li Mu, how strong are you? Li Mu motioned for Shanks to come over. Good. Chen Xiaobei nodded. The Kandlong raised its head and screamed, and the terrifying dragon chant resounded through the sky, like a scorching sun rising in the sky, so dazzling that people couldn't look directly at Wen. That's an ultimate breath. That's an ultimate breath. That's an ultimate breath. You ask me, keep trying. 0. How powerful is this? On Li Mu's arms, the power of thunder became even bigger. Kandlong. Wang Lin muttered to himself. A bolt of lightning formed a dragon of thunder and lightning around his fist. A sword tore through the air, making a loud bang. 419 may not be able to compete with it. 419 may not be able to compete with it. Kandlong met the slash. With a bang, a terrifying energy swept out, forming a huge water column. Not to mention more than 20 battleships, even more than 20 battleships will be wiped out. Kandlong actually forcibly sent that slash containing domineering power away. The huge mouth opened suddenly, and it rushed towards the red-haired red lips. 703, Shanks said flatly. 2 swords in a row. This blow finally crushed Li Mu's blue dragon. Good trick. Yangqi secretly admired in his heart. Shanks couldn't help but compliment. He used 3 swords in a row to defuse Li Mu's attack. This comparison surprised him. Li Mu is worse than when he was young. Even if you are at your peak state, you may not be able to compete with it. Shanks couldn't help but exclaim. Do you want to fight again? Li Mu smiled lightly, and the gap between the two was clear at a glance. That's natural. 30 million Baileys are not for nothing. Shanks laughed and was in a good mood. He finally found a good opportunity to compete with Li Mu. How could it end here? Obey. Li Mu took the thundering fruit into his pocket, and a broken long knife appeared in his hand. Shanks and others also noticed Li Mu's long knife. Just when they were wondering, why did Li Mu give him a broken long knife at this time? But then, everyone's expressions became serious. Li Mu's body was surrounded by pieces one after another. In the next moment, all these fragments gathered in the center of the broken knife. This broken knife is actually being reforged. Is this a long sword using devil fruit? Shanks saw this too. Devil fruit is not only edible by humans, it can also be eaten under special circumstances. But how to eat it? Honestly, so far, no one has seen it, not even Li Mu. On this new planet, of course, there will be people who have used this kind of thing. Unexpectedly, and Li Mu actually has one too. A magic knife with 1,000 blades, breakthrough skill with force, invincible. Li Mu looked at Shanks and said, holding up the magic knife 1,000 blades in his hand. 0. Shanks is a man with a sword. In fact, so is Li Mu. Because, is there anyone who doesn't dream of wanting a knife to rule the world? At the beginning, he practiced hard and listed this sword technique as the most important one. But at that time, he didn't even have a suitable weapon. Now, magic saber 1,000 blades. Every time, Li Mu's magic sword Shinblade will become stronger. Today's Li Mu is the most powerful existence in the world, surpassing anyone else. On the contrary, the potential of the demon saber 1,000 blades has far surpassed that of the peerless great sword. Clang, there was a loud noise. In a flash, Li Mu appeared in front of Shanks at 4.2. So fast, came an exclamation. There was a red light in Shanks' eyes. As he spoke, he hugged Griffin. The magic knife Qiandao slammed into Griffin fiercely. Li Mu drew out swords continuously, and each sword was cut out quickly. The same goes for Shanks. A stone stirs up thousands of waves, like a bell ringing, deafening. .420 I've been holding my breath. 420 I've been holding my breath. Bang bang bang. When the weapons intersected, the aftermath shook away. Rivers toppled, winds gathered, oceans exploded, and a hurricane destroyed a parking lot. Terrifying sound waves slapped on the ground, and the ground within a radius of 100 meters was razed to the ground, and the surrounding areas of the Yin Mountain were even razed to the ground. The little guys with red hair couldn't bear it any longer. His eardrums were bleeding. Everyone's expression is very dignified. It's like enduring a Category 12 hurricane. The battle of the four emperors level powerhouse, just the impact of the weapon collision is already so terrifying. What a powerful force. Oops, it can't be done. My ears, my eyes. There were a few pirates who were less than 10 million, and they all gritted their teeth and covered their ears with their hands. 01. The attack of the two. Cover everyone in it. Black clouds overwhelmed the top, thunder burst, lightning collided, blue flames spread, and fatal attacks erupted one after another. In the blink of an eye, they tried their best and played against each other more than 300 times. More than 300 swords are indeed very short, but they have exerted the strength of breastfeeding, and they have been holding their breath. The two passed by. Shanks was sweating profusely and breathing heavily. And what about Li Mu? Not shy at all. Shanks frowned. Is he a monster? After fighting for such a long time, he is still so energetic. At last, Shanks leaps forward. He slashed out. The most powerful conquerors bloomed on his body. This is Shanks' most powerful attack. Really, is it going to be a stunt? Li Mu's complexion changed, and the magic knife Qiandao was in his hand, shining brightly. Just now, Shanks has suffered a lot under the attack of this magic knife. He never expected that this 1000 blade could hit the opponent so strangely. Now, Shanks was prepared to do his best. Of course Li Mu would not refuse. Time to tell the difference. Cut, Li Tianming shouted. Shanks focused all his strength on the blow. With one blow, the sky and the earth seemed to go dark, and there was darkness between the sky and the earth. Sky, even the dark clouds were split by the gust of wind. For a time, the whole world fell into a brief silence. Unrivaled, Li Mu's conquerors, all 253 of them have been strengthened by him. The magic sword 1000 blades in Li Mu's hand is also hockey from conquerors, and he swung his sword. On the 1000 blades of the magic knife, a blue light flickered. Boom, there was a loud noise. A deafening bang caused the clouds in the sky to boil. I lost, Chen Xiaobei said lightly. With a loud bang, the whole world collapsed, and the two long swords struck the ground at the same time. The powerful air wave set off a huge wave, sweeping away the surrounding dust and making the sound of metal collision. Shanks sighed. In the thick smoke and dust, the eyes of the red-haired sailors opened wide. Instead of retreating, Li Mu met Shanks' most powerful strike. Shanks is the master of this plane, aloof and aloof. Shanks' conquerors is already pretty good. That's as strong as the ultimate's impact. It's still that sword, it's still that domineering light. Fight against each other. 421 What I see is just an illusion. 421 What I see is just an illusion. Shanks said hastily. He is not a vegetarian. Li Mu's power is indeed stronger than him. They are old friends, not life and death enemies. This time, he was really scared. This is his full strength. But he was stopped by Li Mu. That's right. At this point, Shanks doesn't have much calendar left. There is no longer any chance of winning. If it was a real battle, he might be beaten to pieces. Because the other party will not wait for you to recover before dealing with you. Seeing their captain defeated, the sailors were also taken aback. Everyone present was in disbelief, except Beckman. This is their captain, a four emperors powerhouse. Such a result, they couldn't bear it, sighed again and again, their eyes wandered, as if what they saw was just an illusion. He lost. Not so with Beckman. From the beginning, Shanks has been shaking his head, thinking that Shanks lost. However, there was still a glimmer of hope in him. Maybe, perhaps, the captain can turn the tide. Regrettably, the strength of the opponent is simply terrifying. However, what made Beckman even more unbelievable was that Li Mu had fought against his own captain for so long, and it was still when they were fighting with all their strength. But there was no panic on his face. On the contrary, Shanks is already at the end of his battle. Could it be? Is he a monster, a ferocious beast? With a wry smile on his face, Shanks said to Li Mu, "You be ******************************* D. How can you have this ability? This is the most powerful conquerors." Shanks can be sure that Li Mu also displayed conquerors fighting. Money. Chen Xiaobei said lightly. Li Mu didn't intend to explain, he was gearing up and beckoning the other party to hand it over. I really can't stand it anymore. Shanks ordered the sailor to hand over the banknote to Li Mu. Li Mu took the money. I also checked it out. A greedy look. Ahem. 30 million Baileys. While they were talking, Li Mu looked at Shanks' subordinates with a kind smile on his face. Someone wants to come to me for money. No, is there anyone else who wants to fight me? 3 million Pele tickets, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, don't miss it. The people in Shanks are all bitter and bitter. Li Mu's strength, even at the imperial level, they are looking forward to. Instead of going head-to-head with those top experts, it is better to keep this huge sum of money for yourself. This magic bean has an effect on Shanks. The red-haired man was also exhausted. The four pleasures of life are drinking and gambling. Shanks, who was tired just now, seemed to be soaking in a hot spring. After a breath, this is too exaggerated. No one wants to challenge me. Shanks didn't know what the soybean was for, but he believed in Jimmu. Yongqi swallowed it in one gulp. Why give this money to someone else? Okay, understood. Li Mu took out a fairy bean and put it in his hand. Li Mu thought to herself, I feel sorry for this group of people, and I still want to search for them. Qian Chenjiao. Eat him, Chen Feng said flatly. Li Mu looked at him. But 30 million Baileys. Why are there no two capital letters? 422 Shanks, surprise. 422 Shanks, surprise. Unspeakably comfortable. The whole body is dry and hot, full of energy, and all fatigue is swept away. Even the pain from the broken arm disappeared at this moment. Indescribably comfortable. Quote. There was a look of shock on Shanks' face. He looked like he was going to die just now. Why did he become so energetic all of a sudden? He reached out and wiped it on his arm. Even the pain from the arm completely disappeared at this moment. Li Mu, what happened? Shanks said with a look of shock. Captain, what's the matter? 240. Seeing Shanks so excited, everyone on board was a little confused. Shanks explained. No way. Beckman regained all his strength and pain in a second. Shanks thought so too. However, this thing is in his body, how could it be a lie? Secret. Chen Xiaobei smiled faintly. Li Mu is a secret that I didn't tell you. What kind of fairy bean secret is this? Shanks smiled, not knowing Daoming Li Mu's intention. Now that old friends meet again, today Abai is a lot of fun. Shanks waved his hand and started a grand banquet. All the drinks in the Makino bar are gone in one go. In addition, there are also prey brought back by several sailors, as well as skilled cooks. On the dining table, there is a table of delicacies. Everyone was wolfing down their wine. Shanks put a hand on Li Mu's shoulder, while Lackey and Yasop, as well as Beckman, toasted. The scene was very lively. Oh, Colonel Rogers' vibe reappeared. Speaking of which, for Shanks, he really admired him and set up a marine team to gather his men to explore the sea together, with the same purpose and the same goal. Everyone is working towards the same goal, trampling down anyone who stands in their way. In the end, he became the well-deserved son-in-law of the 4 emperors and was worshipped by people all over the world. Toft. Li Mu was hunted down. Cough, no more. In short, he didn't experience anything, just lying on the ground like this. He is the most powerful existence in the world. Li Mu was extremely angry. A cool breath woke Li Mu up. At the beginning, he still wanted to practice hard with Garp. He has already prepared the same idea as Buggy Shanks. When the Roger Pirates were broken up, he became famous. The snoring sounded like a violent storm. Unexpectedly, red-haired pirates, under the moonlight, corpses everywhere. The members of the red-hair pirates, after eating, they didn't even bother to eat the leftovers, so they fell asleep directly. Cup after cup. How did he do it? Simply don't want it. This person who can become the most powerful person lying in bed is really. And 3 little kids. Build a marine and fight your way to the top. Soon, they arrived at Windmill Village. What use is it for me to have such a bells and whistles experience? I also have to withstand the wind and rain, and the baptism of the sun and the rain. He wants to go out and make a living, find a girl, kill enemies and recruit some subordinates. It's so cool. Just then, a sudden change occurred. 423 sees that Shanks is already standing on the viewing platform. 423 sees that Shanks is already standing on the viewing platform. Li Mu boarded the observation tower on the top of the mast. His eyes fell on those heavy pirates. He smiled coldly. Will the red-haired pirate group disappear from the entire Grand Line? Li Mu. A voice came from a distance. Shanks' words rang in his head suddenly. Li Mu turned around and saw that Shanks was already standing on the viewing platform. You still love going up, watchtower as always. When Li Mu was in the Roger Pirates, he was on the watchtower, drinking and having fun. This place is the highest point of the ship. From this position, you can see the surrounding sea. Whether it is to detect the enemy's situation or enjoy the scenery, it is very suitable. What are you doing? Li Mu resisted the thought of throwing a stone and asked. Li Mu, follow me. Shanks spoke suddenly. Everyone can see how powerful Li Mu is. Today's battle, everyone on the boat was scared out of their wits by Li Mu. But in Shanks' view, no matter how strong he is, Shanks will pull Li Mu to his side. Just like when he met Buggy at the beginning, even though Buggy is only a wanted criminal, he can still forgive him. I'm going to be a pirate. Li Mu stroked his cheek. Hey Ichiraku, forget it, I have lived too comfortably these past few years, and I don't want any big organization. Shanks was a little hesitant. He didn't expect that Li Mu would say such words so directly. We still have a chance to meet again. Soon. At that time, Shanks will set off from East Blue to a new continent. Whether he can see her again in the future, he has no idea. We are not life and death friends, why can't we see each other again? Li Mu looked at the bright moon in the sky with a smile on his lips. Since this is the case, then I won't force you. If you want to go to a new place in the future, you must call me. Shanks didn't care too much. The only thing he regretted was not being able to pull Li Mu into his team. Good. Chen Xiaobei nodded. Li Mu nodded to express his understanding. 0 for flowers. I just want to know one thing right now. Shanks' heart moved, and he looked at Li Mu who was on the side. What's the matter? Li Mu asked. Li Mu rubbed his head and looked at Shanks with some puzzlement. After so many years, why haven't you aged? Shanks glanced at Li Mu halfway, and looked at Li Mu in surprise. He felt that he hadn't changed in any way when he was still young. Unmanned, drifting at sea for many years, Shanks has been grayed out after a long period of wind and rain. And what about Li Mu? Shanks wondered if the man in front of him had taken some kind of elixir. Juvenile, this sentence, but many people have dreamed of it all their lives. It's not just a girl who wants to turn back to 18. Li Mu closed her eyes. He pondered for a moment. It is estimated that because of his eternal life, he already has endless longevity. Of course, her appearance will not change. Although in these 4 years, Ace is still only in his 20s. Are you really curious? Li Mu's expression suddenly became serious, as if he was talking about something embarrassing. Point 424 Is there something tricky here? 424 Is there something tricky here? Appreciate further details. Shanks looked serious. Could it be that Li Mu really has a way to make herself look younger? Okay, then I'll tell you. Li Mu looked around cautiously to make sure that there was no one else, so she looked mysterious. Seeing Li Mu like this, her mood is getting better and better. Shanks grew more serious. Could it be? Is there a tricky 530 in it? He was waiting for Li Mu's next words. To tell you the truth, Shanks, I have a way of immortality. Li Mu asked seriously. Now, the atmosphere became tense, and a small smile appeared on Shanks' face. After a while, he looked up, looking at Li Mu with eyes like looking at a fool. So, are you teasing me? Okay, that's because you can't believe it. Li Mu shook his head. Hey, I'm a big brother, I've told you everything, but you don't believe me, so don't blame me. Shanks looked confused. He stared at Li Mu, wanting to say something. Finally, it's really embarrassing. If not his opponent. Hee. Shanks can't wait to hit him with a stick. The second day, the red-haired pirates were about to leave the village. He watched Shanks go. Luffy felt a little distressed. At first, Luffy originally wanted to go to Shanks, but Shanks said he was young and the sea was very risky. Now, Luffy has made up his mind to form a marine of his own. He will surpass Shanks, surpass anyone in this world, and he will acquire a piece of legendary wealth that will make him famous throughout the world. Shanks' face darkened. Are you really going to surpass me? His eyes fell on young Luffy. Shanks was on his back and suddenly spotted Captain Roger. Of course. Chen Xiaobei nodded. Luffy clasped his hands tightly to show his pride. Shanks snorted softly. He tore off his hat and pressed on Luffy's head. Then I will wait for you in this new world. Gives Luffy his hood. The relationship between Luffy and Shanks was broken at this moment. At last, Shanks eventually chose to leave. Xiao Daofei burst into tears. Goodbye, Wang Yao said. Li Mu pulled Luffy and looked at the red-haired pirates on the horizon as they drifted away. After Shanks left, time flies. 1 year later, Ace is 9 years old, Sabo is 8 years old, and Luffy is 7 years old. These 2 children are 8 children. The 3 of them have their own ghosts. What Ace wants to do is to be a pirate, let the world recognize him, let his reputation spread throughout the continent, and he also hopes that he can become the pirate king and inherit his father. Now Ace finally understands that he is King Roger. But Li Mu still reminded me. Neither you nor I should say anything about this matter. There are already many enemies of your father, and your strength is far from enough. Ace nodded seriously. 2.5. In the novel, Ace is still very resentful towards his father. Now that Li Mu said this, he is relieved. Ace is his father's goal, his glory, he must become a father. But Sabo wants to stay away from this breathless family, travel to his heart's content, and compile a biography of his own life story in his heart. Luffy was very relaxed, with his hands on his waist and his head held high. I want to be the king of this world. 425 Li Mu will build foundation water. 425 Li Mu will build foundation water. Time is up. So many years have passed. Every day, Li Mu will use the foundation building water to water Ace. Ace's physical body is even more terrifying than the Lord of the Forest. That's natural. The same goes for Sabo and Luffy. However, because their numbers doubled, Li Mu's basic potion must not be enough. However, he has his own way. That's what they get when they pee. So, every time Li Mu didn't have the foundation building potion, Luffy and Sabo would be frightened by Ace for the first time. The most important is, wash comforters and comforters yourself. It is precisely because of this that these 3 guys PO1 in their den all the year round, so Li Mu is qualified to laugh at them. Every time I come here, both Sabo and Ace flushed, and Luffy flushed too. Ace has been here for 9 years. His physical strength is stronger than both Luffy and Sabo. Laid its own foundation. Next, it's time to teach them how to practice. At the age of 17, Ace made up his mind to go to sea. In 8 years, he will go to sea. 8 years, enough for him to cultivate to the peak. Thinking of little Ace, little Sabo, little Luffy, he couldn't help but fight. Such a promising guy. Li Mu prayed silently for 3 seconds for their actions. Why mourn for your enemies? Facing this kind of person, how can you play with 3 little kids? Uncle Li, why did you call all 3 of us here? Ace, Sabo and Luffy all looked dumbfounded. From now on, I will teach it. Li Mu stood with his hands behind his back, looking aloof. Practice. The 3 little guys were silent for a moment. Then, as if he had heard a big joke, Raidang laughed out loud. That cheating Uncle Lee, this is trying to cheat them. I have done the routine so many times, and I still come here. Who do you think I am? Get this ship on. Ahem. Grandpa won't fall for it. Bang bang bang. Lee Mew slapped the heads of the three little guys. Ace secretly said to Sabo and Luffy. Hee, pain, pain, the power of love can never be stopped. Ace couldn't figure it out. Sabo and Luffy, both on their first date in 2 years. How about teaching them together? The three of them became quieter. With his current physical body, even the sharp claws of an animal can't hurt him at all. Compared with Ace, it is nothing short of a big deal. Solve the three little kids. Uncle Lee's writing is really ugly. After 9 years of tempering, Ace has a stronger physique than Luffy and Sabo. Originally, I would personally guide Ace. He is the oldest and the most powerful, but because everyone has difficulties, I treat him as a loose sand. 200 Lee Mew picked up a cup of tea and drank it, refreshing. Behind Lee Mew was a small black blackboard. He took out a piece of chalk and wrote on it, gorgeous debut, perfect curtain call. That's what I'm going to teach. Lee Mew saw their thoughts at a glance, with a kind smile on his face. Why did Uncle Lee's punch make him feel pain? However, as Lee Mew said, no one would have thought that Sabo and Luffy would be together. On the foreheads of the three little guys, there was a big pimple. 426 Shichibukai, 4 Emperors, Marine. 426 Shichibukai, 4 Emperors, Marine. Yeah, really ugly. Luffy nodded repeatedly. Too bad, Uncle G found out. Sabo originally wanted to follow, but when he saw Lee Mew's fierce eyes, he was startled. Lee Mew's eyesight was so sensitive that there was a trace of blackness between his brows. You say my name is ugly. What a breath. Bang bang bang. The heads of the three of them were already very big, but at this time they even bulged into a towering tower. Lee Mew hated that he couldn't bear it, and said, I've been teaching you how to practice, but you still want to be lazy. Don't you know the danger of the ocean? Do you know how powerful your opponent is? Supernova, Shichibukai, 4 Emperors, Marine, these are all blocking your way forward, step by step very slowly, but you run away. Isn't it too much? Kill. The three were beaten and scolded. Ace shrank his head, stared at Uncle Lee with a displeased face, and said nothing. Lee Mew slapped the blackboard. Gorgeous appearance, gorgeous farewell, this is what I want to teach today. Why teach them such a thing? There must be a reason. A top master without these two abilities, what is it called a foreigner? E.g., be it Whitebeard, or Golden Lion. Every attack on Ma Lin Fanduo is a wonderful competition. It can split a mountain, it can split the sea, and it can raise the whole Ma Lin Fando to the ground. This is a gorgeous show. Only one speaker is missing, my BGM, no one can compare to me, only Yuan Hua. As long as I hear the music, I, Chao Feng, will go to 100 people, and before the war, you will turn off the speakers. What a pity, the other party is a marine with more than 800 years of sea experience, so it is not so easy to fool. Therefore, neither the white-haired old man nor the venerable golden lion ended well. Can't end well. In Wulin Master, this is how the master taught Po. Strong. For those top powerhouses, they have to complete a perfect finishing ceremony. They've seen how powerful Shanks is. Lee Mew will explain for them. At noon, they will be thrown deep into the mountains and let them live here. As soon as the matter is over, he will leave and hide his reputation. Luffy's mind flashes back to the time when Shanks came to visit Uncle Lee. The time of day is coming soon. What happened to Uncle Lee Fei today? Wang Zhao, he seems to be a different person. The three little guys were a little dazed. You looked at me, I looked at you, and there was a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. This sentence is simply mysterious. There are things I don't understand, and there are things I can't answer. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell everyone that Uncle Lee Seping has some relationship with Shanks. 1. Shanks, who are you? Seriously, what's the situation? Probably the first class of the day. This is not a good course, but a very important one. Every morning, Lee Mew will teach these children some knowledge about spiritual practice. Both Sabo and Ace know each other, and GUK is from the Windmill Village. Start tonight. 427 or New World. 427 or New World. He has to admit it. Shanks is the only person they admire in their lifetime. Her breath, compared to those guys on East Blue, it pales in comparison. They do that sometimes too. What kind of person can do this? Is it a mysterious route, or a new world? Because, people of the world, not to mention a brand new continent, even the Grand Line, which many people regard as a paradise, is full of unknowns. Uncle Lee, does he have some unspeakable past? This is Sabo's doubts about Lee Mew's true identity. 037, but he's just a kid after all. He couldn't figure it out. In the end, he made a decision. Maybe, Uncle Lee used to be a helpless young man. By chance, he met Shanks, and then he came to Fengshi. And all he said, I don't know what book he learned it from, but Uncle Lee is really good. I am Ace, Sabo Luffy. That's all. Day after day, year after year, time flies. Under the guidance of Lee Mew, these three little guys have been tossed by him for 8 years. 8 years have passed. 8 years, have you ever thought about me? This day, on the wharf of Windmill Village, a new wheel about the size of the Murray is docked there. From a distance, it looks like a small mountain. This is a brand new ship with sharp lines, just like an exquisite work of art. His arrival. This scene attracted the attention of many people. Because there is no flag, the people in Windmill Village don't know whether the ship is a merchant ship or a merchant ship. In the house, the 17-year-old boy slowly opened his eyes wide. He is tall, dark-skinned, covered with a thin layer of lining ABFE clothing, his body exudes a faint light. Open your arms and look up at the sky, a clear morning. The teenager grinned. The age I'm most jealous of, it's time to come back. The door was opened. Ace came out of the hut, with a bright smile on his face, a handsome face, a handsome face. At that time, set a new plan for his sailing career 17 years later. There is Luffy, there is Sabo, there is the man of Windmill Village, there is the village chief, and there is Makino. It's easy to say, but in fact, Uncle Lee is also, a little bit. When he is running, he will weigh thousands of kilograms on his body, like a mountain, making people unable to breathe. The greater his power, the greater the gravitational pull. 300 to 400,000 kilograms is a normal thing. That's natural. When he thought of Lee Mew, Ace's face, he became extremely terrified. Like this moment, time to go, for example, run back and forth in the village 100 times. He thought back to the last 8 years of constant anxiety. Uncle Lee, this is, too disrespectful to himself. He looked back at the hut where he had lived for 17 years. How could he have thought of such training? So is Uncle Lee. Time flies, year after year, vibrant and colorful. However, at the same time, this is only produced during the initial practice. 8L. 428 is still Sabo, or Luffy. 428 still Sabo, still Luffy. Even in the most extreme situation, Lee Mew will let Ace carry more than 10 kilograms of things for training. Such as carrying weight in the sea, such as competing with the king of the ocean. It's not over yet. When Ace was 12 years old, Lee Mew confessed a matter to the three of them. Lord of Bandit Suppression, request, kill them all. No matter how rampant the previous thief was, Hong Mao never thought of killing them. The timing was just right. These horse bandits are the goals of the three of them. Oda said that in this world, no one will die. But this is just lip service. In this cruel sea, either you die or I die. Not everyone is malleable like Whitebeard and Roger are. To kill. This is also a homework arranged by Lee Mew. One day, they will meet. Instead of being helpless in the future, it is better to give them a happy experience directly. So many years have passed. Lee Mew used this method to train them. It's cruel. However, whether it is Ace, Sabo, or Luffy, it is a qualitative leap. To know, all the enemies that Luffy encountered at sea were close to death. But at this moment, Ace and Luffy are stunned. Whether it's Buggy, or Murloc Arlong, or East Blues Krieg. With his current ability, this is simply devastation. The three colors of hockey, Ace and Luffy are among the best. Sabo is not a conquerors, but rather adept at fighting. Even, Lee Mew taught them 6 tricks. Ace is also a barbecue fruit obtained by chance. Lee Mew is also helping them. Let them realize more power. At this time, Ace seemed to be the leader of the second Dan White team. As for Luffy, he is weaker than Sabo, but the gap is not that big. That's natural. There are too many things that Lee Mew taught. Time passed by every minute and every second. The 3 big brothers are all adults and understand some human relationships. I couldn't help but have some doubts about Uncle Lee's identity. I thought he was a cunning old man before, but I didn't expect that Uncle Lee really has 2 brushes. Ace is the first link among the 3. Thank you very much. Behind Lee Mew, there is a person standing. 0. Suddenly there was a figure in front of him, and when Ace raised his head, the expression on his face seemed to drip water. Uncle Lee, you are here. 0. Now, Ace pretended to hold his own fists, and a fiery breath emanated from his body, as if Ace wanted to leave this world. How could he not be surprised? Ace stood there, looking out at the sun. This uncle, he has been struggling for 8 years. Lee Mew's performance today was completely different from usual. The solemn look on his face was swept away, and he patted Ace on the head lightly. Where, Uncle Lee, you are a good teacher. Look at my experience. The 3 had to give up. They recall childhood dreams. The 3 little kids are fearless, but no matter how powerful they are, they can't help Lee Mew. But every time someone asks, Lee Mew will use the words, I have seen it in the book, and perfunctory. 16-year-old Sabo and 15-year-old Luffy looked at Ace with admiration in their eyes. 429 Ace, you have to work hard. 429 Ace, you have to work hard. Ace, you have to work hard. Sabo cheers for Ace. Ace, you want to become famous, I want to live up to you. What Ace wants to do is to be a pirate, and what Luffy wants to do is to become a pirate. At the age of 17, he has already made up his mind. Better than me, stop dreaming, and hope you won't be dumped by me. Hearing this, Ace burst out laughing and said, 870, looking confident. Uncle Lee, I don't have anything else to give you. Since you have decided to set sail today, there is a wheel docked at the pier of the Windmill Village. This is my gift to you. Lee Mew took the lead and knew how good her adopted son was since she was a child, and Ace never left her since she was a child. Now suddenly have to be alone, which makes Lee Mew a little bit unwilling. That ship. Ace was a little embarrassed. He has been accumulating wealth since he was a child to realize his dream. He is going to sea. This is not simply good intentions. At least one boat is a must. Ace left his treasure in the back mountain where the treasure was hidden. Originally, he planned to leave the village and buy another boat. But, on this day, Uncle Lee actually wanted to give him a boat. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Ace also understood that Uncle Lee was doing it for his own good, and his heart warmed up, and he grinned at Uncle Lee. A-hole, don't be happy just because you say thank you. Lee Mew snorted coldly, turned her head away, and cocked her head high. It took a lot of effort to build this boat, first used it for a while on Shank's cruise ship, and after Lee Mew's sudden arrival, everyone was taken aback. Shanks also looked at the door of space with a face of shock, thinking, Lee Mew's cultivation is so high. Shanks handed over this wealth to Lee Mew without hesitation. Lee Mew took the money and went to the capital of water, and booked it for more than 3 months. Until now, its construction has been completed. Pulled the boat out of the water city. This city, in the entire pirate world, is a well-known shipyard. His rowing skills are particularly good. Lee Mew once saw this scene on this new battleship, and was extremely satisfied in his heart. Sabo and Ace, as well as Luffy, all rushed towards the pier with excited faces. A brand new boat is docked at the pier. The three boarded the ship quickly. When they came to this place, they were immediately bewildered by the sight in front of them. Looked around. Luffy was even more excited and gnawed the big boat. What a beautiful cruise ship, really loved it. Luffy immediately grabbed the mast, the kind of galleon he dreamed of. Unexpectedly, Uncle Lee actually gave it to Ace. Sabo was silent, but his eyes were still full of jealousy. 1.1 They want to wander outside, and they dream of driving this big ship on the sea. Uncle Lee, this is not kind, I am your nephew. Luffy rubbed against Lee Mew's leg. Okay. Chen Xiaobei smiled lightly. Lee Mew kicked Luffy aside and comforted. Don't be jealous, I will be alone in the future. 430 They can move on. 430 They can move on. In the original book, whether it's Ace or Luffy, they are just a small boat. Lee Mew really can't bear their shabbiness. Might as well make a fine pirate for them. That way, they can move on. I heard that Ace is going to sea. The villagers of Fengche village all came out to see them off. We are all from the same village, even though Ace has had a lot of fun since childhood, in their eyes, he is still a child. Playing is a child's instinct. After these years of getting along, I have a certain understanding. Not to mention Lee Mew, even the people in the village are a little bit reconciled. No child 01 frolic. It feels like the village is missing a lot of vitality, but there is nothing in the world that cannot go to hell together. Uncle Lee, farewell, everyone. Ace waved, and left here with a group of crew. Finally, Ace is about to go. Lee Mew stood on the pier, watching Ace's boat drifting away, blowing the breeze. F8F, are you ready for the arrival of this little monster? Luffy and Sabo say goodbye to Ace reluctantly. 3 people, in the blink of an eye, only 2 remained. They are depressed. Then, we can make a repair. Lee Mew turned around and asked Luffy and Sabo. Ace roams the seas. Lee Mew has never relaxed in the training of Sabo and Luffy. Participate in One Piece's big event. Ace's Voyage, Reward, Shadow Clone Method. Phantom. Lee Mew frowned. Didn't he need chakra to cast it? In his heart, there is already a Shadow Hand formula. He began to make tricks. Sure enough, beside him, there was another Lee Mew. More importantly, Lee Mew's shadow also mastered some skills. It's like thunder and gravity. But even 1/10 of Lee Mew's power can't be exerted. It's not so much a clone as it is a clone. Nima, bug can be cracked, and it can still be like this. That is to say, from now on, Luffy and Sabo won't have to monitor their training anymore. With a shadow, the same result. Hey, with this shadow, he is equivalent to completely handing things over to others. Gone in a flash, the week is fast approaching. After traveling on the sea for a long time, Ace finally arrived at his first goal, Orange Town. Orange Town, an island in East Blue, not far from Windmill Village. Due to a week's voyage, our food and water have been almost consumed. You have to go to the island. Only, when Ace went to the island, he got a surprise. Orange Island was cut in 2. What's happening here? Ace began to ask the people around him about the situation. Everyone's eyes fell on Ace. After seeing Ace, they said calmly, this incident dates back to 8 years ago, a long knife that fell from the sky, the island was destroyed. Split into 2. Said the whole process again. Ace is particularly attractive to the precious sword that cut the island in 2. Today, he is no longer an ordinary pirate. It can be said that a knife cut an island in half. 431 rooted in the earth. 431 rooted in the earth. He asked himself, with his current strength, it is simply impossible to do it. Which fairy did this? While admiring Ace, he was also very excited. He's going to check it out. Everyone in Orange Town understood what Ace meant, so they comforted him. Young man, you are too young, you better not offend them. These people also have good intentions. A half-long knife inserted in the middle of Orange Island, and in the very center of this area is the famous Oda Pirates. Back then, it was this broken blade that destroyed their lair. Until now, the clown is still angry. They hated this broken long knife even more. As the captain, he tried many times to draw out this broken sword. However, this broken knife seems to be rooted in the ground. No matter how they use various methods, it is still motionless and it cannot be pulled out at all. That is their sphere of influence, no one can provoke them. It would be better if he didn't say it. When Ace heard this, he suddenly regained his spirits. However, he still said very politely, this is the territory of pirates. It is said that their buggy's name is said to be rewarded by the Marine for more than 10 million Baileys, which is higher than that of the pirate master in our country. People are not something I can mess with, so let's forget it, thank you for telling me. Seeing Ace climbing up from the cliff, he showed a satisfied smile. Send everyone away. Ace smiled, turned around and ran towards the center of the island. It's just an hour. The First World War broke out in Orange Town. This battle came very suddenly, very suddenly. Buggy is recognized as having a strong luck attribute, and Buggy is the apprentice of the former Marine King Roger, and Buggy is the brother of Lemieux Shanks. But facing Ace, he has nothing to do. He was beaten so badly that he lost all his teeth. The arrogance at the beginning have disappeared. The people on the boat were all submissive, with obsequious smiles on their faces, and took out all their belongings. Boss, where are you from? Buggy wears a red pirate hat and has a big smile on his face. No one will feel better. With a smile, 2 rows of missing teeth were revealed, and the bruises on his face. Damn, if he knew that the boy in front of him was such a person, why did he provoke him? He really swallowed his anger. Buggy was speechless. Ace waved his hand unhurriedly. I heard that there is a broken long knife in the middle of your barracks, I want to go there myself. Only under their command. They've reached the middle of the pack. Really? Okay, Orange Island was divided into 2 because of this broken sword. The sword was inserted into the deep sea, where the tide was raging, the boulders were jagged, and the trees were overgrown with weeds. I've heard people say you can't unplug it. Ace frowned. He saw this rusty Madara's long knife. It looked ordinary, there was nothing special from top to bottom, there was no problem at all. You may try it. Buggy continued to accompany the smiling face. 432 rusty long knife. 432 rusty long knife. Ace doesn't matter. He jumped off the cliff and fell straight to the bottom of the valley. He held the rusty long knife in his hand. ... Tang Wulin froze for a moment. Ace cried out in surprise. At this time, his whole body was cast in copper and iron, and he was full of strength. His physical body is like a ferocious beast. Swimming, running, and fighting near Poseidon under load are all futile. Now, with such a powerful strength, it is impossible to pull it out. And, this addition, Lousy doesn't believe it. Ace tried his best. 067 but the broken knife is still motionless. No matter what tricks he resorted to, I remained steadfast. Strange, embarrassing area. Ace stopped exerting himself, but squatted down. Carefully observed the broken knife. However, he looked at the broken sword in his hand and at a minister above. Ace was stunned. His eyes were wide open, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. On the broken blade, it says, ASL, in big characters. He remembers. Memories of 8 years flooded my mind again. Uncle Lee, can you let us meet Abia? Aren't the 3 of you already waiting to see my abilities? Well, I'm not welcome. Throw a long knife and that's the end of it. Give me back my heart. This knife is the one he gave to Uncle Lee. What is he doing here? Ace rubbed his head, calculated. Exactly 8 years ago, there are 3 large characters of ASL written on it exactly the same as the knife he picked up. Everything fits right, but here comes the problem. Ace stared at the scene in front of him and was stunned. Is this Uncle Lee fooling himself, or is the whole world fooling himself? How could there be a broken long knife? He recalled the situation at that time. This blow was actually made by Uncle Lee with a single palm. Non-existent. It takes at least a week's journey from here to Windmill Village. This kind of long-range attack, even he himself can't do it. Not to mention splitting Orange Town in half. However, the reality in front of me is real. This broken knife is the best evidence. What does it mean? He remembered Lemu's nonsense before, and remembered Luffy telling him that Uncle Lee had a relationship with Shanks. Ace's Adam's apple twitched. Uncle Lee, are you kidding me? Are you really a peerless powerhouse? However, it is impossible for Uncle Lee to be a top powerhouse. From their perspective, at least there are strong men like Shanks who can fight on the battlefield and are respected by countless people. It won't be like Lemieux, lying down for 17 years. Can't hear anything. His pockets are empty, his clothes are empty. Feed yourself on your neighbor's Great Dane. Lemieux does have some skills. This is the heavy pressure they received during their practice. Got the fruit of barbecue. Ace guessed that this Uncle Lee was probably a different kind. However, his strength will not be too great. Uncle Lee has to work harder, so that 3 people can watch him work hard every day. Ace didn't think that Uncle Lee was just an ordinary person. This is just great. Both sides are in conflict. Although Uncle Lee is an ordinary person, he has been lying in bed for 17 years, so he is not a strong person at all. 433 Ace is depressed. 433 Ace is depressed. But why is there such a treasured sword? Could it be that Uncle Lee ran all the way here and buried a broken long sword there? Nima, even if Uncle Lee inserted this long knife here on purpose, with his own strength, could it be that he couldn't even release a rusty long knife? Ace slapped himself on the forehead. He felt that his brain was not enough. He held his head and began to think about his life. Are you okay? Seeing that Ace was in deep thought, Buggy knew it was a good time to please him, so he quickly smiled. Don't bother me, Chen Xiaobei said angrily. Ace felt depressed, and when he saw Buggy, he got angry. He waved his hand casually. As a beast, his strength is extraordinary. Buggy, who wanted to please him, was slapped and flew backwards, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. This is what Holmes said. Impossible, even if impossible, yes. If Conan was here, he would definitely solve the case. Regrettably, neither Conan nor Sherlock Holmes exists in this world. And Ace became Morikogoro, immediately denying that Uncle Lee is a thrown powerhouse. Then, Ace sat by the edge of the broken knife for 3 full days. In the end, he still didn't think about it. He doesn't want to struggle anymore. Go back and ask Uncle Lee. Ace let out a long whistle, ready to set off again. Although Ace is full of doubts in his heart, he doesn't intend to go home immediately, but wants to make a name for himself here. Poor Baker, he was punched and all his money was looted. Finally, with a bitter smile on the pirate's face, he watched Ace leave. Not even a place for a fart. While on the East Blue Grand Parade, Ace has recruited several sailors, including navigators, sword masters, and many outstanding talents. He also named himself Spades. Although the people on board are ordinary people, their character is good in East Blue. This is Ace's favorite. What's more, Ace also has enough power to sweep the entire East Blue. 0. How can a mere East Blue care about a man who was wanted for millions of Baileys? Compared with Ace, it is nothing short of a big deal. Meet one. Ace has captured East Blue's military base more than once. Invincible. The sailors of East Blue got angry and tried to hunt him down several times, but all failed. 0. In the end, he had to offer a reward of 8 million Baileys. The first task is 8 million. In fact, in the age of great voyages, East Blue, which was considered the weakest country, was only a few. Ace saw the bounty of 8 million Baileys, a smile appeared on his face, and he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. However, he suddenly thought of the passage that Uncle Lee often said. He cleared his throat. A person's life is like a heavy snowfall. Behind Ace, everyone looked at him like a fool. What's the situation? Where did this thing come from? Such a strong character. Where did this B************* D come from? 434 supernova potential. 434 supernova potential. Everyone wanted to punch him in the face. So, more than 3 months later, Ace has been in East Blue, and the first bounty of 80 million has made him admired by many people. Now he is a well-known hero in East Blue. He already has a kind of supernova potential. Now, that's the town of Rog. 267. Town of Rog, also known as Start and End. Whenever he is mentioned, many people will think of him. In the past 2 decades, he is a person who created the era of great exploration. His heart was full of sadness. The same is true for Ace. He raised his head and looked towards the sky. Finally, this is the town of Rog. At that time, his father, right here, in the town square of Rog, was executed in full view. He never thought that there are already so many. He is 17 this year. Dad, I'm here for you. Everyone in the Spades Pirates looked thoughtful when they learned that their captain mentioned Rog Town. They need to know why. Ace thought of Uncle Lee's warning, never reveal his true identity. So he could only make up a random reason. How long until Rog? I can't wait to go. Ace scratched his head. In more than 3 months, he has changed from a childish kid to a mature man. His face has stabilized, but the fighting spirit in his heart still hasn't dissipated. Captain, 3 more days. While talking, the navigator took out a blueprint from his pocket and said to Ace. Let's go. Ace was smoking. The other side. Rog Town, a small town. A meeting room of the pirates. There are only 3 people in this room. Leading the charge was a lieutenant junior grade in a marine uniform with a huge justice pattern carved on the back, a pair of fist gloves, sharp eyes, a serious face, and a cigarette in his mouth. He is the helm of the town of Rog, nicknamed Smoker. Today, he is a lieutenant junior grade. And Marine sent him to guard the town of Rog. Why? All this is to make people in East Blue dare not set foot on this route. As Zephyr's apprentice and master of the power of smoke, he has captured countless pirates in the past few years. But in Smoker's view, catching them is not such an honorable thing. Recently, Smoker got his order. A famous spade in the marine, with a bounty of 80 million Baileys, is about to reach the town of Rog. He was planning to go directly to the Grand Line, from this mountain. With 800 million Baileys, they swept the East Blue bandits and broke into East Blue's marine base camp. This name is creepy. However, this is also the result that Smoker's wife wanted. It is a waste to deal with the weak all the year round and shoot 5.8 mosquitoes with a gun. That wasn't the kind of marine career he'd aspired to. Now, it is to use the other party's blood to wake himself up. I heard that the town of Rog is coming soon. What do you two think? Smoker put it aside, then turned his head and said to the other 2. One is a man and the other is a woman. 435 Evil smile. 435 Evil smile. The woman has black hair, wears a pair of glasses, has a good face, gentle temperament, and wears a white robe. Her appearance is absolutely beautiful. Her name is Tashigi. As a lieutenant junior grade who can manage marine affairs, he is Smoker's most trusted subordinate. There was an evil smile on the corner of the man's mouth, hooked eyes, tall nose, slender body, handsome facial features. He looked like a handsome nobleman. His name is Li Xing. More than 3 months ago, he was spotted by Smoker. With his extraordinary ability, Smoker captured a large number of pirates. He also saw Li Xinghei's talent. Smoker elevated him to his position as the only man he could count on, second only to Tashigi. Tashigi adjusted his glasses. Ace is the one appointed by the higher authorities to stop him, and he injured so many of us, we can't just sit idly by. You, Li Xing. Smoker glanced at Li Xing. Yeah, you can't just leave it like that. Li Xing said lightly. Very good. The East Blue base sent 3 warships, with a total of 3,000 people. You start preparing now. The Spades pirates will arrive in a few days, we just wait for them to take the bait. Quote. Smoker ordered. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Tashigi left the room with Li Xing. There were originally 2,000 fighters stationed in Rog Town, but now Tashigi has 5,000 fighters. She was ready to go. Li Xing, on the other hand, was bewildered. Enjoy a leisurely cup of tea. Yes, Li Xing is Li Mu's nickname. As the saying goes, it is very common to wear a vest when going out. Is this going too far? This also makes sense. What's more, he has already used the disguise technique to change his appearance. Even Ace may not be able to recognize it. From the day Ace set sail, Li Mu has been planning this matter. Li Mu is well aware of the strength of the East Blue Pirates. Li Mu didn't intend to embarrass them. Their strength is not even counted as Ace between the teeth. He had long expected that Ace would have smooth sailing, so he deliberately stayed in Rog Town, waiting for Ace quietly. Now, soon, Ace arrived in the town of Rog. It's time to talk to. Oh no, it's time to tell the truth. It's time to train him. Ace, my Ace, and don't blame Uncle Li for being ruthless. You East Blue are going smoothly, there is no difficulty, let Uncle Li help you. Uncle Li is thinking of you. When you take this position in the future, you will know what Uncle Li is thinking. 1480 must persist until the end. Li Mu Heihei Ichiraku. Rog Town. Ace walked to the pier of Rog Town step by step, keeping his feet on the ground, looking around vigilantly, followed by the Spade Pirates. It was here that his father died. Ace stood on the big playground in Rog Town for a full 30 minutes. Captain, have you noticed? The navigator noticed that many people looked at them from time to time. I think so too. He looked left and right. Sooner or later we will make a comeback. It won't take us easy to set foot on the Grand Line. 436 Who do you think you are? 436 Who do you think you are? Ace slowly opened his eyes. The peak was in front of him, and after crossing this mountain, it was the place leading to the Great Route. He didn't believe that this time, his fleet would definitely attack. Town of Rog. I'm afraid the trap has already been set. But, so what if you have more people? His strength has already surpassed East Blue. If you want to fight, I will fight. You're Ace, right? At this moment, in front of Ace's eyes, a handsome man appeared. According to Li Mu, if you want to change, you must have a handsome appearance. Who are you? Chen Xiaobei asked. Ace narrowed his eyes and said, I'm Marine, I'm here to catch you. Follow me honestly, I will make life easier for all members of the Spade Pirates. Li Xing grinned. That smile made all the girls lose their minds. Who do you think you are? Pipe question mark quote. There was a mocking smile on the corner of Ace's mouth. He was very confident. Don't try to catch him alone. Look at the trick. Chen Xiaobei shouted loudly. Ace took the lead. Without saying a word, he punched Li Xing with his fist. Oh, young man, you have such a bad temper. Li Xing turned sideways, avoided Ace's blow, and then pushed hard. Ace's whole body seemed to be hit by a mountain, and he took several steps back. Ace missed a hit and was almost pushed away by him, with a gloomy expression on his face. A real master can be seen at a glance. Relying on his power to cross East Blue, no one in the entire East Blue is his opponent. He killed him in his lair and made him kneel down. The bounty of 8 million Baileys, now Kong Ran was cheated by Li Xing. The person in front of him is definitely not an ordinary person. Who are you? Li Tianming asked. Ace looked at Li Xing seriously, and Li Mu demanded. I am your uncle, Li Xing. A voice came from a distance. Li Xing held his hands behind his back, looking like he was condescending. As expected of the person who was sent to guard Fengshe village, he is really capable. Continue. Ace wanted to compete with Li Xing. He was king in East Blue, but he had never met anyone who could match him. Meeting Li Xing now made his fighting spirit even stronger. Papa, there was a crisp sound. Regarding Ace's duel, Li Xing didn't take it seriously at all. He slapped his hands and said, let's do it. Shua, shua, shua. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Around him, on the beams of the house, on the streets, in the streets and alleys, Marine's figures everywhere. Even the pedestrians who passed by before stopped pretending at this moment, and drew out their sabers one after another, surrounding the Spade Pirates in the middle. Okay. I fight with you. My favorite is a group of people. Li Xing looked at Ace and said, the streets are full of people. This time, you really paid for it. Ace turned his gaze and looked around. This time, he really paid a lot of money. The town of Rog originally had more than 2,000 troops, but now it has drawn 3,000 troops. Ace's strength was stronger than what they could have imagined. 437 Serious consideration. 437 Serious consideration. Even if it is Marine, you have to seriously consider it. Tashigi stood at the front of the line. She drew out her long knife and shouted at Ace, go. Kill. Li Tianming shouted. 5,000 people shouted at the same time, and the sound went straight into the sky, spread throughout the town of Rog, and made the entire ocean tremble. The footsteps of thousands of people made the earth tremble, like thousands of troops, like dragons sailing out to sea. Come on. Chen Xiaobei smiled faintly. Ace was not afraid at all, a flame slowly burned on the palm of his hand. As for the Spade Pirates, each of them took out their weapons. 5,000 pirates against Spades. The battle is imminent. The members of the Spades Pirates are not a problem at all when facing ordinary soldiers. But in terms of top strength, 870 Ace far surpassed them. A-hole, lousy is your enemy. Yellow-mouthed child, sleepy and arrogant. Let's go together. Yi Futian shouted loudly. Several high-ranking military officers found Ace confidently, and felt that the 8 million bounty was nothing to them. Unexpectedly, Ace directly taught him a lesson and knocked him unconscious. Ace became more and more excited during the Vietnam War, and he couldn't forget Dragon Claw, Lotus Leaf, Scorpion Claw, 2 wind tunnels, Headbutt Walnut, a big bird, a hurricane destroyed a garage. It's not you, it's Ace who's out of mana. Standing on the top of the world, as long as I have Ace, it is my world. Even if you need a Yuanxi imperial capital, my Ace is unparalleled. What I do with Ace, I don't need to explain to anyone. Ace used all kinds of gaudy memes, and all kinds of obscene language emerged one after another. Hear such nonsense. This made everyone dumbfounded. Several lieutenant colonels, majors, and non-commissioned officers looked at each other. Is this guy crazy? Fighting is still so long-winded. In your last life, were you given alive with saliva? Everyone in the Spades Pirates blushed, and some even wanted to dig a hole to hide. Both of them were a little embarrassed. Where did his poor ally captain hear so much nonsense? Ace, on the other hand, had a proud expression on his face. No wonder Li Baiwang would say such words every time. I'm going to create my own motto in the future. Let my words spread throughout the world. Nearby, Li Xing scratched the back of his head. Unexpectedly, this is also a very embarrassing thing for other people. Before, he was always there to pretend and have some fun, but now he has become a bystander. This made the hairs all over his body stand on end. You yellow-mouthed kid. Seeing that Ace was unstoppable and no one could stop him, the leader of the Rog Town, Yanless Mog, came over. He soared into the air, billowing thick smoke, white smoke, misty mist, and in an instant, Smoker appeared beside Ace. A fist, wrapped in smoke, smashed towards Ace. Really, there are strong ones. Ace is always dealing with these little guys, he really has no motivation. The moment Smoker started, there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. 438 Ace has already investigated clearly. 438 Ace has already investigated clearly. This is the real powerhouse. He has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Ace's fist was burning with Shang Lian, and he punched out. The fists of the two collided together. Smoker on one side and Ace on fire on the other. The two seemed to be arguing. Under a collision, the thick smoke collided with the fire, and there was a violent vibration sound. One move, Tai. Your name is Smoker. I have heard about it. To be honest, I haven't found a suitable person for East Blue. Please don't let me down too much. Ace has already investigated and found out that the Smoker in front of him is the most powerful person in Rog Town. Don't waste time. Eat me with a sword. Smoker doesn't take kindly to these pirates. He used all the means. The smoke was twice as dense as before, and Smoker launched an attack on Ace again. The two of them started fighting without saying a word. Dang dang dang. A strong shock came. The two of you come and go, you come and go, you come and go, you come and go. Smoker roared, raising smoke and dust all over the sky, as if he was stepping on a cloud. With strong anger, the spear in his hand smashed towards Ace. Ace flipped his hands, sparks shot out, and a sunfire fist came out of the ruins. A cloud of flames and a cloud of smoke, entangled together, collided with each other, and a huge explosion broke out, shocking people's hearts. He has to admit it. In East Blue, the most powerful Smoker Ace has ever encountered. It doesn't matter whether it's a pirate or a marine. Compared with Smoker, it is nothing. Except for Li Xing who made him suffer. Coupled with his smoke fruit, all kinds of weird attack methods. If it were an ordinary pirate, facing an attack like Smoker, he would have been captured alive long ago. Regrettably, play against Ace. Ace, a young wildling from Windmill Village. Today's Ace has mastered the Conqueror's Hockey, mastered the 6-style proficiency, and has the Mara fruit that is about to wake up. In combat power, he is far inferior to Smoker. 0. The reason why Smoker was able to persist in front of Ace for so long was because Ace didn't use his full strength, he was just playing with Smoker. If killed, then there are no interesting opponents. Hey, the world is invincible, how lonely. Even one person's strength can't be displayed. You will not understand how hard your opponent is, and the regiment can spend more time with you. Gone in a flash. This battle consisted of more than 300 moves. Happy. Now that we've started, it's time to end what's in front of us. This is the man Ace is looking for. This is a great route. Let's end it. Chen Xiaobei said lightly. Ace exerted all his strength and exerted the power of the burning fruit to ultimate. Just a few rounds. Smoker's face was a little ugly. His complexion also changed, and he looked at Ace with shock in his eyes. Did you keep your hands just now? She has been fighting seriously with him for so long, so she is just acting. 439 Smoker downcast. 439 Smoker downcast. After all, Smoker lost to Ace. Even if 5,000 Marines are dispatched, they cannot stop Ace's footsteps. Things are settled like this. Ace is already doomed. Smoker was dejected. he couldn't even deal with an East Blue pirate group, let alone kill the pirates. I, Ace, have never been a 273 person who likes to fight. Let your people back down, and I won't embarrass you too much. You each go your own way, and I each go your own way. Seeing the result of this battle, Ace coughed lightly and put his hands behind his back, looking superior, like I would never fight in my life. It's weird, the way I have my hands behind my back is so familiar. Just like a certain uncle. Let's spread out, Chen Xiaobei said lightly. Smoker also realized this, so he spread out his men so as not to cause unnecessary losses. Those soldiers knew well that they couldn't beat Ace, and they didn't expect that such a powerful existence would appear on East Blue. Could it be the pirates wanted by 800 Fang? What a powerful force. The crowd receded like a tide, and in front of Ace, there was a road leading to the sky. At last, they passed the Rog Town test. This road is the most important link leading to the inverted mountain. Think about it this way, Ace said excitedly. This is a huge route. My Ace is here. That's when Ace's ambitions are high and he's ready to head off to the Great Line. Isn't it too late to be happy? In his ears, a magnetic voice sounded, interrupting Ace's thinking about the great route. Looking back, I found that it was not someone else, but Li Xing. However, Ace didn't care. He noticed Li Xinghei's actions, and his expression changed immediately. Beside Li Xing, all the members of the Spades Pirates were lying on the ground, including the navigators recruited by Ace from East Blue, and swordsmen and the like. At this moment, their bodies seemed to be suppressed by a mighty force. Let them go. Ace takes care of his sailors, just like Luffy takes care of Zoro, Nami and others. No one can protect his companions like them. Now, all were arrested. Ace was furious in his heart, hating Li Xing even more in his heart, and clenched his fists tightly. So what if I don't let go? The corner of Li Xinghei's mouth curled into a bright smile, and his sharp eyes stared at Ace. Look for a fight, Chen Xiaobei sneered. Ace took a step forward and was about to hit Ji Xing. Don't mess around. My hands are trembling. If I accidentally kill them all, what should I do? Li Xing looked calm, but the fierce meaning in his words was not inferior to 5.6 in the slightest. His intimidation worked. Ace's movements stopped abruptly. He frowned, taking in the whole scene. Open. Ace held back his anger and pointed at Li Xing. Everyone can see your ability, and no one here can do anything to you. They can only use such indecent means to make you submit. 440 Is this going to punish him to death? 440 Is this going to kill him? Li Xing looked at Ace with an interested look on his face. Damn it. Ace gritted his teeth with hatred. Is this going to punish him to death? He originally thought that the town of Rog would pass this test well. Unexpectedly. But now, it has become like this. Those sailors. These people were all recruited by him when he was in East Blue. These people are the same as Ace, they help each other, and Ace can't let go of them. It is absolutely impossible for Ace to abandon them and go to the Great Route alone. Oh 1. However, otherwise, he will die here sooner or later. How can this be fixed? How can this be good? Now, Ace is in a dilemma. How can this be good? Captain, ignore me, leave now. Since we have fallen into the control of Marine, it is troublesome. You go back to the Grand Line first, and then we will meet again. Go, Captain, don't forget your ideals, we will always stand by your side. Of course, the people on the boat understand the dream in Ace's heart, they just want Ace to continue to stick to his beliefs, and they don't have any extravagant hopes. However, it would be better if he didn't say it. When Ace heard it, his heart warmed up, and he didn't want to leave immediately. Damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Very well, your value far exceeds them. The reward of 8 million Bailey will make my performance even better. I can let you make 2 decisions. First, abandon all sailors. Go to the Grand Line alone, or surrender, exchange your life for theirs. How do you choose? Obedient. Li Xing looked at Ace with narrowed eyes, and said calmly. How could I leave my people behind? Ace cherishes his subordinates very much, and he will not abandon his subordinates. Captain, stop, let's go, Chen Xiaobei said lightly. Go to Grand Line, your world is big, don't be dragged into the water by us, go quickly, you don't need to come to the rescue. Seeing that Ace hesitated for himself and others, the rest of the people felt warm, but they would rather die than become Ace's burden. Witnessed this scene, Li Xing nodded again and again. Ace, you guys really have a group of good players. Smoker and Tashigi looked at this scene with bewildered faces. In their view, these pirates are ruthless people. Nothing like this has ever happened. Even they were deeply moved. 017. Is there really such a person? Don't worry, I'll be right over. Ace roared, and he would die with his sailors. Just when Ace was about to do his best and die with Marine. Now, the navigator said loudly, Ace, your strength is the strongest among us. If you are caught, how will we save you? Well, don't be impulsive, go quickly, wait if we have time, we will pick you up again, and we will complete the great voyage together. Ace originally planned to stay here and bring everyone with him. According to him, since you want to go, let's go together. 441 Ace turns tearfully. 441 Ace turns tearfully. But now, he thought about it. Yes, that's the point of the matter. If threatened by pirates, he will die. The navigator was right. At this juncture, you can't move. Once caught, the Spade Pirates are completely finished. Okay, well, good luck. Ace turned around with tears in his eyes, gritted his teeth, and soared into the air. He didn't run away. He is waiting for the moment of rescue. While Ace was running away, Li Xing didn't stop, but ordered to his subordinates, arrest them all and lock them up. What about Ace? In the future, he will come to save us again. Smoker's face was a little ugly. I will handle it. Li Xing smiled faintly. Ace, here I come, Uncle Li. Next to the town of Rog, there is also a small island called Rakahe Islands. This is part of the Rakahe Islands. Inside a bar, Ace walked into the inn a little tired, asked for some food, and wanted to refresh his history. Thinking of those people who were caught, Ace couldn't help holding his hand. After all, his current strength is really too weak, unable to protect their own sailors. The stronger the strength, the greater the confidence. Along the way, everything went so smoothly, even Ace got a little carried away. The blow that Rog Town gave him was too great. Behind him are the members of the Spades Pirates. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about other people. Now he is no longer fighting alone, he no longer has the previous impulse. The owner also served wine and dishes. That's when Ace was about to regain his strength. We finally met here. A figure came out from the second floor. Li Mu transformed into Li Xing, walked slowly to Ace's table, took out a bottle of wine, and took a sip. He looked at Ace with a smile. Ace, Uncle Li, are you happy with my surprise? It's you. A voice came from afar. Ace was about to serve dinner, but was choked by Li Xing. Quickly climbed down from the ground. This kid is really endless. It's very kind of you to remember me. Li Xing stared at himself with a look of looking at himself. 1. Are you alone? Ace swept his gaze over Li Xing, and even scanned with his observation hockey, but he didn't see any marine. That is, he was the only one. Ace frowned, looking serious. Can one person arrest me? This underestimates me too. It's true that I'm the only one. If you want to fight, just fight. Li Xing was also polite, and poured a big glass again. Hey, the free one is so comfortable. Nima, okay, for 17 years, you ate my meals at Windmill Village. Pimples of urine smell. How am I? I finally got this chance today, and I'm going to earn this job back no matter what. He still remembers the matter of Li Xing threatening him. Ace hated this annoying guy in front of him. If his strength exceeds mine, that's okay. .442 His appearance is still higher than mine. 442 His appearance is still higher than mine. Most importantly, his appearance is still above mine. Enemy road is narrow. It's over, there's nothing left to say. Damn it, blackmail me with my sailors, and you'll die. With a roar, Ace raised his fists. The fists were burning with raging flames, and his whole body was like a shining meteor, smashing towards Li Xing. And Li Xing, when Ace was aggressive, seemed much more relaxed. He slowly extended a hand. One punch, one pointing together. Clang, there was a crisp sound. The fists of the two collided, and there was a loud noise. Boom, a huge explosion sounded. A powerful force swept away, and 143 blew the entire into pieces, and the berserk air swept away, shattering all the surrounding tables and chairs. Even the dishes on the table in front of them were smashed into pieces. Plates and dishes were scattered all over the place. Li Xing looked regretful. It's such a pity that all the meals on the table were ruined. I paid for these. Compared with Li Xing, it is a world of difference. Ace was stunned. He used all his strength for this blow, and it also came with the power of scorching fruit. What he hated the most was Li Xing, who was merciless in his actions. Abia. It can be said, even if it's Smoker right in front of you, he is confident that he can knock Smoker down with one blow. Now, his confident punch was unexpectedly easily blocked by Li Xing. One finger. This. Ace's expression turned pale in an instant. Wouldn't he be surprised? It dawned on him. The person in front of him is not an ordinary person. One finger blocked his punch. Is this something normal people can do? No wonder he came to find himself alone. It turned out that he had two brushes. She is still vivid. When they met for the first time in Rog Town, Lin Li stumbled at his hands. But at this time, Ace is a fledgling and fearless appearance. Although he could feel Li Xinghe's strength, he still couldn't help but speak. But how could he accept this? Because, second place, who else is willing to do it? How can a man be willing to bend his knees? Everyone, I am Lu Ace, my name is Feng Xian, my spear stabbed my father. With raging flames burning all over his body, Ace looks like a real Super Saiyan. His fists are like a round of sun, shining brightly, his eyes are shining, his body is burning with golden flames, his fists are bombarding non-stop, and the phoenix cries loudly, like a fire phoenix coming to nirvana. He didn't say anything, and rushed towards Li Xing directly. UB **************** D, go to hell. Ace rushed over confidently. Ordinary man. Li Xinghe's head was covered with black lines. You really don't understand the rules. What the hell is this? I am your Uncle Li. Tet. Li Xing clutched his heart. He was cursing that clone, cursing that clone. After a few words of comfort, Li Xing finally felt better. You want to arrest Lu Xuan, what has it to do with me? In front of Ace, he is so confident. From beginning to end, Li Xing pointed out everything. 443 He doesn't look down on others that much. 448 He doesn't look down on others that much. One more finger. Ace looked annoyed at the crown. He didn't underestimate others that much. He was burning with raging flames, punching harder and harder. His punches and kicks hit Li Xing like a wild bombardment. Only, no matter what tricks Ace uses, Li Xing can deal with them calmly. He still didn't forget to chuckle. East Blue Pirates, the bounty of 8 million is nothing more than that. Although this sentence sounds ugly, Ace snapped back to his senses. With one finger, he blocked all his attacks. His current strength is all genuine, coupled with his ability, coupled with his physical fitness. He learned everything Uncle Li taught him. But the young man in front of him, who looked to be in his 20s and about the same age as him, actually just stretched out a finger and stopped his body. Ace muscles, he can fly, all relying on great strength. In his opinion, at this age, there are not many people who can compete with him. Let's not talk about great roots or new continents. There is no East Blue. Now, a young man who appeared out of nowhere could be evenly matched with him. Well, the two are on par, that's a compliment. With one finger, he was pushed to the ground. His first bounty was as high as 8 million Baileys, which caused an uproar in East Blue. But the more this happened, the more he could feel how terrifying the young man in front of him was, and it could even be said to be unfathomable. Ace really realized something at this moment. They're a mountain-high mountain. He is telling the truth. If you are complacent because of your own strength growth, your future achievements will end here. Just when Ace was lost in thought, Li Xing walked up to Ace, and put a palm on his shoulder. Now, Ace seemed to be carrying a mountain on his back, and the pressure on his body was like waves. No matter how Ace used his weapon, he couldn't shake it at all. Li Xing grabbed Ace without hesitation. He smiled coldly, and at some point there was an extra embroidery needle in his hand. This is made of a piece of sea stone, and as someone who owns devil fruit, I think you know how restrained this thing is for a person with great power. Li Xing flicked his fingers, and a thin silver thread pierced Ace's body handle. Ace was caught and desperately wanted to break free, but when the steel needle pierced his body shook violently. It was quiet all of a sudden. The whole person was weak and sleepy. You know, Li Mu is holding an embroidery needle, but there is nothing wrong with it. A long time ago, at the moment of launch, Li Mu has already dispelled the sequelae of this devil fruit. Even if he jumped into the sea, it would be of no use, let alone a piece of sea stone. This kind of cheating life is really great. That's natural. Ace is frail, but his physicality is undeniable. His physical body is far superior to that of ordinary people, and he is only a little tired when he is restrained by sea stone. 444 remuneration for 8 million Baileys. 449 8 million Baileys remuneration. Li Xing smiled, stretched out his hand to lightly touch Ace's shoulder. Ace glared at Li Mu and said, "Brat, where are you sending me? I want to use you in exchange for a reward of 8 million Baileys. Are you out of your mind?" Li Mu was amused when he mentioned 800 million Baileys. Ace, I take good care of you, Uncle Li." As soon as he went to sea, he was wanted by the 530 for 80 million yuan. After he became famous, he gave 80 million yuan to Uncle Li. "Uncle Li, I am so happy. 80 million, sold me. I don't think you'll ever want to live in this life. Wait and see, if I get out of prison in the future, I must deal with you first." MMP ***. At this moment, Ace has completely turned into a refined man, with all kinds of foul language. Bombing wildly, dripping with joy, lousy is not your opponent, why can't you satisfy your desire for tongue and tongue? Mouth swearing, don't have a purpose. Ace's mind was spinning rapidly. He can't just watch himself being caught, let alone watch him being caught, while waiting for his rescue in the prison cell. Master doesn't want to die in your hands. However, with the blessing of Seastone, he can no longer use it. The only advantage is the strong physical strength, the 6 styles, and the accumulation of various actual combat. But even in his prime, he is no match for the man in front of him, let alone burning fruit. The only thing he can do now is to wait for the opportunity so as not to arouse the vigilance of the other party. Li Mu rubbed his head, he didn't care about Ace's 10th level of Zon culture. Then shout, no matter how loud you shout, no one will answer you. He went to another bar. I ordered some drinks and some side dishes. As he spoke, he took out 10,000 Baileys from Ace's pocket, and then slapped him on the bar. Don't even think about it. Thank you, your lord, your guest. Seeing Li Mu's generosity, the shopkeeper was overwhelmed with gratitude, and hurriedly bowed respectfully. When Ace heard that Li Mu said that he didn't need to go anymore, his expression sank. You. This is my private property 0. That's a lot of savings for months. But here with you, the money is spent on one meal. What Li Mu did completely angered Ace. Let's go. Li Mu picked his teeth, looked full, and was about to take Ace with him and hand over the 80 million Bailey bounty to him. But, Ace's bounty is only 8 million Baileys. From now on, at that time, his bounty will reach 5 billion Baileys. Hey, won't I transform? This time, he will use 80 million in exchange. At that time, his bounty will rise to 200 million or 300 million. Then he used another vest, betting that he could get more money. Round and round, round and round. 5.3 Yeah, Sabo is going to sail, and Luffy is going too. These brats are restless, and they will definitely be wanted by Marine. As a powerhouse of the 5 emperors, his bounty is 1.5 billion. 15. Li Mu is gearing up. Gia, it's a lot of money, more than 1 billion sailors, just give it away for nothing. 445 shortcuts to make money. 450 shortcuts to make money. How delicious is this? Li Mu seems to have found a shortcut to make money. 17 years of poverty, finally came back today. The farmer turned around and began to sing. Thinking of this, Chen Xiaobei's heart skipped a beat. The way he looked at Ace also changed a bit. What kind of evil blood is this? It is clearly a huge wealth. This is atmospheric. And how they escaped when they were locked in Marine cell. If you can't even do this, oh one, then what is it called, One Piece? How can a mere setback stop their ambitions? Isn't this with your own hands? Many years have passed. Wang Sabo, Wang Ace, and Wang Luffy know the ins and outs of the matter. At the beginning, Uncle Li betrayed them again and again because of financial constraints. Everyone's faces turned green. He has been drifting in the sea for so long, defeated countless opponents, and became the new use of the sea. Unexpectedly, I have dealt with Uncle Li for so long. Wang Defa, isn't this nonsense? I'm Kudo Shinichi, the former boss of the gangster. Shaolin and I were in the playground, and we wanted to follow me, but a temporary employee named Shinzui suddenly appeared behind me and beat me with a wooden stick. Knocked me out, then fed me a poison, and when I woke up, my body shape and memory were erased. Its body has shrunk, but its head has not changed. Fighting against one's own power is simply bullshit. Wait a minute, Chen Xiaobei shouted. Just when Li Mu happily went to receive the reward with Ace, his heart was full of expectations for his future. At this moment, Ace suddenly spoke. Really? What did you want to say before you died? Li Xing smiled, turned his head and walked in the direction of Ace. He is very curious. At this critical moment, at this time, can he think of some better ways? Do you know me? Ace looked arrogant, raised his jaw arrogantly, and shouted at Li Muji. Who? Is it his child? Li Mu squinted her eyes and turned into Li Xing. Ace's original stern face froze suddenly, as if he had been seen through the deep fear and anxiety in his heart. Gosh, mom is a magic stick. A pun, a sentence, hit the nail on the head. Panic and apprehension flashed through Ace's mind, but he also realized that the other party should be talking nonsense. Where did he find out the real situation? Not to mention, Uncle Li had warned him many times not to let anyone know this. Ace stood up mysteriously, with a very serious look. You don't seem to know me. What I just said is a lie, right? I warn you, if you really take my money, I'm afraid I don't even want my own life. Do you know that you have caused such a big disaster this time, and you have taken me down, and your descendants will have to pay the price. Li Xing touched his ears, and didn't care about Ace's question. Tell me who you are, maybe I will be scared. 446 Uncle at the 4 Emperors level. 446 Uncle at the 4 Emperors level. This is also a bad idea that Ace suddenly thought of when he was caught. When Uncle Li usually brags to him, he will also use Uncle Li's words. Not sure if it will work either. Still, give it a try. Then I won't play tricks with you anymore. Just tell me directly. I have an uncle at the 4 Emperors level. If you dare to do anything to me, my uncle will find out that you brought me to Marine base, and he will definitely execute you. Even if you escape, it will make you restless for the rest of your life. Ace still had an arrogant face, glaring at Li Mu with his nose, with a mocking smile on his lips. It's okay not to say. After hearing this sentence, even Li Mu was taken aback. Nima, Ace, didn't you distrust what Uncle Li said before? And said I was a crafty B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* throne. You finally believed it, Uncle Lee, I'm so happy. Hearing Ace's words, Lee Mew was overjoyed, but soon, he realized that Ace was talking nonsense, and no one knew what was going on in his mind. He said that, mostly to use himself as a shield. Stinking rogue, I want to see if your dog mouth can really talk. You don't know my Uncle Lee's ability. These 4 new kings are all my Uncle Lee's opponents. 1 sword splits the ocean, 2 swords cuts the air, and 3 swords destroys the world. Back then on the Grand Line, before you were born, even Roger, the king of pirates, should stay away from him. Ace's face was full of nonsense, he was trying hard to win more opportunities. He suddenly realized that his body was actually squeezing his body. If he waited for a while, he could lift the restriction in his body. Without this sea stone, he could fly freely. Hey, I can see that you have a good impression of Uncle G. However, don't take me for a fool. Even Roger wants to give me some face, talking nonsense. Nonsense. At most, he'd played Shanks before. Lee Mew laughed. He didn't refute, but just followed Ace's words. You mean, you have an uncle from the 4 emperors? Yes, my name is Ace, and I'm an uncle. Ace looked smug. He suddenly realized, Li Xing in front of him seemed to be really thinking seriously. True or false, do you really believe it? He remembered that when he was in Fengche village, Li Mew was sleeping all day long. This kind of person is not a throne person at all. He was also not sure if he would be punished by God for telling such a lie. Ace's hairs exploded. However, he had to go on with his stepmother Zhao Hao. Hey, but I didn't expect that I actually took out Uncle Lee's method. A young man who slays a dragon turns into an evil dragon. Since King Roger was sentenced to death and Lord Golden Lion was imprisoned, this new world has formed a stable situation. The 4 pirates have been listed as lords of the ocean, each ruling a brand new universe. You have an uncle of the 4 emperors. Tell me, who is your uncle? 447. Who are the 4 emperors? 447 Who were the four emperors? Li Mu asked triumphantly. Ace was speechless. It's over, it's all about what? By this time, Ace didn't even know who the four emperors really were. Because he was just a little pirate wandering the East Blue. Teeth clenched, Zhang Zan let out a roar. Forget it, what about him? Of course, you don't know him, but in our place, his strength is recognized by all ocean emperors. He also said, standing on the peak, standing between heaven and earth, as long as Uncle Li is alone, he is a piece of heaven and earth, even if it is a Yuanshi emperor's palace, my Uncle Ji is unparalleled in the world. Ace yelled excitedly, with a look of deep confidence, and look that I already believed to be true. Li Mu rested her forehead with her hand. Damn, I gave you all your stuff. He copied all his lines. Deserve it. Li Mu slapped Ace on the head. What? Ace hugged his head. With a dazed expression on his face, he stared at Li Xing. This guy, his fists were similar to his uncle's fists, it made him feel pain. Your uncle's name, if you don't know it, tell me. As four emperors, he must have done a lot of shocking things. Tell me in detail, and I will tell you. Li Xinghei's tone was cold, with a bit of curiosity, he wanted to see how Ace would pretend. He couldn't help laughing when he heard that he was going to tell what Uncle Li did back then. Ace suddenly groaned and curled his lips. Quote, my uncle is a very lazy man. No, a man with a throne, what can he do? Sit in a chair and have some tea, right? What's for a drink at the bar? Is this the spanking of all three brats? Ace felt Li Xinghei's eyes, and his mind was spinning rapidly. Hee. Chen Xiaobei sneered. Children ABCB mischievous. I told you so many bed stories, but you refused to listen. And said I was a crafty B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** live by yourself. If you don't listen to your elders, you are asking for trouble. Up to now, he has no room for turning back. The highest state of deception is to deceive yourself into it. My uncle is the son of the 4 emperors, am I still afraid of him? He wants to let the people in front of him know that he has absolute confidence. Ace's expression was filled with hatred. I'll give you one more chance, get me out of here, or you'll die. Let me tell you a secret, my uncle has always had a bad temper. It's fine if he doesn't talk about the rest of the matter. When Li Mu heard this, her pupils shrank slightly. Ace, danger, mean. Li Xing transformed by Li Mu, the smile on his face froze slowly, it turned out that he was cursing himself. He was a kid. Children's words, childish words. Don't compare yourself to a child. Li Mu held back his anger. Boom, there was a loud noise. Immediately afterwards, he punched Ace in the head. What happened to a child? This guy really didn't know how to live or die, and dared to be so presumptuous. Can't you just be normal? Why would you do that? 448 heads are almost smashed. 448 heads are almost smashed. Ace held his head and looked at Li Xing angrily, his head was almost smashed. Pain. The pain was incomparable. Hey, to be honest, I'm miserable too. I've had Parkinson's disease before, and sometimes I can't even use my hands. Li Xing sighed, and punched him on the head again. This man is too petty. I said you were a cheapskate. I'll let you speak ill of Uncle Li later. Bang bang bang. He knocked on Ace's head several times in one breath, making tinkling sounds. You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Ace hugged his head with a grievance on his face. He couldn't figure it out. What he said is full of flaws. As long as you think about it carefully, you will find that you were wrong. However, Li Xing looked, really. Ace was pushed into a hurry, so he had to continue making up stories. Aura. Li Xing was stunned, apparently unable to believe that he had an uncle from the Four Emperors realm. But since he didn't believe it, why did he keep pestering him for so long? Could it be, just for fun? He has nothing to do with him, and he doesn't even know each other face to face. What is he doing? Ace was at a loss. After being punched several times, Li Xing calmed down a bit. He put his hands in his sleeves. Boy, I said you have no eyesight, and you are not sensible. As the Four Emperors, you are also the Lord of the Ocean in the New World. Who is not broad-minded and powerful, how could it be as vulnerable as you said? Speaking of how he suddenly thought of the personable and approachable red-haired Shanks. Such people, it's certainly not small. For the time being, regardless of whether you have a Four Emperors level uncle or not, even if you do, your uncle must be upright, graceful, heroic, handsome, and heroic. Li Xing was arrogant, with his head held high, his eyes shining brightly, with an air of aloofness, a look of aloofness. Mean, what a cheapskate you are. Li Mu is really not that kind of stingy person. 0 for flowers. Not, well, young man, I'm glad to meet you. 8 million Baileys can be regarded as a lesson for you. You caused so much trouble that you became a wanted criminal in Marine. Li Xing held Ace in one hand, and there was a smug smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he had the winning ticket in his hands. Kong dang. A crisp sound came. At this moment, Ace finally pulled the needle out of his body. No more. Seastone, to hold back. Ace was furious, his whole body was wrapped in a huge flame, as if he had turned into a Super Saiyan. Circles of airflow swept away in all directions, the wind howled, thunder flickered, and sparks shot out, covering the surrounding area. Billions thing, you also want to touch the young master's head, eat my palm. Without the restraint of the Seastone, Ace let out a roar, as if the monkey son escaped from the five-fingered Yamanaka and let out endless anger. His voice was like a huge bronze drum, vibrating out circles of sound waves. He concentrated all his strength on this punch, and slammed it hard towards Li Mu. 449 Ace desperately wants to resist. 449 Ace desperately wants to resist. Regrettably, no matter how much Ace tosses, it is all in vain. Li Mu stood on the spot, motionless, and pointed to Tien. For a moment, Ace felt a huge pressure instantly. Ace's body was instantly pressed to the ground, and the huge pressure enveloped his whole body, making a huge dent in his body. The whole person was lying on the ground, lying on the 530, on the ground, unable to move at all. Let me go. Ace tried desperately to resist, but to no avail. Erroneous. Li Mu turned into Li Xing, but secretly shook her head in her heart. Really desperate. I have been with Uncle Li for 17 years. Except for the first 9 years, during the other 8 years, Uncle Li, I will bring you a fruit of gravity every day. Li Xing was thoughtful. After casting his own gravitational fruit, will Ace be aware of his existence? Regrettably, Ace desperately wanted to break free, but he didn't feel the pain of being suppressed by the fruit of gravity at all. This brain. Even Li Xing couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Ace was stunned. How powerful is the person in front of him? Before this, Ace originally thought that Li Xing was a martial arts master, his strength was very strong, and his actual combat ability was no worse than him. All along, he has been fighting against himself with one finger. At the beginning, Ace was still a little unwilling, but all this time, he did not gain the upper hand. Li Xinghei's actions convinced Ace wholeheartedly. Now, in his devil fruit was released by him. Ace became more and more shocked, his heart was overwhelmed, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Oh shit, not only is it powerful, but it also has the power of devil fruit. This. How to play this? Does this keep people alive? If Ace had known that there was such a powerful person in East Blue Rog, he would have been very happy. He didn't have to go all the way to Rog to fight Marine. It is simply lawless. Wouldn't that be better? Now, how could he be the first robber in East Blue to be wanted for 8 million, and how could he be reduced to such a state? That's horrible. Yes, Zero. It's like Li Xing, who was the incarnation of Li Mu. To Ace's surprise, Li Xing not only has amazing combat skills, but also holds a devil fruit. He didn't notice this familiar force at all, and he didn't connect Li Xing and Uncle Li together. What a lump of wood. Over the years, he has been working on his body. Are my muscles so powerful that I bought them with my head? At this time, Ace broke free from the gravity fruit. When he walked out from the inside, his expression became serious, and he realized that he was not Li Xinghei's opponent. Can't fight anymore. Ace already had the idea of retreating. Originally he just planned to follow the trend, to see if he could save 4.0 members of the Spade Pirates. But now, if he died at the hands of that Marine, then he would regret it for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Chen Xiaobei's heart skipped a beat. Ace stepped on the sole of his foot, and the wind blew up. After speaking, he turned around and walked out. Moonwalk, and shave, together. Gone in a flash. At that time, Ace's favorites are moonwalk, and shaved. 450 top skills. 450 top skills. These two people, whether attacking or escaping, are top-level skills. There is no doubt about it. Uncle Li said, any martial art in the world is known for its speed. Many years of practice. In these two things, Ace has reached the point of proficiency. He heard a rush of wind, and houses were speeding towards him. The speed was so fast that he saw afterimages of one after another. A sigh. This run took more than 3 hours before Ace stopped. Ace-01 was already sweating profusely, panting heavily. He turned away, but Li Xing had disappeared without a trace. Ace was relieved. He lay on the tree, gasping for breath. Fortunately, I learned these two kinds of martial arts from Uncle Li, otherwise I really would not be able to escape. The Emperor of Six Styles really impresses me. Ace wiped off his cold sweat, and a rare smile appeared on his face. His lips were a little dry. He found that after more than 3 hours of rushing, it should be time to replenish his body's water. Do you want to drink? At this moment, a figure came over, handed a bottle to Ace, and then handed Ace a glass. Oh, thank you, thank you. When Ace saw it, he was overjoyed. It turned out that when he was sleeping, someone handed him a pillow, which was really cool. He quickly put it away and thanked him, opened the bottle cap and was about to drink it all in one gulp. But then, his eyes narrowed suddenly, as if he had seen a ghost. Isn't the man in front of him Li Xing? The kettle in Ace's hand was shocked by the sudden change. He didn't even have time to drink water. He was shocked by the sudden change. How did you come here? Heish. While yawning, Li Xing stretched his body. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and finally I'm waiting for you. I almost fell asleep. How could this be? How could this be? He ran all the way, over mountains and over mountains, over mountains and over mountains. With Ace's extreme speed, no one should be able to keep up with him, but Marine in front of him has been waiting there for a long time. How on earth did he do it? You're tired too, go get some water. Li Xing picked up the mineral water that he was frightened by, and said to Ace with a concerned face. Wait, are you worried about your child? How could the young master be your own flesh and blood? 450 inches. Okay, let's wait and see. Ace didn't even have time to drink his saliva. Turn around and run away. This time, he spent more than 3 hours. He was already sweating profusely just now, panting heavily. After more than 3 hours of consumption, he was exhausted. Another move. Not long after Ace landed, a figure appeared in front of him. In front of him, a devil's voice that seemed to come from hell came again. Li Xing sat cross-legged, squinted at Ace and said, "You're hungry, do you want to eat? I brought some snacks from a nearby town, drink it first, and replenish your body."